best friend. You're the peacekeeper. You're the legend. Thank you, USA. You're my best friend. You're the peacekeeper. You're the legend. Stopping genocide, helping small Kosovo, stopping player and fight. In 1999, helping in Kosovo, two men shaking hands, Clinton and Rugova. Thank you, USA, you are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper, you are the legend. USA, you are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Sam Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. Live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a good one.
You are the lifesaver. You are pain release. Thank you,
just want to say thank you, USA. You're my best friend.
You are my best friend.
Just want to say you are the peacekeeper, and you are the legend. That's right. Joseph Robinette Brandon is officially landed in Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs.
You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper.
Joe Brandon landed in Israel and might have even peaced out already. Not entirely sure if that's the case. But it is Wednesday, October 18th, 2023, 11:06 a.m. And I'm actually kind of early. I'm not even on time. I'm a little bit earlier. I started 10 minutes prior to when I normally start. Did Biden's message even recognize Palestinians as human beings? We're going to look through it. We're going to look through it now. Yeah, Genocide Joe. Genocide Joe was out there going, hey, listen, Jack, as an American, I like it. I love it. I love it when there's a good Muslim ethnic cleansing happening. You know what I mean? I'm always about it. Anyway. But we're here. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, but for the past 10 days, my personal news have pretty much been always the same. It's always been the same. It's virtually unchanging. I end the broadcast. I keep reading. I keep talking to people who are also trying to make sense of the reports. And last night was no different. As soon as I ended the broadcast, a couple hours later, I was talking to some OSINT accounts and forensic analysts to make a better assessment of the situation, to see if there's any legitimacy to the claims that the IDF made and then retracted and then made again and retracted again. But now that the night's darkness has gone away and that we can actually see, it was daytime in Palestine, and people are now able to make better assessments, better forensic assessments. Okay. there's more updates on that today, and we're going to talk about it. But that's pretty much all I've been doing. All I've been doing is just reading more and trying to figure out exactly what the fuck's going on. The intercepted phone call is fake. Yeah. Well, I don't care about any of that. I mean, I do care about it, and we'll talk about it. But I think it's unimportant in the grand scheme of things. What is this? For some reason, you popped up on my mother's feed on YouTube. Someone slapped Arabic subtitles, and she loves you. She's 82 and wishes you the best. Also invites you to some Arabic food if you ever visit the UAE. Oh, nice. There are multiple veterans on TikTok saying the explosion that hit the hospital was a very specific idea of USA air missile. Yes, it's a MK-84 is the speculation originally, and it was mine as well. It was a JDAM. I am going to go through it. I'm going to go through all of the details. It is not as clear as you think it is. You might be shocked. You might be shocked by this. Obviously, this does not change the reality on the ground for Palestinians and what they're experiencing. But the situation, I think, today, now that we have a better assessment, now that we can actually look at the bomb site, is different than yesterday. I do not care about the audio recording or whatever. I am simply looking at things that are verifiable. Obviously, third-party investigations have not been concluded, so I will wait on that. Like I said, my metric of whether I believe, my metric of who is responsible for a bombing is not what the IDF says, okay? And it's not even necessarily what Hamas or Hamas-backed people or people on the ground say. What I care about is the facts of the matter. Facts of the matter made me lean 90% on the Israeli side, assuming that this is an Israeli bombing yesterday. Okay, I still maintain the position that it is more likely. However, the reality is that now, after looking at all of the new evidence, not like fucking bullshit, oh, here's a part that fell off the sky, and looking at the same fucking stupid ass in the darkness images over and over again. Now that there's actually a bomb site that we can lay eyes on, the Israeli counterclaim of this being a Islamic Jihad or potentially a Hamas rocket misfiring is not as unlikely as it was yesterday. Okay, this is not me believing the IDF. This is me looking at the situation on the ground and seeing the damage that Hamas rockets do when they misfire, Hamas rockets do when they fire deliberately, or anything from Gaza falling back into Gaza. Okay. Having said that, there is still a tremendous amount of misinformation that must be cleared. I do not know if this is a deliberate attempt by the IDF to make it seem as though there is a confusion there. Anyway, we'll get into all of that. We'll get into all of that in a second. Don't know what the final tally is on casualties. Okay. Literally a munitions specialist. Please use me for my knowledge. I mean, if you're a munitions specialist, you probably saw that there's no crater, and a JDAM is supposed to make a far greater crater. And the hospital was not leveled. It was a courtyard that was struck. Courtyard full of people. So the number of people dying, the number of people killed in this attack is most likely correct. Somewhere around 500 makes sense. But I do not know if there's a deployment, like an activation that Israeli munitions have that can detonate way before it impacts the ground. And if that is the case, then it's still on the side of I still believe that it's most likely an IDF airstrike. But we will get into that in a second. There's a lot of misinformation happening, and ultimately it's idiotic. The misinformation and the back and forth debate on this issue. You want to know why? Because what's the argument here? Fuck, I haven't even gotten into my coverage yet. Hold on, I'm not going to do that. False JDAMs have airburst capability. I've seen direct damage from my MK82 500-pound bomb in a JDAM airburst configuration to make that exact sort of damage. How would it be possible for Hamas or PIJ to make that kind of explosion? See, that's actually another reason as to why it's still most likely, or it's still, in my opinion, more likely to be an airstrike. Why? Well, because the best, most powerful weapon they have, the most powerful missile, I guess, or rocket they have in their hands is a 300 to 400 kilogram one, which can cause that level of damage, especially if partnered up with it's like fuel tank. If it's a misfire and it's still full of fuel inside of it, the damage would probably be far greater than the missile exploding on its own. There are things that you can look at to try to figure that out. The Palestinian missiles are homemade for the most part. Okay, I'll just get into it in a second. But it does look like a fuel fire. Palestinian fuel on the missiles is dirty fuel. It's usually not clear, clean fuel in general. They have to make do with the limitations that they have. This is part of the reason why when Palestinian rockets misfire or drop anywhere or explode, there is a cloud oftentimes that comes that is a dirty cloud, like a cloud that you normally wouldn't get in Israeli Air Force rockets in general. Because it's a different mixture. It's not just like, it's a different mixture of chemicals that they use for the fuel. The reason why I am talking about all this is because this is what I've been fucking racking my head over non-fucking stop. Okay? But ultimately, it is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things when you consider the reality that even before yesterday's hospital bombing, 4,200 Palestinians were ruthlessly slaughtered in Gaza over the course of the past 10 years. They do not have access to electricity. They do not have access to water. They do not have access to food. This is not a naturally occurring phenomena. This is Israel's doing. The idea that this latest back and forth changes that reality is insane to me. It may be inconsequential, but it's also okay to walk back initial claims that were later proven false. Yes, I will get into that in a second. The reason why I'm making the assessment that I'm making, I give you exactly what information I'm working with in that very moment. I still believe that it's not entirely proven that it wasn't an Israeli airstrike. I am saying that the facts on the ground have changed, considering the impact and the tiny crater that the potential rocket left is inconsistent with Israeli Air Force strikes. It is definitely more consistent with rocket fire, whether it's a misfire or a direct hit. That is the truth of the matter. Israel's defense of how they are not involved on this has also been completely and utterly insane. They have just brought up a ton of a ton of misinformation that they had to retract over and over and over again. Still, to this very moment, I do not trust the IDF, and their information is still odd. And people are parsing through the credibility, or not. Well, the IDF has no credibility, but the information that the IDF is delivering. No, the hospital was not leveled. No. The IDF also first claimed the strike as well. Anyway, there's something very important that I forgot to mention before I even fucking blast off and talk about it. Later today, I'm going to have Zachary Foster on. He's a PhD at Princeton. He's a historian of Palestine. We are going to be going through that video, Free Palestine, ? No thanks. The Israeli perspective you've probably never heard. This video that went viral a couple days ago, I wanted to bring a historian on to go through these claims, to cover the history of it. That is going to happen later. But also, I got a phone call this morning. I'm going to be on Piers Morgan before I fly out for TwitchCon. So, yeah, that's it. That's all I'm going to tell you on the matter for now. That's what I've been dealing with all morning. Not going to lie, I'm kind of shitting my pants a little bit. I'm a little terrified. Not because, I can't defend my claims or whatever, but I am always a little afraid every time my opinion reaches a larger audience, especially on an issue like Israel Palestine. I get a little afraid, there's going to be some backlash. People, I have a bunch of unhinged haters that have probably prepared me for this moment, but you never know, Can't wait for a hospital debate? No, I will, don't worry. Just pretend you're the guy we watched yesterday, but without the heavy sarcasm. He's going to confront you with your selectively edited clips? No, that part is fine. That's not an issue. Anyway, just tell it like you do every day. You got this, Hasi. Yeah. Hold on. Let me get this ready to go. I'm going to blast off in a second because everyone wants me to immediately cover the updates from the IDF, the counters from the IDF, whether they are verifiable or not, whether they have any truth to it, whether my perspective has changed on the matter, which it has. I've already described it. I am definitely more iffy on this being... if yesterday I was at 90%, this is an Israeli airstrike. Today, I am at 60%. Actually, not even 60. I would say 50-50. 100%. All right, hold on. Not that it matters, because it doesn't stop the atrocities in any meaningful capacity. Imagine that, withholding judgment until more info comes out. Proud of you. I mean, I said this yesterday as well. Yesterday I was at 90% Israel, and the only thing that could convince me otherwise is if I got independent third-party verification after parsing through the information on the ground. If there's a UN investigation that is allowed, this favors Israel. Israel would not allow the UN to do an investigation. Okay? If they weren't certain. If the UN does conclude an investigation, there is a real likelihood that investigation will show that obviously Israel's claims have been all over the fucking place, but that Israel was not the main actor in this. That could be. That could very well be the conclusion of this investigation. The Hamas IDF audio and stuff, those are all funny. We're going to look at that. No one is going to investigate. They're not letting anyone in. What are you saying? That's not true. Anyway, we'll continue with this coverage. Let me just blast off real quick, and then we'll get right into it. Well, Joe Brandon is in Israel. We're going to be talking about that. Zach Foster's going to come on. Zachary Foster's going to come on. We're going to talk about that as well. There's a lot to go through. But my job is not only to offer analysis for you, but my job is also to obviously tell you, to the best of my ability, what I think is going on. Sometimes you might not agree with me on that. Okay. IDF responds to hospital bombing. Joe Biden in Israel. Humanitarian aid allowed back into Gaza. Israel to ban Al Jazeera for reporting on the Gaza war. Nice. That's cool. That's the right thing to do. Yeah. Let's not have any news and information coming out of Gaza at all. Only I would love to only hear from whatever fucking IDF freak they prop up. To be like, actually nobody died, and if they did die, it was all, they were Hamas babies. Like, we should definitely get to a point where there's like full control, like entirely. People in Gaza don't have electricity, they don't have the internet, you know what I mean? When he says, welcome to the show, Mr. Piker, respond, yes, I condemn Hamas. Okay. We'll talk about all that in it. They worry about saving the journalist's life. That's why they want to get Al Jazeera out of the region. Yeah, they're like, we don't want Al Jazeera to report in Gaza because we love striking them too much. And they keep getting in the way of all of our other targets that we want to strike. We only have a finite amount of munitions after all. We only recently asked for $10 billion of aid. So. I have watched the Bassem Youssef video yesterday. It was very good. How likely do you think would a misfire be? We're going to talk about that in a second. I'm going to get into it. Hold on. IDF responds to hospital bombing, claims Joe Biden is in Israel, humanitarian aid allowed back into Gaza, and more. We are almost. We have raised 976,000. So far. Get in now. Here it is. Isn't your last name Piker Turkish? Yeah, it's my grandfather picked it. So it's unique in the surname revolution. But it is, I think it's like, originally it's Bekirolu. So we chose Piker to not sound like Bekirolu like every other fucking Turkish person. And he picked it. Yeah, bitch. He picked it. People don't understand. Like, Turkey is the continuation of the Ottoman Empire, but it's certainly a new country. Okay, Bekir Oğlu is son of Bekir. That is the original Muslim naming convention. Okay. Israel bombs a residential tower near the Al-Quds hospital. Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why I think it's like fucking insane that people are like, people are having this back and forth as though like, this is the Islamic Jihad. Like, this is the Islamic Jihad. They're killing their own people. It's like, okay, well, there's 4,200 people. Like, I don't believe you until I see third-party confirmation, okay, a verifiable investigation, because you have given me zero reason to believe you ever. You've lied every single time. So no, that is my line. I said it yesterday. That's the only thing that will make me go, you know what? I was wrong. I'm absolutely willing to admit that I'm wrong. I will be glad to hear that the casualties are not at the thousands and in what people originally thought. I was happy to find out that the hospital was not leveled. Okay? These are all good things. These are all good pieces of information. This is all good news. Whether it was the Islamic Jihad or the IDF that bombed this hospital does not change the reality that Israel has bombed 22 other hospitals, including the hospital that we're talking about on Saturday, and also 4,200 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered by Israel's ongoing bombing campaign, and they are still bombing Gaza. It's not like this stopped, okay? They need to show beyond proof that it was not them until then it's them. Yeah, of course. Anyone who tries to come in here and tell me, wow, it's so fucked up that you thought that as Israel was bombing Gaza, they bombed Gaza more, and including a hospital that they said they were going to bomb. No, it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. We're not playing silly games here, okay? Be serious. Be for fucking real for like 3 seconds. Anyway. I understand none of this erases the struggle of Gaza or the plight of Palestinians, but I went from 90% IDF airstrike to 0% after today's details. It's 100% understandable why this narrative spread so quickly, and you've covered that well. Yeah, I think what's ridiculous is the geo-confirmed account that you are linking to me now is not even aligned with what Israel said happened. No, that account is ridiculous, okay? And no, you can't say it's 0%. Anyway. Brother, read the second and fourth paragraph here. It's exactly the same. The Associated Press visited the site. It saw none of the usual signs of an airstrike from an Israeli F-16 or a drone, adding to the suspicions of the blast was caused by an errant rocket. Yes. All of this is true. Okay. Let's get into it. Let's talk. Let's get started on this. Okay. So, given the new information that has come up that is not related to what the fucking IDF is saying at all, we will cover that separately. Okay? And, Bellingcat is not my favorite source for this kind of thing, given their proclivity to sometimes work with the State Departments in general. There are more independent third-party investigators. I would trust people like Evan Hill before I would trust Bellingcat in situations like this. I'm just letting you know. Okay? But ultimately, there are undeniable facts that you can see with your own two eyes. Okay? Evan Hill is a forensic analyst for the Washington Post. He used to work for the New York Times. I think he's done a really good job of, showing his credibility. Him and his team were 10K for Mike. Oh shit! Thank you, Michael from Pennsylvania. Look at that. Central_committee. Thank you for the $10,000 dono. Dono matching at 10K, folks. Anyway. Yesterday, an explosion at the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital in Gaza City on Tuesday killed hundreds of people. Gaza's health ministry said the number was 500 and increasing. We still don't know what the official count is. I have no reason to disbelieve the Gaza health ministry in this circumstance, especially after seeing those videos. It was a densely packed area full of civilians. And we found out that the missile actually hit the courtyard and not the hospital itself. Earlier reporting on the ground, unfortunately due to a lack of access to any kind of verification on the ground, given Gaza's circumstances under occupation, heavy bombing, no electricity, no internet. Internet is very patchy. There was not enough verification beyond the on-the-ground sources that were directly victim to the attack. In that circumstance, I was, alongside every single other person, made to believe that the hospital was leveled, which is not the truth. The hospital, luckily, was not leveled. I don't believe that the hospital was entirely leveled, but I thought the hospital was severely damaged. The only verified video of the rocket fire of the incident made it seem like it was consistent with Israeli air raids, possibly a MK-84 rocket, MK-84 missile, which Israel has been using all around Gaza and still continues to use all around Gaza. The hospital is 100% operational, luckily. I believe the death toll still, because there's some misinformation on that end as well. Why report if you're not 100%? Well, say that you're wrong. Why report if you're not 100%? Shut the fuck up. If your goal is to come in here and be like, ha, fucking got you, you're wrong. You are a fucking delusional loser. 4,200 Palestinians have been slaughtered. Of course I'm going to report breaking fucking news. Shut the fuck up. Why did you immediately come in here and say, actually Israel said they didn't do it? You believe them 100%. The fuck are you talking about, jackass? I'm giving you more information now. Shut the fuck up. My goal is not to fucking get a gotcha. My goal is to cover what is going on and make analysis off of the information available. The information available at the time 100% led to this most likely being an Israeli airstrike. The information now that the dust has settled, now that there was actual sunlight and additional people on the ground in the bomb site, shows a different reality. I agree with the PBS News report on the matter. That said, it was a number of blasts during the fighting that did not bear the telltale signs of an Israeli F-16 or drone strike, and which the Israeli military said might have been caused by rockets misfired by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad militant group. Originally, given how large the bomb was, how large the bomb was, and how many casualties occurred, how many deaths occurred with the bombing, without seeing the actual site of the bomb in the darkness, the understandable assumption was that this was another JDAM, an Mk-84 Israeli rocket. This is a rocket that Israel has used time and time again on civilian residential areas. Okay? Israel also has zero credibility on the matter when defending their bombing campaigns. Why? Because they have, one, lied routinely when they have sniped people with IDF sniper rifles. They have lied routinely and then had to later retract when they've done bombing campaigns as well, including 5 Palestinian children that were slaughtered in a cemetery on the last day of the last siege that Israel conducted on Gaza. They originally said this was a Palestinian rocket, and then later, a couple months later, retracted quietly and said, yeah, it was us, actually. So for that reason, and also the fact that an Israeli official openly immediately ran the propaganda line that, like, well, we killed a bunch of Hamas terrorists in this hospital, deleted it, and then retracted it fairly quickly on. And also the fact that Israel had bombed the hospital already on the prior Saturday and had routinely told every person to evacuate the hospital time and time again, including 6 hospitals. The fact that they also shelled 22 hospitals in Gaza so far is an understandable reason as to why one would make the assertion that Israel also bombed this hospital as well as all the other hospitals that is bombed. It is fucking insane. Anyone who says that, well, like, I immediately heard Israel say that they didn't bomb this hospital, even though they had literally verifiably bombed it 2 days prior, is a fucking delusional clown. Of course that is going to be the original assertion. Now that there's new information, however, you should be able to change your position. You should be able to analyze it accordingly. Exercise critical thinking. Stop trying to fucking yell at people when new information comes out. Dumbasses. Anyway, the new information is we have a clearer picture of the bomb site. And when you have a clearer picture of the bomb site and the actual, and if you're familiar with like what Hamas rocket capabilities are, or Islamic Jihad rocket capabilities are, and you look at that site, it is more consistent with a misfire from a rocket than it is with Israeli missiles. That's it. That's the fucking truth. That's the truth of the matter. This does not change the reality that Israel lies and is still lying, which is so insane. Because, like, even the information that they brought up, like the verifiable proof they brought up, does not match the actual information that they keep releasing. Like, the phone conversation that they supposedly, quote-unquote, intercepted does not match the Israeli Air Force's drone footage and where they believe the fucking rocket fire came from. Make this make sense to me. If you are literally 100% certain you didn't do this, how the fuck do you turn around and then reveal information that contradicts itself? It makes no fucking sense. So that still has not changed, which is why I'm saying, until I get confirmation from forensic analysts, a third-party investigation, possibly from the UN, my position will remain the same. However, I will give you additional details that show that this, according to residents on the ground, a projectile fell from the air and exploded in the cemetery. When the Associated Press visited the site, it saw none of the usual signs of an airstrike by an Israeli F-16 or drone, adding to the suspicions that the blast was caused by an errant rocket. Both the Israeli military and Palestinian rights groups said at the time that they're still investigating the blast. Okay? On Tuesday, the Gaza-based Palestinian Center for Human Rights said its investigation of shrapnel and other evidence led it to conclude that the blast was caused by an Israeli airstrike. This was a missile fired from an Israeli aircraft, said Raji Sorani, the director of the group, as he displayed pictures of what he said was a fragment showing the missile's serial number Israel's Haaretz newspaper, meanwhile, cited unnamed Israeli defense officials saying the military's investigation had concluded that 5 were killed by an Israeli strike. Asked about the Haaretz story, the military said it was still examining the event. It said that throughout the latest round of fighting, it had targeted militant infrastructure and made every feasible effort to minimize as much as possible harm to civilians and civilian property. Now, that part is obviously bullshit. Okay? What is... Oh, this is... Oh, fuck. This is from the... This is from 2022. Oh, fuck. Well, regardless. The instance... I'm reading a fucking 2022 article. Jesus Christ. I thought I was looking at the Bellingcat article. The situation is identical. I got my war crimes mixed up. The situation is identical. The bombing is not consistent with an F-16 bombing. Okay? It's not. If you look at the actual damage on the ground, I got debated. If you look at the actual damage on the ground, you look at the actual crater and the impact on the ground, it is not consistent with Israeli airstrikes. This part is true. Okay? There are still people on the ground independently trying to verify whether or not this was Israel's doing or whether or not this was an accidental misfire. Okay? They could have used a less powerful rocket, though. Well, here's the thing, Yusuf Baitam. I believe that is the case as well. I still maintain the position that there is a high likelihood that this is an Israeli airstrike campaign. The problem is that Israel does not have bombs that, as far as I understand, explode like that beyond drones. And those drones are not capable of killing 300, 400, 500 people, no matter how densely packed people are. So when you look at the crater, Israel does have weapons. Israel does have missiles that are capable of, creating a crater that is this size, but they are not the type of missiles or rockets that would be able to deliver such high number of casualties. The hospital, as far as I understand, did withstand damage, but is now back to 100%. It was not the hospital that got a direct hit. The hospital was directly hit, however, on Saturday by Israel. You disappoint me? Okay. The audio that the IDF brought out is fucking idiotic. Okay? This hospital was directly hit by Israeli shells on Saturday. That was a direct hit on the hospital. Okay? There's a direct hit on the hospital. That much is not disputed. That is just a objective fact. That is verified already. And that hospital bombing was accompanied by phone calls from the IDF telling the hospital administrators to evacuate. Okay? Source it, my man. Okay, there you go. I will source it for you. Where's the Anglican newspaper that covered it? I showed it yesterday. Here it is. Anglican-run Al-Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza damaged by Israeli rocket fire as war continues. This was posted on October 16th. And the Diagnostic Cancer Treatment Center of the Al-Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza has been hit by an Israeli rocket. 2 upper floors of the center, which housed the ultrasound and mammography wards, were severely damaged. This, of course, came on 7:30 p.m. on Saturday 14th. 4 hospital staff were injured in the blast and are receiving treatment for their wounds. Okay? Thank you. You never showed this yesterday. Yes, I did. I did show it. I showed it multiple times, as a matter of fact. Why do you think someone was so quick to pull it up? Of course I showed it. I cover shit for 10 hours every fucking day. You come in here for like 2 to 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, maybe an hour, and you don't see it. But it doesn't matter. Of course I covered it. Of course I did. Not only did I cover it from this newspaper directly, but I also covered it from a foreign press as well, Anadolu Ajans, Anadolu Agency, the Turkish Associated Press, basically. Now, here's what is verifiably true. This attack is verifiably true. The phone calls that hospital administrators got were also verifiably true. The director of the hospital also talked. I can't show this video. I'm pretty sure this is going to show dead babies and dead bodies.
14/10/2023.
Yeah, the administrators of the hospital also showed this as well. There's a lot of dead children and dead bodies in this video, but the administrators of the hospital also mentioned that the IDF had told them regularly to leave the hospital itself. Okay? I see the people talking about JDAMs, which includes the Mark 83 GBU 32, does have an airburst mode, which does not produce a crater. It kills using shrapnel, shockwave, and fireball from the explosion. But here's the thing. If that was a JDAM, guys, I look, I don't know too much about, I've told you guys this, I'm not a missile autist by any means, okay? But I do know one thing. The weight class of a JDAM is much larger. If that shit actually fucking hit, even with an airburst, you wouldn't have only one car that flipped. You would have multiple cars that literally evaporated in that moment and flew into the hospital and into other people. Okay? It's even if it did an airburst, there would be no fucking cars there. Not a single car that was flipped, and like 4 other cars that were on fire. Okay? Myself and many others thought that this was a MK-84 missile. Did Hasan learn all this from Arma 3 footage? Wait, what? No. When you are not knowledgeable on the issues that you speak of with an absolute fucking certainty, you speak to people who are knowledgeable on the issues. What do you mean? I talk to forensic analysts and people who understand the impact of these sorts of things much better than I do. That's my job. That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to source my shit. Also, it is official. We have now officially reached 1 million. That's right. We have now officially reached $1 million for the 4 Palestinian charities that are working currently tirelessly on the ground. I'm very proud of this community. I'm going to continue the fundraiser. And yeah, I mean, thank you so much for your contributions. You guys are incredible. And you make a lot of the ridiculousness worth it at the end of the day. Look, the situation is dire, obviously, but you know, we're doing our very best out here. But yeah, I'm proud of you guys. So thank you. Thank you for your contributions. I think I think it will be very helpful for the people on the ground. Obviously, it won't right the wrongs. You know, it won't change the reality. It won't put Palestinians back into homes that were stolen from them, but at least, like, you know, at least some will be able to get the medical assistance that they desperately need. So I'm very, very proud of you guys for helping in that effort. Okay. With respect to the current situation, this is why we have a policy of not doing live events coverage, which is very difficult in this current news. It's all live. People who are criticizing you on this are doing so in bad faith and they know it. Yeah, I don't care. The people who are criticizing me on this are also fucking literally running along with every single unverifiable piece of information that the IDF reveals, despite their long and convoluted track record of just like straight up being wrong. Okay. And also have been falsely smearing me for funding Hamas because of the on the ground charities that we're funding. So those people are brain broken. They don't care about the actual impact on the ground. It's just, I don't know. I don't even want to talk about them anymore. Okay. So, like I was saying, even if you believe that there's an airburst happening with a JDAM airburst that blows up above the ground, which once again, it would have to be literally right above the ground and not this high up. Okay, it still doesn't change the reality. It still doesn't change the reality that the impact on the ground would not look the way it does. I don't know why this Bellingcat this Bellingcat article doesn't feature the cars and all of the other pieces of information. Here, I'll show it to you. But I think that is important to see. Okay? Of course, while I try to show you exactly what is going on the ground and cut through the fog of war and the misinformation, one thing to consider is, regardless of whether it was Israel or the Islamic Jihad that was responsible for the hospital bombing, that still doesn't change the reality that Israel is still very much bombing the living shit out of Gaza. Israel still has not turned on the electricity in Gaza. Israel has still not allowed food to go back into Gaza until Joe Biden came down to Israel and had to pressure the Netanyahu regime. They were not even allowing humanitarian aid to get into Gaza. But here, this is, I think, while I normally would not agree with a lot of the Os and Andes on this one, facts are facts. This is the reality. Okay? This does not change the atrocities that are ongoing. Israel is still bombing residential areas. Okay? But if you want to understand exactly what happened at this hospital, the hospital was not leveled. It was the courtyard of the hospital, which was densely packed with refugees that were escaping Israeli bombing campaigns all around the region. Israel also bombed the last fucking bakery in this process. Okay? The I told you so nonsensical bullshit is just, that's what it is. It's just a way to continue having internet debates while people are fucking dying. It's just another way to show that you don't care about the actual issue at hand. I'm confused about the Anglo report you showed earlier. I thought the second floor was destroyed. This is from Saturday. They did not destroy the entirety of the second floor. This is a shell. This is not a missile. Okay? Very likely, this is artillery. Like, this is most likely a shelling. It just destroyed the cancer ward. It did not entirely destroy the hospital. There are different kinds of weapons being used by the IDF and the Israeli Air Force. Okay? There's some more updates from Evan Hill, who parsed through, I suspect, the information that Israel posted that also doesn't make sense. The one thing that we have not been able to account for thus far, is where the whistle came from. Because the on-the-ground reporting from Al Jazeera at the time, even before they found out that the hospital had actually been bombed, was talking about how you can hear the F-16s above us. They are going into Gaza, and they're bombing that neighborhood. So when the IDF and the IAF say that there was no bombing campaigns occurring in the region, I do not believe them. I don't think that that is correct. I think that that is incorrect. Those videos, if you look at the Al Jazeera live feed, show that that is not correct. So that part is already false. So that's important to understand in this assessment. One thing that still I have not seen a good enough answer for is how the potential rocket misfire from Islamic Jihad was able to cause so much damage. I guess the ongoing theory, the active theory that this is not Israeli rocket fire, it believes that given the number, or given how much rocket fuel was also in the rocket, that it misfired in such a short trajectory that it compounded on the blast. Okay? That it made the blast far greater, and it also is the reason why you immediately saw fire. Like you saw the entire area on fire. Okay? However, as far as this being an Israeli Air Force operation, even if this was an airburst JDAM like the ones you speak of, that would be a far greater crater. There would be an actual noticeable crater that you could walk into. So the sound and explosion of the ordnance is consistent with IDF bombings, but the damage is consistent with PIJ rockets. Not even PIJ rockets, but just rockets that have been utilized in the past, yes. And not damage from a human casualty number, because the number of people that are reportedly dead from this attack is far greater than any singular strike that has ever happened. Okay? It's far greater. Far, far greater. The death toll is far larger. It would be, if this was an Israeli Air Force operation, as I said yesterday, this would be the singular worst Israeli Air Force operation, the singular most deadly Israeli Air Force operation. Okay? So that's something to remember. However, when you look at the impact of this, you mostly see fire, cars damaged, couple cars that flew above, like a couple cars, and one car that turned around, right? One car that flipped. That is not enough. That in and of itself, in my opinion, immediately disqualifies a larger Israeli munition being used in this situation. Okay? That's my assessment on the matter. Now, the Israeli Air Force also has different weapons at their disposal. Weapons like their drone weapons that they have at their disposal. These, however, are like anti-tank drones and anti-vehicle drones, and they are not large enough to kill hundreds of people. Okay? That's it. That's just the truth. So their smaller munitions are not large enough to kill hundreds of people and cause an explosion of that magnitude, and their larger weapons are much larger than the impact that you see on the ground. Okay? That's it. I'm leaving the stream right now. Hasan was adamant that it was a JDAM yesterday. Wait, what do you mean? Yes. Because with the information readily available, why the fuck would I think anything else? Israel uses MK-84 rockets. Yes, these are targeted missiles that they use regularly. They use it on residential. They have used those rockets on residential targets over and over again over the course of the past 10 fucking days. If you consider this to be your pivotal moment where you're like, well, this is the one time they didn't use it, so I'm fucking leaving, because he thought that, it was the same fucking weapons that Israel used, especially because it was literally identical in sound and impact with the information that was readily available at the time. I'm just saying, you were going off about it being 90% IDF yesterday. Yes, of course I was. Why? Okay, you can leave if you want. I don't care. But it is fucking insane to me that you would go, wow, I can't believe you were 90% certain it was IDF when the IDF has already done more bombing campaigns since then, utilizing the same fucking missiles. Shut the fuck up. And it's still not 100%. It's still not verified that it wasn't Israel's airstrikes. Okay? Yes, I saw the Francesco Sebregondi. He is formerly worked at the forensics architecture. I know this doesn't entirely disprove it either. Okay? I've seen this. I'm going to pull up this I'm going to pull that up in a second as well. With the information available at the time, if you were to just go with, yeah, no, I just believe the IDF and they said they didn't bomb this, when all fucking facts pointed to the fact that they did bomb it, especially considering that they had bombed it 2 days prior, you're just only showing me that you are a biased fucking clown ass. Okay? I know a lot of people are horny to just go and say, nah, dog. Yeah, really, really stupid of you to think that the same military force that has killed 4,200 Palestinians thus far, 1,000 plus children thus far, would bomb the hospital that they said they were going to bomb, that they had bombed 2 days prior. If you think that that is an insane assertion to make, you are the most delusional freak I've ever seen in my entire life. Okay? Match the same energy you had yesterday when you thought it was IDF. Why aren't you even nearly as enraged as you are yesterday? What are you saying? How can you be in here for... Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so fucking stupid. This is so incredibly fucking stupid. What do you mean? Match the same energy you had yesterday when you thought it was IDF. Yeah, what do you want me to do? Oh, wow. I am not 100% certain that it's the Islamic Jihad rockets that misfired in here, okay? But guess what, dude? I'm mad at them too, okay? I don't give a fuck whose rocket it is. Are you fucking stupid? What is the argument here? What is your argument? Your argument is that it's only okay when Israel kills Palestinians? It's really fucked up? You're not even in the business of like condemning violence. You're only in the business of condemning violence when you suspect it is being done in the hands of Islamic Jihad. Is that what it is? Are you fucking stupid? Do you not understand what you're trying to say here? Israel has shut off electricity, food, and water into the Gaza Strip. 2.2 million people live there. It is one of the most densely packed open-air prisons on the fucking planet. They've been bombing it mercilessly. This last bombing, being Israeli Air Force or being the Islamic Jihad, does not change that reality. What the fuck are you saying? At this point, there is still not 100% evidence, and yet I'm still showing you the other side's actual verifiable evidence. Until a third-party investigation is concluded, I will not tell you without a doubt that this was not an Israeli airstrike, because Israel has been continuously doing airstrikes and is still doing airstrikes. It is fucking laughable and insane for me to turn around and be like, well, this time maybe it's not Israel because they said so, especially when time and time again they have fucking lied. They're still in their counter, in their information campaign today. In their information campaign today, they have inconsistent information. You did that yesterday, you spineless fuck, but you went live saying IDF bombed 500 people. In fact, Hamas claimed it thus far. Don't you think this is irresponsible to conclude? It's not irresponsible to conclude. If you think that it's irresponsible for me. Okay. No, I know what's going on. This is a derailment strategy. I am dealing with socially maladjusted, agoraphobic freaks who refuse to touch grass and can only comprehend the human toll, not necessarily on its cruelty and not necessarily on the lives lost, but simply on internet debates and winning internet points. Okay? I am not trying to debate you. I'm done. I'm done. I do not care what your perspective is on the matter. You are very openly coming in here with an agenda that is inconsistent with the values that you supposedly espouse. If you believe the human toll is unimaginable and devastating, then why the fuck do you only care about being like, oh, it's irresponsible that you thought the IDF bombed this hospital, and you still are saying the IDF could have bombed this hospital, while I'm in the process of explaining to you and correcting the record with new information that is now available to me that there is a likelihood that this might not be an IDF bombing. It is very obvious to you that you do not even care about the retractions. You just care about fucking winning an argument that you made up in your mind. Meanwhile, thousands of children are fucking dead. It is psychotic. It is psychotic to have this perspective. You didn't even win shit in that position. Holy fuck. Look at you. You can't even accept that you misconclude. All right. We're banning everybody. Ugh. Your friend seems to think it's still 100% IDF. I know there are plenty of people online that still 100% think it's IDF because there is a tremendous amount of circumstantial evidence, especially, that points to this being a part of the ongoing bombing campaign. Okay? But that in and of itself is not enough. When there was not enough evidence of the aftermath of the bombing, it was understandable to make that assertion. Now that there is more evidence showing me, at least, the aftermath of the bombing, my position is still that the likelihood that this is an Israeli Air Force conducted operation still remains, and yet I am telling you that a rocket misfire counter is infinitely more valid than it was yesterday. Okay? That's it. And the reasons as to why I believe that that this is possibly a rocket misfire from Islamic Jihad or Hamas is because of the aftermath of the damage. Photos of the aftermath show that the vast majority of the damage is from fire. Only 3 cars show any clear signs of kinetic structural damage, and for 2 of them, the general structure remains intact despite clear damage. This is consistent with rocket misfires. Okay? This is consistent with rocket misfires. That's it. And I am not saying that I agree with Nathan Ruser. I'm simply using the images, okay? I'm using the images that they're posting because these are images of the ground. One, are we 100% sure the original balcony video is accurate and shows this explosion and not some other? 2, are we 100% sure they aren't lying about the death count? We the balcony video that was the only verified footage from the bombing up until the Al Jazeera coverage as well. That video was verified by forensic analysts and Washington Post and every mainstream media outlet pretty much. So yeah, I do believe that is accurate. I have no reason to believe that it's inaccurate. Okay? How much did the IDF pay you? It's a ridiculous thing to say to me, I think. We don't even know why it misfired. Don't let these people derail you. I know. Yeah. The notion that like the IDF has not done this before is also silly. Of course you're going to be skeptical. You're out of your fucking mind. You are an unserious, delusional freak if you think that the ongoing bombing campaign, as it's still going on, okay, where people are food deprived by the same occupying force, didn't bomb this hospital after they said they bombed it. You're not a serious person. And if you don't know the facts of the matter, if you don't know that Israel has like lied regularly, the IDF has lied regularly about their bombing campaigns, including this one, the strike killed 5 Gaza children, officials admit after initially blaming Islamic Jihad, then I don't know what to tell you. Of course I'm going to be skeptical. Of course. Of course, 100%. Anyway, but I did see the IDF recorded the Israeli Air Force footage in the aftermath showing the destruction, or rather the lack thereof, the lack of destruction. Rolling Stone published an article yesterday showing that Israel shared a video from 2022 claiming it was from the attack yesterday. I know. There are many different reasons as to why I am still skeptical, and I'm not 100% certain that this wasn't an Israeli Air Force bombing campaign. Part of the reason why is because the coverage on the ground at the time showed that there were F-16s in the air. There was bombing happening in the region. There was bombing happening in the neighborhood. Israel had warned that hospital, including 6 other hospitals in the area, to evacuate time and time again. Israel had bombed this specific hospital. Okay? And if you ask one more time, why no skepticism? Where was that skepticism yesterday? Why would I maintain that skepticism before seeing the fucking crater impact? Why would I think that this is anything different than yet another bomb that Israel dropped on the hospital that it had dropped the bomb on? It would be fucking delusional for me to turn around and go, hey guys, I know that Israel has bombed 22 hospitals thus far in the region, has told 6 hospitals in the region to leave, to evacuate, has bombed that exact same hospital. But guess what? I'm going to go ahead and assume it's not Israel this time. You have to be a fucking psycho to say that in that moment. Now that there's more evidence showing the aftermath of that bombing, I am not so certain that it was Israel. But to think that this is like unreasonable to make these assertions, you are delusional. You do not want to make these assertions because you do not want to live with the reality, as you are purposefully using this opportunity and the misinformation that is going around to act like 4,200 children didn't die before yesterday. 4,200 people, 1,000 plus children didn't die before yesterday in Gaza over the course of the past 10 fucking days. You're so fucking stupid. You're a monster. You're a monstrous piece of shit if all you care about is debating this, debating that, debating this, debating that. You fucking animal. Holy shit. If Ted Bundy said he was going to fucking decapitate another person in a sorority, and that person was fucking decapitated a week later, okay? Especially when Ted Bundy was seen in the neighborhood, you wouldn't go, this is probably not Ted Bundy. You'd be a fucking psycho. You'd literally be insane to be like, well, hold on now. I know Ted Bundy said that they were going to decapitate a girl in the sorority, and I know that there's a decapitated girl in the sorority, and I know that Ted Bundy was in the region, but like maybe it's someone else. And then you find out the knife is different than the one that Ted Bundy uses, and you're like, well, I don't know. Seems like you're changing your position now that you know the knife is different. Seems like you're backtracking. Where was this skepticism yesterday? Why the fuck would I be skeptical in that situation? Especially as Ted Bundy has decapitated yet another person and since then. You're fucking stupid. Fuck. Anyway, I can't even go through the information that actually goes against what my suspicion was yesterday without a bunch of fucking weirdo freaks coming in here to be like, haha, well, you were wrong. The indignity, dude. Holy shit. How can you live with yourself? The debate pedophiles are out in droves. Holy moly. My job is to tell you what I think is going on. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that and cut through the fog of war. Cut through the misinformation. Okay? The fact that the IDF has not led to the fact that the IDF does not have a consistent message on the matter still 24 hours after the fact is insane to me, and only further fuels the suspicion that maybe they're not saying the truth. You're just radicalizing people, dude, saying, I don't know or we don't know is fine, is it not? I'm radicalizing people into what? What is the argument? That this is the straw that broke the camel's back, but let's not fucking think of all of the other instances? Like, what do you mean? You think I am the reason why people are like, wow, let's go storm the fucking embassy, and not because of the past fucking 10 days of relentless and ruthless slaughter? Are you fucking out of your mind? Israel has maintained an apartheid state for 75 years. The last siege has now killed 4,200 people before this bombing campaign, before this bomb, okay? 1,000 plus children. But you know, that's not radicalizing. What's radicalizing is I heard some fucking Twitch guy say that this is probably Israel, just like every other fucking bomb that has fallen on Gaza thus far. Wow! You have horse blinders on. You can only see the world through debate. You're basically revealing your own personal perspective on the matter. That's it. You are most likely a fucking reactionary, and you cannot see the world outside of this like incredibly narrow framework where you're like, this fucking Twitch streamer is responsible for all of this, and not like literal carnage occurring on the ground. Fuck. The same debate perverts from the Ukraine war beginning. I know. You can see the F-16 flares deploying the top left of the Al Jazeera broadcast, which also confirms even without audio that there was bombing happening. Yes. Anyway, you're just giving the other side ammunition. You don't believe either side until more info comes out, though? Is it hard to just wait until going on a narrative? Bro, I'm losing my mind. Okay, all right, we're done. I am not giving the other side ammunition. You want to say that because you have an account that was created in 2013, and you most likely are a fan of other streamers who are going to use this as an opportunity because they don't give a fuck about the actual people that are dying on the ground, let alone raising money for any of the fucking people that are dying on the ground, because they only care about fucking debating, okay? They only care about debating, just like you do. And that's why you're in here, so you can cut a fucking clip and put it on a Reddit and you know, get your fucking karma up. That's all you give a shit about. Stop. Like, when people come in here and go, dude, why didn't you believe that? Why didn't you believe the IDF? They're basically saying, no, you're doing this. You should have 100% believed Israel. You should have 100% believed Israel from the jump. You should have 100% just avoided all of the things that you know about how the IDF has lied in the past about their own personal assassinations with sniper fire, and also their bombing campaigns, and have quietly went back on those lies time and time again. You should have just taken what they said, hook, line, and sinker. Why didn't you believe them? Why didn't you believe them immediately? There was insane amounts of compelling evidence that this would be, of course, another instance of the ongoing bombing campaign that is still continuing since you came in here. Stop banning. Okay. All right. Clap, everybody. All right. Let's continue. As I was saying, this lack of structural damage in most cars is also clear that the IDF released drone footage from less than 2 hours after the explosion. Again, these only show 3 cars with structural damage, and cars more than around 10 to 15 meters away appear mostly undamaged. Footage from the ground level this morning shows essentially no crater and very little damage. So there is a crater, but the crater itself is very small in comparison to how large it would be in a situation. This is the IDF or this is the Israeli Air Force drone footage that showed the damage in the aftermath. They're talking about the impact site consistent with an object that broke apart in midair, though I wouldn't view this point as conclusively as others. Now, here's why there's still inconsistencies. Okay, there are still inconsistencies in the IDF's own counter information, in the own counter messaging. Okay. The IDF has released information thus far that shows in the phone conversations that they supposedly intercepted between the Islamic Jihad, they claim that the rocket fire actually came from the cemetery close by. There is no evidence in the footage that we have seen thus far that shows that, okay? There's no evidence in the footage we have seen thus far that shows that. The only verifiable phone footage from that balcony still is consistent with a F-16 potentially flying overhead and a bomb that was dropped on the courtyard of the hospital. Since this has happened, there is, at least according to Al-Quds, residential buildings are being bombed near another Gaza hospital. Since the Al Ahli Arab Hospital explosion, airstrikes have occurred in not only another residential area next to another Gaza hospital, but also at a UN school and a refugee camp and other hospitals. The one most damning one being at least 6 people were killed in an Israeli airstrike on the UN RWA school in Gaza. This was yesterday. This happened in unison with the hospital bombing. Okay? And a mosque as well, as far as I understand it. Who confirmed the balcony footage? Forensic analysts at the Washington Post and every other mainstream media outlet confirmed it. This is also part of the reason why it's fucking psychotic to just like look at the situation and be like, well, you know, I guess it's not like, do you think this is also the Islamic Jihad? Do you think that's what's going on? Huge bombardments are taking place, according to the Palestine Red Crescent Society. Huge bombardments are taking place in the areas around the Palestine Red Crescent Society Al-Quds Hospital in Gaza City, which is sustaining damages and shrapnels inside the building of the PRCS and constituting high threat, noting that more than 8,000 IDPs are taking refuge there. Right now, they're bombing a residential building near this hospital. Do you understand? Here. It blows my fucking mind that people are still acting like, oh, it is 100% certain that this definitively was not an Israeli airstrike at the hospital yesterday, when, as I've told you, it is not definitive at all until there is a third-party investigation. Until there is a third-party investigation that is concluded, I will not say that this wasn't an Israeli airstrike, given how Israel is still doing airstrikes. It is fucking insane. It is fucking insane to act like that's not the case. It's also insane to think that this is a gotcha that all of a sudden changes the dynamic of this fucking ongoing slaughter. You have to be a worthless piece of shit to legitimately go, oh, well, you know, I can't believe it. I can't believe that this was the Islamic Jihad, actually, which all of a sudden makes me reconsider what? The fucking 4,200 people that were killed by Israeli munitions? What the fuck are you saying? You are such a deeply unserious person if you think like the only thing you care about in this situation is getting a fucking gotcha, or simultaneously acting like it's only bad when the fucking Islamic Jihad misfires a rocket. Are you stupid? What is the argument? You're not making a good argument in that situation. You're just being a fucking psycho. You can try to be like, oh, well, I just care about the misinformation spreading, and that's why I'm in here, because I need to stop the misinformation spreading, when I can fucking look at your logs and see how much you pushed whatever kind of fucking Israeli propaganda has come out thus far. It doesn't even matter. And you're doing it at a time when I'm trying to literally correct the record and offer additional details. It's so gross and disgusting that your goal here is to fucking get a W. That's what the point is. Why don't you just tell the truth and not make up things that make you look like a partisan hack? Yeah, I'm a partisan hack. I am biased, by the way. I'm biased towards Palestinians and their plight. Okay, 100%. 100%. I am. I don't hide that shit at all. I believe in a single secular state for all Palestinians with a right to return to coexist alongside the Israelis that live there. Okay, that's what I believe. I've made my position clear from the jump, and the only way that I believe we can achieve that objective is by immediately starting a ceasefire, ending the siege, and ending the occupation and the apartheid regime, offering reparations to the victims, charging war criminals for the crimes that they conducted in an independent, global Truth and Reconciliation Committee. That's it. That's the only way forward. Whether yesterday's explosion and bombing was a misfire from the Islamic Jihad, a marginal fucking group, or whether it was the consistent and ongoing Israeli bombing campaign in Gaza, does not change that perspective. Just like it doesn't bring those people back. Just like it doesn't bring the 4,200 Palestinians that the Israeli rockets have killed thus far. 1,000 plus children, even before yesterday's hospital attacks. You are fucking insane if you think getting a gotcha in this moment is all you care about, is going to actually give you moral clarity in some ways. You are silly as fuck. I hate you so much. If that is your perspective, you are a fucking cretin, dude. Straight up. Disgusting. Filth. Pathetic. Evan Hill has an update. It now seems that the barrage the IDF claims as the source of the rocket misfire, apparently shown in this Channel 12 footage, is different from the single rocket intercept video that was the focus of much attention last night. Francesco Sebregandi said, the version, this is from last night, the version saying it would have been caused by a Palestinian rocket misfire is gaining traction online and among OSINT communities. A thread showing weaknesses in this version and why an Israeli bombing is more highly plausible. This post, aggregating several geolocation efforts, appears to conclude that it was a Palestinian rocket misfire based on mere synchronicity between a visible rocket fire over Gaza and the explosion geolocated on the site of the hospital. My question to Geo confirmed on the subject hasn't received a response. Said, hello and thanks for this analysis. How do you establish a causal link between a mid-air rocket explosion and the massive explosion that you geolocated at the site of the hospital? No one has given an answer for this. It does not seem possible, based on the data used by GeoConfirm, to discard the hypothesis of two synchronous events, one rocket fire and one targeted bombing, with no causal links between them. This morning, footage has emerged at the site of the hospital, starting with the IDF itself, which published drone footage arguing that the absence of a visible crater is proof that it is not them, but a failed rocket launched by Islamic Jihad, PIJ. A number of accounts online, including OSINT Technical, have been relaying this poorly substantiated argument. Indeed, a one-ton bomb, like an Mk-84, many of which have been used by the IDF to bomb Gaza, would indeed result in a large crater, 10 to 15 meters wide. This is something that I have said as well. Other missiles, such as a drone-fired spike, for example, also used by the IDF, would not leave a considerable crater. However, the problem here remains. While this is a fair assessment of the matter, a drone-fired spike is not capable of killing hundreds of people. Even if it's not 500 people, hundreds of people cannot die by a drone-fired spike rocket. On this topic, see our Joint Forensics Archive and Amnesty analysis of the bombing in Rafah in 2014, an example of a Mk-84 bombing. And for comparison, see the Human Rights Watch's 2009 report on drone strikes in Gaza. The drone-launched missiles detonate above the ground, which creates a narrow, relatively shallow crater from missile parts not involved in the fragmentation hitting the ground. For the historians here, the no crater argument painfully resonates with the negationist argument of Robert Forrison. No holes visible on the roof structures of Auschwitz equals no gas chambers equals no Holocaust. See Wiseman Eyal, key analysis of this invalid argument. Interestingly, as I write, the same account now publishing an actual picture of a small crater on the site of the Al Ahli Hospital. Possible impact crater at the Al Ahli Hospital, Gaza, roughly 1 by 1 meter, maybe 30 centimeters deep. Okay? Now let's look at the available information that would point to Israel's responsibility in this blast. First, the IDF actually already bombed the hospital on the 14th as a warning to evacuate, as Le Monde reported, which I reported on as well. Second, while I'm not an expert on Palestinian rockets, the probability of the thesis that a fragment of a rocket exploded in midair over Gaza would fall precisely on the courtyard of the hospital and generate a blast capable of killing hundreds seems extremely low. This is true. This is true. It is extremely low. It could have happened. I'm not discounting it, but it is incredibly unlikely. It is far more likely for the ongoing bombing campaign that Israel was conducting in that region and is conducted in Gaza consistently had a singular targeted strike in that courtyard. Third, for having investigated and reported Israel's war crimes in Palestine and in Gaza in particular for over a decade, I must say that we're witnessing communication-wise feels like textbook IDF disinformation and fog of war tactic. This part is also 100% true. The use of this argument by IDF to cover up particularly deadly strikes, then admitting responsibility later, has already occurred many times in the past. Israeli strike killed 5 Gaza children, officials admit, after initially blaming Islamic Jihad. We already covered it. Okay? We already covered that. But there are still inaccuracies. Okay? Oh, but I said this too, by the way. Here's the guy that wrote the Human Rights Watch report. I wrote this report. The damage seen in the Gaza hospital was not caused by an Israeli spike missile. The impact hole from a spike is mere centimeters in width. That is exactly what I said as well. That is why I'm telling you, while this thread brings up decent questions, it still does not give an answer to what caused that impact. What caused that explosion? Just like I told you, a spike missile is not capable of killing that many people, and that damage is not consistent with a spike missile. Okay? This is why I'm telling you that there is more confusion on the matter now that there is more information on the matter. Okay? No, it is not a Hamas weapons storage, man. Shut up. What are you saying? Dude, first of all, Hamas does store weapons in residential areas. This part is absolutely, yes, it is true, okay? It does. It stores them in tunnels, but you know where they store it in residential areas? In a fucking compact room that is like as far in the goddamn ground as possible. Why would they leave it out in the fucking open? What are you, crazy? And also, even if they did leave it out in the open, then they would explode. There would be multiple explosions. They would not store weapons in a fucking parking lot. You silly goofs. And weapons that would be stored in a potential parking lot would explode in a way that you can see it. When a munitions depot is attacked, like the video that I showed you from Ukraine, there are multiple secondary, third explosions that are firing off into the air like it's a fucking fireworks show. What's the most verifiable piece of intelligence out there to explain what the fuck happened here? The reason why I am offering more suspicion and I am more open-minded to this not being an Israeli Air Force strike now than I was yesterday is because we have a way of looking at the bomb site. Okay? And if you look at the impact, and if you look at the small crater, it is more consistent with misfires and Hamas rockets actually, or Islamic Jihad rockets actually hitting a target. Okay? There is more information available to me since last night than there was yesterday. This is not a defense of Israel. This is not a defense of the IDF. They are still ruthlessly conducting an endless bombing campaign. They are still killing civilians. It has not stopped. But I have to give you my assessment in this situation. You're playing into their hands, bro. Every reputable source corroborated by lies of Iraq, Afghanistan, and Israel crimes time and time again. Anyway, the munitions that Israel has, the weapons that Israel deploys, the small ones at least, are too small to kill that many people, and the large ones that would be consistent with that level of damage would leave a far greater impact on the ground that is impossible to avoid. Okay? Even if it blew up above the population, even if it didn't explode on impact, like the airburst theory that I have seen, okay? the airburst theory that I've seen being repeated in my chat as well, that would still create far greater impact on the surrounding buildings and also in the cars in the middle of the courtyard. This does not change the reality, and the reason why I'm saying it's 50-50 still, that it is so insanely a once in a lifetime situation for this to be their largest yield rockets that Hamas and the Islamic Jihad have to be deployed in that moment and then fall perfectly in to the courtyard of the hospital. Okay? That is like an incredibly low percentage of that happening. Like the fact that like it is so insanely low of a likelihood. The far greater likelihood, and the reason why I believe that there was an Israeli Air Force strike from the jump, is because they've been conducting these operations in that area already. Seeing the crater in and of itself is raising suspicions that it might not be Israel, but it still doesn't change that reality. Okay? Anyway, where were we? And let us remember the murdered Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. Exactly. Finally, we should take into account the testimony of Surgeon Ghassan Abu Sit, who had just moved to the Al Ahli hospital from the Shifa that morning and was operating when the hospital was hit. He said, "This morning I went into the Al Ahli hospital, also known as the Baptist hospital, as it was full of patients and needed a plastic surgeon to help out. As with all hospitals, it was full of internally displaced families seeking refuge. At around 5:30 p.m., upon discussing with my colleagues, decided to sleep there overnight so we can keep operating. While in between cases, I heard the screech of 2 missiles, then a loud explosion. The false ceiling on the OR fell. I walked towards the side entrance of the OR department. I saw that the hospital itself was on fire and that it was directly hit. The wounded started stumbling towards us. I then ran out to the emergency room where there were hundreds of severely wounded and dead. I put a tourniquet on the thigh of a man who had his leg blown off and then went to tend a man with a penetrating neck injury. When the ambulance came, I took him with the paramedics to the Shifa hospital. I am unharmed, but this was a massacre against the hospital. I lost my phone. Please circulate. I still have difficulty communicating since I lost my phone in the massacre. We now know that the number killed exceeds 500. This number will increase as I saw many dismembered bodies and parts of bodies as I carried the last patient into the ambulance past the courtyard. This was the most advertised crime in history. It was a massacre by appointment. The Israeli government has been openly saying it was going to target hospitals for the last week, and the world just stood by and did nothing. The number of children who were killed exceeds 50%. I saw a body of a toddler who had a missing head. The remaining patients who were at Ahli, the Baptist hospital, were moved to Shifa. Shifa has now run out of external fixators needed to stabilize fractures. This morning, the bombing continued. Another one of my colleagues at the burns unit found out his father was one of these seeking refuge at the Ahli hospital and was murdered. I am sorry for all the worry and anxiety I caused for my family and loved ones." This is why it's fucking insane that people are still arguing on who is responsible for this explosion when people on the ground believe that it was Israel. They can be wrong. They can still be wrong. But you know what they're not wrong about? The fact that bombings are still happening. The fact that Israel has not allowed water and food to get into the open air prison that they fucking are currently mercilessly bombing for the past 10 days. Okay? That is why it's insane that we are having this back and forth right now about whether this was one of the 6,000 bombs that Israel dropped and flexed on, by the way, openly on residential neighborhoods, while they continue to bomb. How can you not see that this serves as anything but a fucking distraction? If you think that this is the pivotal moment, this is the moment that actually got people to go, wow, it's really fucked up what Israel's doing, you are delusional. If you think that people are turning a blind eye to the 4,200 that Israel killed thus far, you are delusional. If you think that people are turning a blind eye to the 1,000 children that Israel killed before this hospital, you are delusional. It is a waste of fucking time. And you are a waste of fucking breath. What must happen now is a ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire. The fact that all of these people are going back and forth on the minutia trying to claim that, like, oh man, well, you didn't take what the IDF said hook, line, and sinker, instead of fucking using every waking moment that they have to defend, to stop the atrocities and to demand a ceasefire, shows me that you are not a serious person. That's it. Information is still emerging. At this stage, I would refrain from drawing any conclusions with 100% certainty. But as we collectively mourn the hundreds of civilian victims, it's important to underline that an Israeli strike currently remains by far the most probable cause. For the record, this comment analysis is strictly personal, does not represent the position or any org or institution. Anyway, so like I said, the main factors at play here, on the this is Islamic Jihad. This is an Islamic Jihad bomb that misfired, is the crater, the impact, not the human casualties, but the crater and the impact and the immediate area of the bombing. That is more consistent with missile strikes, whether misfired or directly targeted by Hamas missiles or Hamas rockets, than an Israeli Air Force MK-84 rocket. But ultimately, we are still waiting for more information from third-party analysis. And I don't mean OSINT guys on Twitter. I mean actual verifiable information, hopefully from the UN, with on-the-ground investigations. You need to go in there. And do chemical testing on the ground to see whether or not this was consistent with Hamas rockets or it was an Israeli rocket potentially. So we're throwing all of their artillery possibly Israel has. If you look at all of the artillery that Israel has, they are either too small to genuinely kill that many people, or they're too large and they can kill that many people, but the impact of it, the impact in the aftermath would be different. That's it. That's bullshit, Hasan? No, I'm telling you. I don't think it's bullshit at all. That is completely wrong. I'm losing my mind. The MK-84 is not the only rocket launched from their F-16s. I understand that. I'm not saying... I'm simply going against what I said yesterday when I, looking at the available information, thought that this was an F-16 launched MK-84 rocket, and I don't think that that is the case. But like I said, there's still confusion on the trajectory of the missile. There is no conclusive evidence on where the trajectory of the missile came from. And there is not enough analysis. There is not enough analysis on the footage that you saw from that balcony. Compare the damage from photos of rocket impacts in Ashkelon last weekend. The only real difference is that this explosion appears to have involved more accelerant, which would track with the reporting that this barrage was aimed at Tel Aviv. Same lack of significant cratering, same structural damage radius to parked cars, similar in a lot of ways. The competing theory here, the original theory was that this is an Israeli Air Force operation that specifically struck the courtyard with a targeted missile. Okay? The competing theory is that this is a misfire from the Islamic Jihad brigade that accidentally fell into the courtyard, directly striking the courtyard. And the reason why there was such a large explosion was because there was a tremendous amount of fuel, more fuel than it normally would have, as it finally lands at its target. Now, the other competing theory in this matter is the Iron Dome, that the Iron Dome actually dismantled a Palestinian, dismantled a Islamic Jihad rocket, and it fell. Okay. However, the Iron Dome, one, does not, as far as I know, does not intercept outside of Israel, and secondly, the Iron Dome is a technical marvel, and its dismantling processes also dismantles the bomb. The Iron Dome, the Iron Dome blows up the bomb mid-air, so all that falls down is not the actual bomb itself. The entire point of the Iron Dome is to dismantle the bomb in the air, so that if you accidentally just hit its rocket, for example, if you accidentally hit like the rotor and the bomb remains, that would mean that it's obscure. There's no reason for the Iron Dome to fucking be there. The warhead is always destroyed. That is what the whole purpose of the Iron Dome is. They destroy the warhead so that all that remains is simply just shrapnel that falls upon people, on top of people. So when it does end up intercepting a rocket, which it does over Israeli airspace and not necessarily over Palestinian airspace, like people are claiming this that happened in this instance, okay? That is the third theory. If it had intercepted, if the Iron Dome had actually intercepted, then the warhead would have been destroyed. An instantaneous disassembly? Yes. I mean, it is. The entire purpose of the Iron Dome is to intercept the rocket midair, explode it midair, so the warhead is taken out, and therefore, what happened in the courtyard of the hospital does not happen inside of Israel proper. That's the whole point. That's not true. The warhead is not always destroyed. The warheads have landed in Israel. The Iron Dome's success rate in interception is up for dispute, I guess, but its success rate once the rocket is intercepted is not. They might not get all of the rockets. Some of them they might not be able to hit, but the ones that they do hit, you will only see debris falling. Very rarely have those intercepted rockets actually exploded. The crater isn't from something large enough to kill 471 people. I agree with that. I don't know why you're arguing with me on this. As long as it succeeds, yes. Phalanx and the land one, forgot what it's called. Sometimes don't destroy the warhead, just happens. Yes, it is, man. They don't always destroy the warhead when they hit. You are wrong. You about to watch your stream and pick their favorite theory, Lamau? It might be more clear to people if you explain that the Iron Dome doesn't dismantle interceptor rockets, it blows them the fuck up. Yes. Well, yeah, it would be ridiculous for, it would be wild for any kind of Israeli anti-missile defense to be deployed on top of Gaza when there are thousands of rockets being lobbed into Israel, and they don't even intercept rockets that are flying over fucking Palestinian dense areas inside of Israel to begin with. They have to make do. And at a time when the Israeli defenses are supposed to basically operate under triage, considering how many missiles are being lobbed into Israel, I doubt that they would utilize their defenses on top of Gazan territory. AFP interviewed the EU intelligence, and their estimates of their death count is inaccurate. They project dozens, not hundreds. Hamas Israel war, dozens dead, not hundreds in Gaza hospital, says European intelligence official. The only thing I can tell you conclusively is that the death count that was originally suspected to be possibly in the thousands was wrong. But I have no reason to believe that. I have no reason to believe that hundreds did not die. At least 100 did not die. I think that the current estimate is still at 500. Is still sitting at 500.
Is Dr. Hasan Abu Sitta. My name is Dr. Hasan Abu Sitta. I am a plastic and reconstructive surgeon. I am a British Palestinian volunteer with Médecins Sans Frontières. This morning, upon the request of Al Ahli Hospital administration, I moved from Shifa Hospital to Al Ahli Hospital to help out with the treatment of some of the wounded, as the number of wounded had exceeded the number of beds in the hospital. We had been operating all day and had made the decision that in order to continue operating on these patients, I would stay behind and sleep at the hospital. In the evening, after we finished one of the surgeries, we heard a missile screech following by a huge explosion. As a result of the explosion, part of the ceiling of the operating room fell. As I moved towards the outside of the operating room and towards the emergency department, we could see bodies of children piled up, both dead, not moving, and wounded. There were several...
I'm gonna lose my... Is this Kurtlar Vadisi music? Is that actually... This music, I think, is like literally... Is it actually from Kurtlar Vadisi? Oh my lord. Oh my... HasanAbi. Okay, that's unrelated to the point, but the music playing in the background is from a very famous Turkish action drama that I even watched when I was a kid in Turkey. That's nuts. All right, here, I'm running the 3-minute ad break right now, and I'm going to pee.
Who had been amputated. I tended to a man who had his leg blown off at the thigh. We then carried on trying to resuscitate the patients. When the ambulance came, I decided to help out by carrying one of the wounded who had had a shrapnel in his neck into the ambulance. As I was walking towards the ambulance, there were body parts everywhere, and there were bodies piled up in the courtyard of the hospital. I then got into the ambulance and escorted the patient back to Shifa Hospital. This morning, when I drove into the hospital, I noted how full the hospital courtyard was, with families who had sought refuge inside the hospital, thinking that it would be a safe haven. It's these very same families who are now either dead or critically wounded as a result of this attack. This is a war crime that the world has seen coming. Israel has been warning the entire world that it was going to attack Palestinian hospitals, and it did exactly that. Every Western politician who has declared unconditional support for Israel's war effort on the Palestinian people has the blood of these children on their hands. That unconditional support is what led us to this massacre. The impunity that Israel believes it has from its Western allies is what has led to this massacre. No other country feels the impunity to target hospitals and get away with it. What happened today is a war crime, and if the Israelis get away with it again, then more war crimes will be committed and more hospitals will be targeted. أنا اسمي الدكتور غسان سليمان أبو ستة. أنا جراح تجميل وترميم من بريطانيا.
Okay. I just don't see how Israel could be responsible for this, as there were mass casualties within the hospital as a result of this. Wait, what? Oh, you don't see how Israel could not be responsible for this? I told you. I gave you guys the leading theories on the matter. Okay? I gave you the two competing theories on the matter and a third one that is like kind of ridiculous. There is a Channel 4 investigation that is being conducted into the matter as we speak.
Last night, as every night, news agency cameras...
Alex Thompson is their chief correspondent. He's been tweeting up a fucking storm, which we're going to get to now because there are inaccuracies within the IDF counter thus far that you will never hear from those who are just looking for a fucking gotcha in here because they're silly bitches. The Channel 4, what do you call it? The Channel 4 analysis on it is here. I'll just read you what Alex Thompson has said thus far. Starting from, hold on, the end point here. So, UN blames Israel for bombing one of its schools and sheltering people in Gaza yesterday. At least 6 killed. The UNWRA boss says nowhere is safe in Gaza according to UN facilities. Remarks made just before the hospital was hit by Islamic Jihad or IDF, depending on who you believe. The Gaza Health Ministry says 471 people killed in the hospital strike last night. Strange lack of video showing anything like this number of bodies. Not wishing to be cynical, in war and peace, verification matters more than statement. Tonight we put the Hamas and Israeli claims about who attacked the hospital to test at Channel 7 News on 4. We're going to be watching that in a second. Says the explosive site at the hospital in no way matches that of a ground-burst Israeli missile strike, but that doesn't discount drone or more airburst munitions used by Israel. So unless there is a specific type of munitions that they could point to that Israel has used in the past, okay, if they, if there is no specific Israeli munitions that they can point to that Israel has used in the past, then the likelihood shifts in the likelihood of this being conducted in the hands of Islamic Jihad as an accident it shifts in the favor of what the Israeli Defense Force has been saying. Okay? Important. This is very important to understand. We also know Israel attacked the hospital on Saturday and injured 4 staff. On Sunday, they phoned up telling everyone to get out and evacuate. The Archbishop of Canterbury confirmed the Saturday attack. Several experts confirm Hamas's view to Channel 4 News that the audio tape of Hamas operatives talking about the missile malfunction is a fake. They say tone, syntax, accent, and idiom are absurd. Israel's representation as a rear admiral and the tape saying the malfunctioning missile fired from the cemetery next to the hospital, that doesn't match the video of the event. This is why it is so frustrating when, like, the actual... This is why it did not flatten the hospital. Dude, please, guys. The hospital is not flattened. The hospital is back to working at 100% capacity as far as I understand it. Please, stop saying that the hospital was flattened. The hospital was not flattened, okay? The original on-the-ground reporting... The original on-the-ground reporting showed that there were hallways that were on fire, which led myself and many others to believe that the hospital was flattened by a massive missile. This is why it's not back to work. What is wrong with you? Wait. The photos of the aftermath verified? I thought that the hospital was already in operation. I thought the hospital was already operating. Not 100% capacity, but the structure stands. Regardless, the structure of the hospital is... The structure of the hospital still stands, okay? You can see it. Like, people are... It was literally flattened. No, it wasn't. No, it was not. What are you saying? Please stop. The hospital is not flattened, okay? They quickly transferred as many people as they possibly could to Shifa, okay? But the hospital in and of its, that hospital, the specific hospital that we're talking about was not flattened. Here it is. Ghassan Abu Sitta said, back to operating today. They will not break us. Now, I don't know if he means if he's operating out of Shifa, which is where they moved a lot of the patients to, or if he means that he's back to operation from the hospital that was bombed. But the hospital itself was not flattened. This is not a lie. Please stop. Let's continue. I hate being derailed by those who are, defending the Palestinian side here, and those who are just unconditionally repeating the IDF misinformation when I am trying to cover what the IDF has said thus far that doesn't even match what other things they have said thus far. Israel's presentation as a rear admiral in the tape saying the malfunctioning missile fired from cemetery next to the hospital. That doesn't match the video of the event. Israel's infographic has the firing site 5 kilometers southwest of the hospital. It cannot be there, and the next door cemetery can it. Equally, if Islamic Jihad have the warhead which hit the hospital and they have evidence linking it to the site and thus to Israel, curious, therefore, they would have not produced this evidence. Fucking typing in the weirdest way possible. But anyway, they conducted a visual investigation, and we're going to take a look at it now, okay? Here.
Locked off in Gaza to record the explosions. At 10 to 7, they pick up what appears to be a rocket above Gaza, apparently exploding in midair. Shortly after, 2 explosions, the second believed to be in the hospital car.
If the UN actually conducts the investigation you're talking about and finds no evidence that Israel fired those rockets, will your views about Hamas and Israel change? My views about Hamas and Israel will not change. I am not in favor of Hamas, and I'm not in favor of what Israel is doing. That part will not change. But I will admit that I was wrong in my original assessment. Yes, I said this yesterday as well. I said that it is highly unlikely that this was anything but an Israeli Air Force operation, but the line that I draw in the sand is independent third-party investigators. I will not actually believe the IDF unconditionally, okay? And my assessment of whether or not I believe this is an Israeli Air Force strike does not revolve around what Hamas is saying, but instead what we have seen thus far. The Israeli Air Force was operating in that area. As a matter of fact, this Al Jazeera live stream that they're showing right now, that many people have actually pointed to, we watched it. We watched the Al Jazeera live stream before they even knew that the hospital had been bombed. They were talking about how the Israeli Air Force, as you can hear the rockets and as you can hear the F-16s flying overhead, are conducting an operation in this area. The IDF and the IAF, the Israeli Air Force, have lied and said that they were not conducting an operation in the area immediately in the aftermath of the bombing. This is important to understand. A lot of people, for some weird reason, are not seeing anything beyond the 30-second clips that you see on Twitter. This is precisely the reason why we looked at the actual live stream in its entirety and saw that during that live stream in its entirety that the Al Jazeera reporters that were overhead trying to cover and assess what was happening on the ground before they even knew that the hospital had been bombed were looking at the bombing campaign going on and stating that there are F-16s flying overhead and Israel is conducting a bombing campaign in the area. Okay? Let's continue.
Causes a large and immediate fire. There's no proof that the mid-air and ground explosions are necessarily linked. We spoke to one eyewitness.
I live very near to the hospital, and we have seen, the neighboring area have seen the bombs dropping on the hospital. The explosion was so massive and so huge, and the mountain fire rising up into the sky was so horrible. We instantly knew that this is the Ahli Arab Hospital. It's the Baptist hospital, the oldest Christian hospital in Gaza Strip.
Dr. Mohammed Al-Naka said there was no warning and about 3,000 people were sheltering here. He said, "We don't know what it was, but we know what it can do after it targeted children who were cut to pieces." Gaza's Hamas-controlled health ministry says 471 people were killed. If so, that's by far the worst single loss of life for Palestinians.
This video that they're censoring is part of the reason why I think that the number of killed in this situation is more than 100. I know it sounds impossible. I know it sounds crazy when you think about the untold amount of humans that died here. So you're like 500, that's insane. Almost 500, that's crazy. But like when you look at the video, you could probably count at least 60 in that brief video. And of course, plenty of people were sleeping outside next to the hospital to seek refuge from the endless bombing campaign that was occurring in their neighborhoods. Those people were sheltered in that courtyard. But what did babies do in a parking lot? What do you mean? They were sheltering. They were sheltering next to a hospital. They were sheltering next to the hospital courtyard, thinking that while Israel had said that they are going to fucking blow up the hospital time and time again and actually shelled the hospital, that, you know, they would simply not do it. Okay?
In all the long wars with Israel. Doctors held a press conference standing in the middle of a makeshift mortuary. It is clear scores of people at least were killed. Moreover, the Archbishop of Canterbury has said the hospital was attacked at the weekend, at least 4 civilians injured. And on Sunday, the Israelis phoned up telling everybody to evacuate. Gaza today, damage caused by an Israeli airstrike. Concrete buildings pancaked, structural collapse over a wide area, splash marks of shrapnel. Large craters are usual if the missile hits open ground as opposed to a building.
Yeah. See, look at that. Like, that is very different. That is what it would have looked like if this was an MK-84 missile that was lobbed at the hospital. This is multiple missiles, obviously, but it would be far, the damage to the structural damage would be far greater, okay? This is very important. Wrong, MK-84 aren't used versus buildings. For a reference point of comparison, 2 years ago, BBC News footage of IDF AF leveling buildings with JDAM's broad daylight danger close. This does not mean that they don't have any other munitions, any other missiles. Of course they do. They have a massive range of different types of weapons that they can use. Oh, danger close equals medals for the boys, guys. Yeah, fucking 200 yards is danger close. We're Oscar Mike. This is a kinetic situation, boys. Get them. Fucking nerds.
Ground as opposed to a building, like a car park. This is what you see at the hospital today. Small craters you'd expect from a mortar strike or artillery round, not a missile. Surrounding buildings have only superficial damage, not structural collapse.
Yeah.
Some of the windows of an adjoining church remain intact. This makes a ground-detonating Israeli missile strike unlikely, but it doesn't rule out an airburst munition, which could cause major loss of life, but would produce far less structural damage.
That's
so
important.
What then of Israel's explanation? Sensing a major problem, they worked through the night to get their version out. Press conference first thing.
Good morning, everybody.
Conclusion, a misfiring Islamic Jihad rocket caused it all.
Isn't this all caused by excess fuel in the rocket? That is the competing theory. Okay? Channel 4, I think, does a pretty good job of parsing through this in a much better way than I was trying to, while also duking it out with fucking debate lords in my chat. If you think that this was an Israeli Air Force strike, and there's plenty of circumstantial evidence to point to this being an Israeli Air Force strike, and there's also the impact report that you can look at that still could be an Israeli Air Force strike. My original assessment of it being a Mark 84 a Mark 84 bomb being strapped to a JDAM, Joint Direct Attack Munition Guidance Kit, is incorrect. Looking at the crater itself, okay? And like I said, I am not a missile nerd like many are in here. Why are you stuttering? Dude. The parasocial cyber stalking needs to stop. It needs to stop. You're trying to derive like how I'm feeling in this moment of my 11th day of coverage. 10 hours of coverage pretty much every fucking day, and you're like, wow, dude, well, you're stuttering. Fucking got him. Like, that's your takeaway here? That's your fucking takeaway? Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Okay. If you believe that this is an Israeli Air Force operation, could be it could be a bomb that they deployed that was targeted, that blew up before it hitting the ground. Okay? If you believe that it is not, the Israeli counter to this has been, well, inconsistent, to say the least, where, you know, some members on their digital team have immediately started off by celebrating the attack and then going back on it and apologizing. But also, the counters that they've deployed in this misinformation fog of war situation have also been inconsistent. Originally, they said that it was a intercepted missile that fell. Then they said it was a Hamas missile that misfired. Then they said it was an Islamic Jihad missile that misfired. And even in that misfire, they said that it was actually deployed from a missile that was launched from a cemetery. And then other evidence that they showed that it wasn't actually fired from a cemetery at all. And there is not enough proof for any of those counter proposals. But the working theory on the other side is that it was potentially a Islamic Jihad missile, their largest one, their Islamic Jihad rocket, their largest one, that misfired and fell into the courtyard. And given its trajectory, which the claims would be Tel Aviv, which I don't think they have their strike capability. Okay, it would have a lot more fuel in it, and that is the reason why, because it misfired with a shit ton of fuel in it, the explosion was far greater. Okay, now, the reason why the misfiring conversation is a relatively silly one, or at least the leading theory being that it's definitely a misfire, is for a couple different reasons. One of the important ones is, hold on, let me pull up this information really quickly, is the capabilities of the Islamic Jihad munitions. Like what their capabilities are, okay? Hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up really quickly. This guy had some good takes on it. Hold on. Let me see if I can... Here. This is literally from... this is from last night even. This guy is a munitions expert. For what it's worth, doesn't look or sound quite like an airstrike using a typical IAF 1,000-pound or 2,000-pound JDAM Mark 80 series. To me, incoming projectile sounds like it's under power, and the explosion frames visible look like a propellant fire, largely propellant fire rather than the detonation. He then follows up and says, the flames look more like propellant from a missile or rocket igniting than they do the conical high explosive detonation signature from a bomb. Maybe there was fuel on the site that was hit, which would explain that, but just saying what initial impressions are from that footage. Okay? So the rocket that the IDF claim the Islamic Jihad launched was a Badr 3 rocket. Okay? It is a 400-kilogram rocket. It is a 400-kilogram warhead. Okay? A 400-kilogram warhead, which does not have the distance to go all the way to Tel Aviv. Because remember, the rockets that they have are the rockets that they have and their deployment capabilities are incredibly limited. Okay? So that in and of itself also ruins the argument. That in and of itself also ruins the argument that this was a Badr 3 rocket that blew up and misfired, and it was actually the tremendous amount of fuel that it had to go the distance all the way to Tel Aviv, when the rockets themselves do not have that strike capability. They cannot go here. This is the PIJ Saraya Al-Quds have released footage of their Badr 3 rocket preparations for launching towards Israel. These are the rockets that we're talking about. This is the largest warhead that they have. Okay? This is the largest warhead that they have. But the problem for the argument, if you are making an argument that this is the warhead that they misfired, is that this in and of itself, on top of the fuel, the fuel that this rocket had in it, caused that propeller explosion. Doesn't make all too much sense. Elit News says, generally the longer range, the smaller the warhead, so it may be long-range rocket with a smaller warhead, but a larger amount of solid propellant. Yes. What I was going to say is, these the Badr 3 rockets have very limited distance. They do not have the strike capabilities that could go all the way to Tel Aviv. So either it is this rocket, but it probably would make a larger crater if it was this rocket, or a smaller rocket if you believe the IDF claims that had a lot more fuel in it. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
According to our intelligence, Hamas checked the reports, understood it was an Islamic Jihad rocket that had misfired, and decided to launch a global media campaign to hide what really happened.
They present what they say is two Hamas operatives talking about the attack.
بس بقول لك أول مرة بنشوف الصاروخ زي هيك والشظايا هذه فبقول لك تبع الجهاد الصواريخ الجهاد الإسلامي هاي.
Hamas call this an obvious fabrication. Two independent Arab journalists told us the same thing because of the language, accent, dialect, syntax and tone, none of which is, they say, credible. Equally, Israel claims the Islamic Jihad failed missile was fired from here, a cemetery very close to the hospital. But look again at...
This is why I'm losing my fucking mind at every single person running in and being like, Hasan, the fact that you are making an honest assessment and going back on certain parts that you speculated with new information means that you 100% believe that the IDF is correct, and you're a fucking idiot for even ever saying the opposite. is so ridiculous when the IDF information that has come out since last night are inconsistent with other IDF information that has come out since last night. It's so fucking stupid. You come in here to be like, I got you, when I told you what my line in the sand is. Independent third-party verification. If there is a report from the Human Rights Watch or Amnesty or any other kind of third-party forensics analysis, if there's any kind of on-the-ground analysis from the UN, for example, of course, I will honor those the results of said investigation. But the claim that like Israel has given verifiable evidence is ridiculous. The only thing that actually works in favor of Israel's argument that this was a misfire is literally nothing that Israel actually showed, and instead just things that you can see with your own two eyes when you look at the actual damage on the ground. That's it. Because the information that Israel has presented, the IAF and the IDF have presented thus far, quite literally contradict itself.
The video of the event, the trajectory of the missile doesn't line up with that location. Too high, too horizontal. Confusingly, the Israelis' presentation also says the missile was fired from a location down in the southwest.
First, they said it was a cemetery right behind the hospital. Then they fucking show that their own presentation shows the rocket launch site is actually further away.
It can't be both. Islamic Jihad say it was an Israeli missile and they have the warhead to prove it, but they haven't produced it.
I wanted to be here today.
So Joe Biden believes Israel, so does the UN. Much of the Arab world and many beyond it do not. And Israel has form when it comes to war propaganda. Its claims about not being responsible for shooting dead British filmmakers.
What? As someone who leaned towards it being Israel but tried away from our info, does this cast down on Hamas's other casualty estimates? Dude, it is so disgusting for you to fucking immediately take the situation and go, actually, no one is dying in Palestine. Like, you have to be out of your fucking mind. This is so insanely disingenuous, dude. I'm sorry. I don't care that you are disappointed in this community, okay? Like, yeah, actually, you know what? I don't believe in a single thing that even international communities have verified. 75 years of occupation and apartheid, all fake. Why? Because this time, it might be a fucking misfired rocket. So, obviously, the 4,200 dead, 1,000 plus children, probably also fake. Does this cast doubt on Hamas's other casualty estimates? I didn't think so, but I find it difficult seeing how almost 1,000 people could be killed. The 1,000 number was a falsehood. As far as I understand it, there was an estimation, a speculation that there might be up to 1,000, but that was not brought up by any of the health officials on the ground. The health officials said 500, okay? Now, they've made another assessment where they claim it was 479. I do not know if that is accurate, although I do not believe that there is any reason for it to be inaccurate. The only reason why it seems unlikely, the only reason why it seems to be incredibly high is because of the blast radius and the damage on the ground. But if you look at the videos in the immediate aftermath of that explosion, there are saying that the casualties are in the hundreds is not ridiculous at all. Assuming that if this is 100% without a doubt a misfired Islamic Jihad rocket, calls into question every single casualty so far, you are playing in to the occupation. You are just taking the propaganda hook, line, and sinker. There's a reason why we are still going back and forth on the veracity of the claims. Dude is like, it might not be the IDF this time. Can I get my donation back, please? Yeah.
Maker James Miller in Gaza 20 years ago were widely dismissed, not least by a British court. Israel denied shooting dead Palestinian-American photojournalist Shireen Abu Akleh last year, only to backtrack later on admitting they probably did.
In response to that, Chatter, you literally already said the death count is questionable. Chatter is still mad or missed when you said that? Yeah.
Did kill her. Just two examples from a long track record. And as we've seen, Israel has already attacked this hospital. And yesterday it's accused of bombing a UN-protected school, killing several civilians. Israel and Hamas can tweet what they like. The truth of what happened here last night requires independent, expert investigation. Not happening.
If they lied once, does that mean they've always been lying? Why doesn't that same thinking apply to the IDF, Chatter? Yeah, that's the, like, the uncharitability seeping out of those who are otherwise well-intentioned individuals. Re-examine your perspective. The people on the ground who are experiencing an endless bombing campaign can sometimes get information wrong to immediately assume that they are deliberately lying about the number of dead when they do not have electricity, when they do not have food, when they do not have water, when they've been getting bombed mercilessly. But we are uncharitable about that. They must be vociferously just presenting a falsehood to make Israel look bad. Okay? But then simultaneously, the actual military state apparatus that has lied over and over again deliberately to the media after their own verifiable bombing campaigns, those guys never get that level of scrutiny or skepticism. Please think about the double standard here. Think about your own personal assessment of the situation and think about the double standard. The circumstantial evidence, which albeit is circumstantial, is entirely against Israel. I am trying to parse through the misinformation in the fog of war and going back on a 90% certainty that I offered to you after seeing the impact with my own two eyes. It is not because of like the IDF counters that I have seen, because the IDF counters that I have seen are literally inconsistent, as you saw on this independent Channel 4 video. We are still waiting on third-party verification, which is what I drew my line in the sand on. Third-party verification over IDF claims every single time. The IDF has never been truthful about their bombing campaigns. They have consistently lied about it. There is no reason for you to ever in a million years take what they say uncritically and report on it. No shot. Anyone that does that is an unserious charlatan. Okay? There is significantly more evidence on verifiable, well-documented war crimes that the Israeli Defense Force has engaged in, where they went back, blamed Islamic Jihad, blamed Hamas, and then turned around and quietly, openly admitted that they did it in the aftermath of actual third-party verification months later, without punishing those who were responsible for it, mind you. And like I said before, like I said yesterday, none of this excuses the endless bombing campaign. that the IDF is still currently engaging in. It does not excuse the bakery that they destroyed. It does not excuse the UN school that they targeted. It does not excuse the 22 different instances where they hit hospitals. It does not excuse the shelling that that very same hospital experienced at the hands of Israel only 3 days prior. Well, 2 days prior. Like I said earlier today, I said I'm losing my mind. Israel has been bombing Gaza and has shut off water, power, and food into Gaza for the past 10 days. They've killed 4,200 people and 1,000 are children. This last bombing is still not independently verified. But even if it is the Islamic Jihad, it would make up a fraction of the toll. The IDF argument is also laughably insane. Hamas and Islamic Jihad are bad, which is true, and they misfired a rocket that killed many in a hospital that they have shelled, that the IDF has shelled, and the only way to stop Islamic Jihad and Hamas is by what? Firing missiles on children that they're depriving of food, water, and power for the last 10 days? How does this make any sense to you? It does. The point is, it doesn't. It doesn't have to make sense. It's just misinformation warfare. That's it. It's there to make you go, wait a minute. If my immediate assumption was that this wasn't the IDF, maybe Palestinian authorities and the health ministry is lying all the time. Maybe the 4,200 number is incorrect. It is to serve a very specific purpose, and that is to make you forget what they said before they started the bombing campaign. These are human animals that we're fighting. We are going to reduce Gaza into rubble. We are going to turn it into a tent city. We are going to make sure that every Palestinian has to leave, has no other option but to leave. That it is the law of the jungle. That Palestinians across the board, we will not make a distinction between Palestinians and Hamas. And they certainly have not in their policy, regardless of what they're saying, because they go back and forth on it. Their policy is the same. They do treat every Palestinian as though they are Hamas. And when civilian casualties happen, as of course it is going to happen, it's the most densely packed open-air prison on the fucking planet, they turn around and say, well, those were human shields. Sucks to suck. We hate to see the casualties, but we are the most moral military after all. It is unimaginable that everyone has seemingly forgotten every single bombing that has occurred until this very moment at this hospital, and every single bombing that has happened since the hospital. Ridiculous. Here is the Sky News assessment on the matter as well.
Explosion that, first of all, has claimed lives. There's also inflamed opinion across the Middle East and the world. The Sky News data and forensics team has been examining the open source visual evidence, video and satellite. This is what we know, and just as importantly, what we don't know. Now, this is where the Al-Ali hospital is located, in Gaza City, in the area that Israel had warned Palestinians to evacuate from. And nearby is where we believe one of the first videos was taken. It appears to show the moment of impact. The plume of smoke you see from the explosion in this video is consistent with other videos that have been published. But there are other sources of video. The Qatar-backed TV channel Al Jazeera was broadcasting live from this location here. And as you can see from the map, it overlooks the hospital pretty directly. It's just less than a mile away. Now, in their footage, we see what...
Going back on your admissions of bias earlier, just wanted to say in the social sciences we call that reflexivity, and it actually makes you more credible pundit than most out there explaining and unpacking that bias in real time. Yeah, I mean, I make no mistake. I have told you that I am unflinchingly in support of the emancipation of Palestinians. Okay? It's not like a secret. It's something that I say all the time. It's something that I openly admit all the time. And when I get new information, like I did after I ended the stream last night, I admitted that it changed my perspective. Do I still believe that Israel is a brutal occupying force? Abso-fucking-lutely. Do I still believe that they are engaging in war crimes? Abso-fucking-lutely. Why would that change? Of course. Of course that is still happening. This latest bombing does not change that reality.
What looks like a missile rising into the sky, then malfunctioning. You're about to see an explosion here. Now, this is taking place at around 7 p.m. That is important. And shortly after that, we see this explosion on the ground. Now, we're confident that this shows the actual missile.
They're just farming you, bro. They're in the chat messaging chatters and DMs. The majority of them are not real chatters. Yeah, they're fucking insane.
These distinctive buildings you can see in that video, take note of them because they appear to match up to these ones on the Google Earth imagery covered in solar panels at the front of the hospital. So we're confident where it is. But there is more video. This is filmed from inside Israel, first published by an Israeli television channel. It's a lot further away. Their point over here is around 12 miles from the hospital, but it does correspond. Note the timestamp again, it's around 7 p.m. corresponds with that Al Jazeera video when the timings for night fell and the reports of an explosion at the hospital came through.
Wait, what? There's so many lights on this. Is this actually from that time? I don't think this is. I don't think this is a real. Wait.
More video. This is filmed from inside Israel, first published by an Israeli television channel. It's a lot further away. Their point over here is around 12 miles from the hospital, but it does correspond. Note the timestamp again, it's around 7 p.m. corresponds with that Al Jazeera video when the timings for night fell and the reports of an explosion at the hospital came through. And projectiles are seen being fired into the sky to the west of the hospital in the moments before the explosion on the ground. And there's another video that's filmed from the north. We've put this in yellow so you can see that barrage, that's the same place. And then in the red over here, we're going to see the same explosion. We've put those together for comparison. Now, this is what the car park looks like in the morning. Burnt out cars, but beyond that, the damage is relatively minimal. And here's a view of the crater it left. Again, that is small, especially compared to the aftermath of previous Israeli strikes we've seen this week, which have leveled buildings and even neighborhoods. Now, none of that is definitive evidence. It doesn't rule out an Israeli airstrike at the same time as the apparent rocket failure, perhaps with a smaller missile, nor does it say it came from Hamas or Islamic Jihad. But it is the best picture we have so far.
Yeah. There is still no confirmation, okay? Anyone that claims that there is 100% confirmation is lying to you. On top of this, on top of the lack of third-party verified investigations that arrive at a conclusion, the only involved party that has come up with another investigation is the American government, according to the NBC at least. Let me see if I can pull that up here real quick. Hold on, NBC. Their investigation came up with a weird conclusion, I will say, where they said it's not the Israeli. This is not the fault of the Israeli airstrikes. That's basically what I saw from the American government. Okay. Yet yesterday you shot without confirmation. I'm challenging you to find a single Palestinian from Gaza on Instagram that wasn't praising 710. Please, I want to see the regular people of Gaza. Wait, what? That yesterday propaganda coasted in life around the world, yet yesterday you shout without confirmation. Don't you see the hypocrisy? Brother, whether it is 4,000 people or 4,500 people does not change the reality that 4,000 people died. Do you understand that? Does that make sense to you? To hyper-focus on the last bombing when there have been 6,000 bombs dropped on these people, okay, when that hospital itself has been bombed by the Israeli Air Force so far, is fucking ridiculous. You are trying to desperately cling on to whatever you can. It is so sad. Anyway, we're gonna move on from all of this, and we're gonna talk about the Free Palestine No Thanks video in a second, as I bring in a Palestinian historian Zachary Foster will be joining me soon. What happened, by the way? What new information is there? The IDF brought up a bunch of inconsistent information that doesn't even correspond to one another, but that's not that interesting. What's interesting to me is, and there was a hold on, I'll show you the here. I didn't even show you the full IDF stuff. There was a phone conversation that they supposedly found or intercepted as well, and revealed as like the Islamic Jihad guys are openly admitting that it's their rockets that blew up the courtyard. Although he's right, you got emotional and got flew with the wave against Israelis. By the way, I agree with you. Everything you said about the specific event. In my opinion, Israelis are doing what they did. The World War III must stop immediately. Wait, what? Guys, my anger that I've been screaming at the top of my fucking lungs didn't start yesterday. I think you just only are focusing on yesterday because you were oblivious, or you weren't here the day before or the day before or the day before. I've been yelling. I've been yelling for 10 years, as a matter of fact. It's not the first time that I've yelled about Israel. Okay?
The IDF has concluded
Here.
an after-action review and confirmed that the Islamic Jihad was responsible for the strike at
No, I don't believe the phone conversation. I think the phone conversation is absolutely inconclusive and ridiculous. The only thing that has made me question my prior confidence in this being an Israeli airstrike is the impact. Is the footage of the impact after the aftermath of the impact. That's it.
Did an immediate review with all relevant branches of the IDF. This is what took place on Tuesday, October 17th. At 6:15 p.m., a barrage of rockets was fired by Hamas to Israel. Then, at 6:59 p.m., a barrage of around 10 rockets was fired by Islamic Jihad from a nearby cemetery. It was at the time that 6:59 p.m. when there were...
Make no mistake, what they're saying here does not correspond to other information that they simultaneously released in the maps that they showed. They posted information simultaneously alongside this press conference that they actually even show in this press conference that directly contradicts what they're saying here.
Reports of an explosion at the Al-Hali al-Mahadani hospital in Gaza City. According to our intelligence, Hamas checked the reports, understood it was an Islamic Jihad rocket that had misfired, and decided to launch a global media campaign to hide what really happened. They went as far as inflating the numbers of casualties. They understood with absolute certainty that it was a rocket misfired by Islamic Jihad that damaged the hospital. Analysis of our aerial footage confirms that there was no direct hit to the hospital itself. The only location damage is outside the hospital in the parking lot, where we can see signs of burning, which I will show later, no cratering, and no structural damage to nearby buildings.
This is the only part of the new information that has been revealed that actually casts doubt on how confident I was. Okay, the after the impact of rocket fire, and the reason why I thought that it was a Israeli missile strike. The reason why I thought that it was an Israeli missile strike was because I was led to believe that the hospital had been structurally damaged and that it was the hospital that was directly targeted and not necessarily the courtyard. Okay? This was false. This was incorrect. This part is true.
As opposed to the damage caused by any aerial munition which would have been of different nature. We would have seen craters and structural damage to the buildings, both of which haven't been identified in this incident. The size of the damage we see here is due to the warhead of the Islamic Jihad rocket, but most of the rocket's propellant is still evident due to the short flight of the rocket because the launch failed. The following visual evidence shows infrared imagery of the parking lot. You can see the central locations of fires, some debris of rooftops, no craters can be identified. I want to show you that myself. This is the area of the hospital. Okay? We are showing the parking lot and the hospital. Okay? Those are
And then they show other areas that they've hit directly with their MK-84s, okay? This bomb airburst JDAM MK-83 make the same impact crater? No. If it's airburst, okay, if it blew up before impacting on the ground, the cars would have fucking flown around, brother. That's not true. The cars in that area would have not just, it wouldn't just be one car that flipped and a couple cars that just like moved around. Even if it blew up on top of the structure before it actually made impact with the ground, which is what you're saying, there would have been a lot more structural damage. That's it. That's true. That part is literally true. So the argument shouldn't necessarily be whether it's airburst or not. The argument should revolve around trying to figure out what kind of munitions was used in this circumstance. Okay? That's it. That's not right. Okay. So it sounds like nothing matches. Israeli weapons are all too powerful for the structural damage, but jihadi rockets are all too weak for the human damage? Kind of. Not necessarily. I think Israel has a far greater range of weapons at their disposal, whereas we know what the limitations are with Palestinian weapons. What doesn't match up is the number of casualties and how large the explosion was above ground, and also how the verified footage from the balcony that is consistent with an F-16 flying over and lobbing a missile directly at the hospital. That no one has disproven thus far. And that is the most conclusive footage we've seen of the bombing thus far. All of the other footage that we've seen of the bombing so far does not feature any audio. The only one that has audio is the balcony footage. This is a major problem. The explosion I saw was the size of an entire block, not just a parking lot.
Those are in red.
What is the audio going to change? What do you mean? What? Audio is a gigantic component in the verification process. That's like saying, what would like soil chemical reports change in this matter? What? That's actually that's literally tangible evidence. That's like way more important than the circumstantial evidence that directly points the finger of blame at Israel. the fact that they were doing an ongoing active bombing campaign in the region at the time, the fact that they had bombed the hospital before 2 days prior, the fact that they demanded a evacuation from said hospital the day before. All of that is circumstantial, but certainly points in the direction of Israel being at fault here. So with a limited / non-electricity, someone was sitting on the balcony in Gaza filming and then uploaded it within minutes. Yes. There's a reason why there's only one. I'm shocked that there isn't more footage that has come out from this so far. They have limited internet. It's very patchy and they have no electricity, but people still have a way to charge their phones. And I'm shocked that there's only been one on the ground camera footage that has come out of it, for sure. Anyway, I want to just show you the fucking phone conversation. That's all I want to show you because it's like, where is it? Do they have it here? Does he? Oh, he doesn't even go through the fucking phone
IDF
conversation.
fire
God damn it.
by land.
Anyone else love the fact that what we're doing exactly what the Athenians were doing while they were constantly under siege? Truly history repeating itself. I want to go home, dude. Oh, here. Okay. A recording of the conversation regarding the hospital launch incident by the Islamic Jihad terror organization. This is the Israeli Defense Force that revealed this audio conversation. It starts out with one, Hamas operative number one. Now, I don't know why they wouldn't actually reveal who the Hamas operative is. That's interesting to me, that they have the capacity to intercept this conversation, and yet I guess they don't want to dox the Hamas guy. How kind? Personally, I think it's personally very kind for Israel to not dox the Hamas operative number one. Okay? I'm telling you, this is the first time that we see a missile like this falling. And so why are we saying Hamas operative 2 says, and so that's why we are saying it belongs to the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Says what? They are saying it belongs to the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. It's from us, says Hamas operative 1. Hamas operative 2 says it looks like it. Who says this? Hamas operative 2 says they are saying that the shrapnel from the missile is local shrapnel and looks like it, and not like Israeli shrapnel. What are you saying, name, that they bleeped? I don't know why. Silence. God bless. It couldn't have found another place to explode. Never mind. Yes, bleep. They shot it from the cemetery behind the hospital. They shot it from the cemetery. What? Hamas operative 1 says they shot it from the cemetery behind the Al-Amadani Hospital, which is the Arabic name, I guess, for the hospital. And it misfired and fell on them. There's a cemetery behind it. Yes, Al-Amadani. It's exactly in the. It is exactly in the compound. Where is it when you enter the compound? And it's on the right side of the Al-Amadani Hospital. Yes, I know it. Recording ends. This is also middling Arabic at best and 100% not a Gaza accent. Also, the words feel wrong, but that's less subjective analysis. Yeah, So since then, since this came out, which, by the way, the IDF, sometimes they're so good at intercepting conversations, and then other times, like on October 6th, not so good at all. A lot of people have said that this is, at least as far as I understand it, from Channel 4 and Sky News and numerous other people reporting on the matter, that this is not great evidence, and that it doesn't make sense. Like, people don't talk this way. Also, on my end, when I read these, when I watch this, like, the thing I don't understand is why they just bleep the names. Hamas 1, my slaves heard a really loud blast. Hamas guy 2, Allah praise evil. Hamas guy 1, Bismillah. Let's exaggerate the death toll to endanger the one place on earth Jews are safe. Hamas guy 2, RAR XD. It's so funny how they didn't even name these guys. Look, we may be at war, but we will not dox people. Yeah, that part I don't understand. Like, what? I don't get the whole we're not going to reveal the names. It's because they are current intel targets. I know, I've heard this already. I don't think it's fake because they're current targets. It's because they're current intel targets. I don't know why they would be having a phone conversation like this, like via a telephone. As far as I understand, they have a policy not to reveal names in the phone conversations that they're having, if they have any phone conversations at all. And since the cut power, it's easier to get comms. Yeah. But like I said, as far as the recording being called in the question, the reason why I don't believe it is because people who speak the language have said that it is not how people would speak. If they find out that they lied about it, what's going to change? They're still killing people? Exactly. If Hamas or PIJ actually fired the rocket, how does the IDF explain the 5+ fake videos and fake phone conversations they produced in the first 24 hours? I think at this point, and I'm going to move on from the hospital thing unless we talk about this, because I want to cover Joe Brandon's full remarks after visiting Israel. I think the major point here is to just have this conversation over and over again, because every moment that you're having this back and forth, it calls into question all the Palestinian casualties that the health ministry has revealed. It calls into question whether or not Israel is actually cruel and unusual in its targeted striking. Maybe the cruel and unusual guys are only the Islamic Jihad and not the ongoing occupation and the siege. Nobody is thinking about the siege up to this moment, 75 years of occupation. Nobody is fucking considering. Nobody is considering the water, food, and power being shut off from Gaza. The fact that they said that they reopened the fact that they said that they actually restarted water in the southern area of Gaza, and on the ground reporting shows that is not the case, that they only opened one pipe, and that without electricity they can't even pump the water regardless. Like, all of that is gone. All of the cruel and unusual punishment that the entire 2 million population of Palestinians in Gaza have been subjected to at the hands of the Israeli occupation is now gone. What's important is whether or not this was an Islamic Jihad rocket, or if this was a part of the ongoing Israeli bombing campaign. And people will desperately cling on to that because having that conversation back and forth, like I said, moves the conversation away from the actual ongoing atrocities. It stops the ongoing atrocities from being covered. That's it. It's like literally, it's the most classic, basic distraction that you could engage with. It's like a top of the hour ad break. Which comes at the top of every hour. Moving on to Brandon. Okay. No longer want to see it. You can subscribe. You don't have to. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Let's move on and let's talk Brandon.
And for the unequivocal support you have given Israel during these trying times, a support that reflects the overwhelming will of the American people. I've seen your support every day in the depth and breadth of cooperation that we have had since the beginning of this war. A level of cooperation that is truly unprecedented in the history of the great alliance between our two nations. We see that support in your steadfast commitment to provide Israel with the tools we need to defend ourselves. We see that support in the clear message you've sent our enemies not to test our resolve, and in the two.
Oh shit, I forgot. I'm supposed to have Zachary Foster on right now. Shit. Hold on 1 second. We are now going to move on to the Free Palestine No Thanks. Video. And then we'll get back to the Brandon thing. You need a producer? Yeah, I know, but I don't have one. I have an update on the $1 million that we have raised thus far. The CEO of Tiltify has DM'd me. He said, "Hey, Hasan, congratulations on breaking 1 million. As a quick update, fortunately, I found out that the PCRF, the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, and MAP, Medical Aid for Palestine, are already current clients, so we have reached out about the fund transfers. And then we have separately outreached to the contacts at ANIRA and the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, or Palestine Red Crescent Society, through our contacts at the ICRC to get the paperwork we need, hoping to start initial fund transfers next week." So funds are going to be deployed next week. Okay? So. Good news on that. What motherfucker dub? What? I don't know what that means. Oh. So yeah. I think this will be very helpful for a lot of people. Okay, I'm going to go pee real quick, and then we're going to move on to the... We're told the rate...
level to the ground by the Israeli occupation forces.
Here, I'll be back in a second.
And Tel Al-Hawa neighborhood close to Al-Quds hospital, and another residential building was also targeted and leveled to the ground by the Israeli aircrafts in the surrounding areas of the European hospital inside the besieged territory.
Tarek, it's been more than 24 hours since the massacre at a hospital in central Gaza. How are health facilities coping now?
Well, medical teams inside the Gaza Strip are really working around the clock in order to be able to provide different treatments for thousands of Palestinians who are really getting injured from the Israeli ongoing strikes. They are trying also to do their jobs despite all the obstacles that had been imposed by the Israeli occupation forces that represented in the prevention of entry of medical supplies and even humanitarian medical aid to the besieged enclave. During the last hour, also different ambulances really rushed to evacuate victims from under the rubble. Till this current moment, there are still people under the rubbles. For further information about that, we spoke to Dr.
Okay.
Mohammed.
All right. Start the video call. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can hear you loud and clear. You look great. I am going to, you're not going to be able to see me, unfortunately, because I'm going to be sharing my screen with you instead. So you can watch the video. We can pause it at any moment. I think this is, hold on, I think I'm doing the right thing. See, sorry, there's 42,000 people watching you right now as well. Not to put some pressure on you, but welcome to the broadcast. Here it is. Can you you can see, right? You can see the video?
Yeah, I can see the video.
Hold on, let's pop your video out. There it is. Okay, perfect. And then put you up here. Okay. And you can watch yourself on twitch.tv/HasanAbi if you would like. Hold on. Let me this. Okay, here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Zach Foster's in the building. He is a PhD at Princeton and a historian of Palestine. How else would you explain yourself? I don't know. Like, how would you talk about your credentials in the matter here?
Yeah, I'm a historian of Palestine. Got my PhD in Palestinian history from Princeton University in 2017, and I write a newsletter called Palestine in Your Inbox, which you can access at PalestineNexus.com.
Okay, perfect. So I've looked into, I've used the information you posted about the development of Hamas and how Hamas became the formative power despite being a marginal Islamist fundamentalist Muslim Brotherhood cutout that was originally a charity organization. And I thought that was very instructive. And, for that, a bunch of people had posted some of the information that you put out there. Now, this video that we're going to watch from travelingisrael.com, which I thought was just simply an Israeli tourism YouTube channel, has been going viral for the past 5 days. It's already got 3 million views in 5 days. And it is a video that everyone has sent me over and over again saying, Hasan, you have to look at this. Like, everyone is using this video. Everyone is talking about this video. And I thought there's no better person to have explain this video than someone such as yourself, considering your background. And, this is what you have studied. So I feel like this will be a more productive conversation than just me looking at it, especially because, like, obviously I have a lot of areas of weakness as it pertains to the history of the Israeli nation state's development. So, without further ado, let's get started. You can hear it, right, when I play this?
This video is going to be interesting, even if you have heard 1,000 different reports about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I promise you that this will give you a new perspective. I will be talking about the settlements, the occupation, the two-state solution, Islam, Jerusalem, the solution, and a whole lot more. Before I break down the Palestinian narrative, a small trigger warning. I like facts. If you don't like what I'm saying, then bring me facts that contradict what I'm saying. If I say that Jerusalem is not mentioned in the Quran, or that the Jews said yes to the partition plan in 1947 and the Arabs said no, or that there was no such thing as Palestinians in the 18th century, then...
So cool. I like that he immediately starts with facts and then goes directly to the Quran and no disrespect. Look, I was raised Muslim, but like, I don't know about pointing to religious text to make justifications that are fact-based. But then also immediately follows that up with 1947 partition plan and how Palestinians were the ones that said no. And I feel like that is a lie by omission, especially considering what was happening in the lead up to that and also what happened in the immediate aftermath of that. specifically the Nakba, which I assume he is not going to bring up. Do you have any additions on that? We don't have to pause here. There's a lot going on in here.
There's so many problems with this video. I would limit myself to maybe just 10, 15 points in the video where he's just egregiously lying. So I think maybe we can keep going.
Okay.
Feel free to prove me wrong.
I'll speed it up.
Send me a link to a letter from a pilgrim to the land of Israel who says that he met a nice Palestinian. I'm asking you to challenge me. If you just write me that I'm Zionist or that I'm biased or that I've received money from the Israeli government to make this video, those aren't actually arguments. And for your information, I am completely against the current government of Israel. The good thing about Israel is that, unlike most of the Arab Muslim countries, Israel is a democracy. I'm not afraid of the government preventing.
Okay. Okay. No. Okay. I'm sorry. This is something I hear from liberal Zionists in Israel that they do not like Itamar Ben-Gvir. They do not like Benjamin Netanyahu. They do not like the Likud party. And yet, so quickly in the same breath, they say Israel is a democracy. I fundamentally disagree with the notion that you can be a democracy while being an apartheid state. Israel, not by my own assumption, but by every single human rights organization's assessment, is an apartheid state. I think that is 100% a fact. So you can't be a democracy and an apartheid state at the same time.
Me from expressing my thoughts. Israel is not Iran or Syria or Egypt or Saudi Arabia or Gaza. And I don't delete comments. Some people are 100% for Israel and some are 100% against it. I'm aiming for the middle ground. If I get dislikes and smart comments, then I know that this video has reached the right audience. But do give this video a like and subscribe. The last thing that I want to ask is this. Don't use bombastic language in your comments if you don't have the numbers to support it. Ethnic cleansing is a very powerful expression. If in 1948 there were around 700,000 Palestinians and today there are 7 million in the land of Israel, you can't really use this term. However,
you should pause there.
Yeah, go ahead. What are you going to say?
Yeah, so I would encourage everyone to read an article that was recently published by a guy named Oren Ziv in the magazine Plus 972. And he documents with great detail the ethnic cleansing currently happening right now in the West Bank. You have multiple communities, Palestinian communities in the Jordan Valley that are currently in the process of being ethnic cleansed, and at least 4 communities have already been ethnically cleansed since 2019. The first group was from an area near the Taiba Junction. In May of 2022, 200 residents were ethnically cleansed from Ain Samia. Their homes were dismantled and they fled as a result of settler violence, and those settlers are obviously supported by the Israeli military. In July 2022, another 100-person community was ethnically cleansed from Ras Atin, which is also a Palestinian community in the West Bank. And then again in August 2023, you had 88 residents who were ethnically cleansed from El Qaboon. They were forced to abandon their homes as a result of settler violence and settler terrorism. The name here, I can share the article with you if you want here. It's called... The title of the article I'm referring to, it's called, "It's Like 1948, Israel Cleanses Vast West Bank Region of Nearly All Palestinians."
I also would like to add one addition to that as well. This opinion is here. I'll try to simplify it. You came in with the facts. I have a very simple answer for this. It is not necessarily about the population growth in and of itself, but about what the population growth would remain in Palestine. If 700,000 people were expelled during the Nakba, now the current population of Palestinians in diaspora and Palestinians living in occupied territories and also inside of Israel is at 14 million. Of course, the population keeps growing under horrifying circumstances as well. Pointing to the numbers in Gaza, where populations the population has increased, to say there has been no ethnic cleansing is akin to Holocaust denial. But also one other argument that I will make is that an Israeli Holocaust scholar, Raz Segal, has decried Israel's assault on Gaza as a textbook case for genocide. So this is an opinion shared by journalists, but it's also an opinion shared by, formative scholars that have dedicated their entire lives to covering the Holocaust. But, he's a YouTube guy, this guy. So maybe he's on the money here. But make no mistake, when conditions worsen, that does not simply mean that people are just going to cease to exist. As a matter of fact, when economic conditions worsen, the likelihood of increasing the population and having more children becomes apparent. That's why when you look at the life expectancy in Israel proper, or when you look at the birth rates in Israel proper versus the birth rates in Gaza, you see a difference in the numbers there. That does not mean that there isn't an ongoing ethnic displacement campaign and an ethnic cleansing campaign specifically in targeted neighborhoods that you just brought up. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, just to add one last point, I think it's not just the West Bank where you're seeing ethnic cleansing happening. You're also seeing ethnic cleansing happening in Jerusalem, in the neighborhoods of Silwan and Sheikh Jarrah and other parts of Jerusalem. You have ongoing ethnic cleansing campaigns in which many families, and this is what triggered the May 2021 war, if you recall. You had 58 Palestinians in Sheikh Jarrah who were being expelled from their homes. Why were they being expelled? Because they were Palestinian. There's a 1970 law that says Jews can return to homes previously owned by Jews before 1940, but Palestinians can't. So it's a discriminatory law. It's a racist law that allows Jews to take over Palestinian homes, and that's happening across Jerusalem. It's happening in the West Bank in Hebron. It's happening in the Jordan Valley in near Humsa. So it's happening actually inside 48 Palestine 48 as well, with Bedouin communities in the south that are being ethnically cleansed as well. And now, of course, with Gaza, you have 1 million Palestinians, even more Palestinians than were ethnically cleansed in 48 are now currently being cleansed in Gaza. So this point he says here that Israel is not ethnically cleansing Palestinians is just a straight up lie.
Yeah. One that is not supported by Israeli scholars either. Just propagandists, PragerU videos, Ben Shapiro, charlatans in general, hacks and charlatans.
However, if you want to use the words ethnic cleansing, you can do so to describe what happened to the Jews in Arab countries. In Morocco, in 1948, there were 265,000 Jews. Today, there are around 2,000. In Iraq, there were 135,000 Jews in 1948. Today, there are fewer than 10. Algeria used to be home to 140,000 Jews. Today, there.
Yeah, I think I know what you're going to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Iraqi Jews were well integrated into Iraqi society, really, well into the 1940s. There's credible evidence that suggests that it was actually Zionists that planted bombs in certain Iraqi synagogues that were placed in Iraqi synagogues to scare and blew up and killed a bunch of Jews that scared Jews into leaving Iraq. So I'm not really sure why he's emphasizing the Iraq point here. In certain other cases, there's no question that Jews faced retribution in their own home countries as a result of the Zionist project and as a result of Zionist ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in 48. But he's not really doing himself any favors by talking about the case of Iraq, which I think the evidence suggests was actually the Jews that did more so than the Iraqis to scare them into fleeing.
Yeah, and also Jewish migration. I mean, this is a time of Arab nationalism rising. I'm not going to say that there wasn't contention on the ground in the post-colonial formations here, some of which were still under colonial occupation, not by the Ottoman Empire, but instead by France or England, where there was certainly a lot of revolts, riots, and purging. Except this also favored, as far as I understand it, the Israeli state's goal of making sure that they could populate Israel with as many Jewish people as possible, which also, like you said, points to the situation in Iraq, which you're not alone in this assessment. Avi Shleim also says he has proof of the Zionist involvement in the 1950s attack on Iraqi Jews. A British Israeli historian claims in his new memoir that Mossad carried out the bombings to drive Jews out of Iraq to hasten their transfer to Israel. Should we continue?
Yeah, let's keep going.
There are fewer than 50, and I can go on. It is Muslim countries who perpetrated ethnic cleansing on the Jews. But this statement doesn't quite cover what has been happening. Muslims have been doing this to all minorities, not only to the Jews. If you zoom out, you will see that 100 years ago, there were many Christian communities and other small ethnic groups in the Middle East. They are all being wiped out by Muslims. For some reason, the Western world, the Christian world, doesn't want to talk about it. As a Jew,
That's ridiculous. There's also a lot of voluntary migration happening to Israel at this time as well, which is ridiculous because, Jews can go back to Morocco right now. This is true. There was a robust and large Jewish community in Morocco. They could go back to Morocco right now. They could live in Morocco as much as they want to, but no such opportunity is afforded to Palestinians who used to live in historic Palestine and want to return back to their homes, to their ancestral homes. Right? I feel like this distinction is important.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think especially towards the end of the video, his bigotry towards Muslims really shines. Where he's just really making blanket statements about all Muslims and kind of just the state of Islam today. And so I would pretty much disregard everything he has to say about Islam and the Muslim world. It's really hateful and bigoted what he's saying. I mean, and it honestly has nothing to do with the broader point of the video, which is about Israel Palestine. It's a sort of a textbook case of whataboutism. This whole point here about why is it that no one cares about other people in other places? Well, it's sort of like, well, why don't you care about the Uyghurs? Why are you making a video about Israel Palestine? Why not the Uyghurs? Well, it's like, well, yes, there are a lot of other problems in the world, but you're making a video about Israel Palestine, so let's talk about Israel Palestine.
Yeah.
Care about what is going on with Jews all over the world. And I find it very odd that Christians don't really care about Nazareth or Bethlehem, which are kind of important to the followers of Jesus and used to be 80% Christians 50 years ago and now are 80% Muslims. The same goes for Christians in Syria, Lebanon, and Egypt. In Nigeria, Muslim organizations have murdered thousands of Christians. 2 million Christians have fled Iraq and become refugees in the last 2 decades. But
I like bringing up Lebanon when making a video about Israel as though and talking about the conflict between Christians and Muslims in Lebanon while having a conversation about Israel, especially because of Israel's personal involvement, up close and personal involvement in massacres that occurred in refugee camps and in predominantly Muslim neighborhoods at the hand of Christian fascist phalangist militias that the IDF personally sent over to slaughter as many Palestinian refugees and as many Lebanese Muslims as possible. Ridiculous to just overlook that notion as though Israel's hands are perfectly clean in that matter. And many of the other instances where Israel's leveled entire fucking Lebanese neighborhoods, it's just the reason why I'm stopping on this is because as far as him claiming that he likes facts, it is ridiculous. This has to be a lie by omission at this point. If you are to act like you care about Palestinian lives or Muslims or Christians in that area, I mean, there's far greater harm that has been conducted at the hands of the IDF as the IDF overlooked and deliberately facilitated the Sabra and Shatila massacre, for example.
No one seems to care about them, neither the media nor the universities. Everyone is obsessed with the Palestinian refugees. Did you know
Queers
that the
for
UN has
Palestine.
2 agencies for refugees? One for hundreds of millions of refugees all over the world, and another one called UNRWA, which is only for the most privileged refugees on earth, the Palestinians.
Go ahead.
So, well, one thing I would point out here is that this refugee agency, UNRWA, was established in the aftermath of shortly after World War II, when the Jews faced persecution by Nazi Germany, and millions of Jews perished. And I think one of the reasons, by the way, why, the UN and the United States at the time never really said much about the creation of the Palestinian refugees. There were even New York Times columnists on the ground in Palestine that were reporting on what was happening. And the New York Times chose not to publish some of those articles. There was essentially, I think, owing to Holocaust guilt and owing to guilt on the part of Americans and Europeans, there was desire not to speak out against what the Zionists had done to Palestinians in 1948, and also kind of give Palestinians sort of maybe some extra special treatment in the UN. That's an argument made by Ilan Pappé recently. So It's like, well, you're kind of leaving out a lot of important facts to the story.
It's ridiculous to say that Palestinians are the most privileged refugees and not recognize that the UN has a special refugee status for Palestinians due to the inception of the Israeli state and the ethnic displacement that occurred. But of course, I like that he says this is the Israeli perspective you've probably never heard, and this is literally the only perspective that I've ever heard. So I don't know why he's saying that. I've heard the UN special privileged refugee status so many times by people that want to defend Zionism, who never talk about why these Palestinians became refugees. Like, how did that happen? Did they materialize out of thin air? Did they just become refugees due to, I don't know, some volcano or a natural disaster? Or was it the deliberate ethnic displacement in the hands of Zionist brigades, some of which personally called themselves terrorists, as a matter of fact? Okay.
Don't just take my word for it. Check it out for yourself. So let's talk about the story the Palestinians like to tell and the media like to repeat. The Palestinians lived in Palestine for hundreds of years. They lived peacefully alongside a small Jewish minority until the rise of Zionism, a colonialist movement which, under the umbrella of the European imperial powers, started kicking the Palestinians out of their land and homes, causing the current situation. And now for the facts. In the long history of the land of Israel, there was never such a thing as a Palestinian people until the 20th century. Millions of pilgrims have come to the land of Israel over the last 3,000 years. They've come across Jews, Arab, Christians.
Or actually, let's just finish this thought. Let him finish this thought, and then we'll comment.
They've never met a Palestinian. Now, you might say, regardless of whether they have existed as a nation, all people should enjoy human rights, and all people should have the right to identify themselves as they wish. And I agree. You have the right to identify yourself however you like, but you don't have the right to reinvent history. And the history of the region is very clear. This is probably the most documented piece of land on the planet. There is a very good book, a very ancient and popular book about the connections of the Jews to Judea. It is called the Bible. Now, wait. I know what you are thinking. He's going to say that God gave this land to the Jews. And no, if you believe that God gave this land to the Jews, great. And if not, also great. The undeniable point is that there is a strong connection between the Jews and the land of Israel. There are thousands of books from the last 3,000 years that write about Jews and the land of Israel.
I'm going to tell you, and he's going to say something that's false in a second.
In archaeological digs, we find Jewish coins, Jewish texts.
Yes, we know they were ancient.
Sorry,
we know they're. Well, it's sort of all irrelevant. Like, nothing he's saying is really that interesting right now. Everything he's saying is well known, and yes, there were ancient Israelites that lived there 3,000 years ago. It's not really relevant to ethnically cleansing Palestinians in 48 or slaughtering 3,000 Palestinians in the last 11 days. It's just not relevant information. He's just kind of, telling you that things that they just don't have any significance today. But there's a point he's about to make which is false. So if you just let him finish his point.
Oh, about the coins?
There isn't a single book or piece of archaeological evidence that point to a Palestinian people. You don't like what I'm saying? Then prove me wrong. But
well, I mean, if you believe that your right, your right to ethnically cleanse is dependent on whether or not your great grandfathers and grandmothers lived in this country 3,000 years ago, then I suppose you're making a good point. Or, however, if you believe that your political legitimacy is dependent on whether or not you respect international law and whether or not you have a free and fair democratic system, then it's completely irrelevant. So he's just kind of spewing off a Zionist narrative that is just sort of disconnected from the reality today.
Couple of conversations that I've had on this, couple talking points that I've brought up on this against this very common claim is that, one, 3,000 years of history is not a justification. What is the time frame that is like, what is the time frame and how long you lived there where it's completely justifiable to go to an area and just, kill all the people that live there and like forcibly expel them from their land? Can the Native Americans come back and kill every single American in neighborhoods with militarized brigades and then forcibly expel them from the cities that they live in? Is this the basis of a land back movement? Of course not. So that's number one. no one would consider that to be justifiable. Everyone would understand that that's ridiculous. Also, not a single Native American person advocates for this kind of thing, and they have a far closer history to having permanent ownership of this land than the Israelis do in their justification for it. So that's number one. Number two, the other side of this is the notion that there is a religious pretext for why this land is important to Jews. And when you look to the fathers of Zionism, like Theodor Herzl, and who was, as far as I understand it, a secular Jewish person, and the different areas that they looked at to create a self-described colonial movement, a nation state for Jews all around the world. They looked at, I believe Antarctica is one of the edge cases, Uganda, and also Argentina. So the notion that this was Israel and Israel always, and it was supposed to be in historic Palestine, is, yes, I mean, there were attempts made. Herzl went to the Ottoman Empire to purchase the land originally, or to develop Israel as we understand it there, and he was, of course, told no. Not Antarctica, Alaska, sorry. I said it wrong, my bad. It was Alaska, I apologize. So the idea that this is like anything but a colonial movement is disputed by the founding fathers of said movement, that openly said that there were native Palestinians living there at the time, and that they would actually prove difficult to expel, and also that this was a colonial movement in general.
I would just add one or 2 points to that, because he's about to say in just a minute or two that Zionism was not a colonial movement. And what's really interesting is that, as you correctly pointed out, the Zionists themselves talked about the colonization of Palestine. They use that word, colonization, colonies. And in fact, for example, you have institutions called the Jewish Colonial Trust, the Palestine Jewish Colonization Society. And what's even more interesting is that one of the earliest and most important and most significant Zionists, his name was Arthur Rupin, who was basically in charge of the Zionist office that was based in Palestine in Jaffa prior to World War I. And so this guy, Arthur Rupin, so he's born in Poland, and so he saw what was happening with the German Colonization Commission. And so because at the time, during his upbringing, the German Colonization Commission was basically colonizing his hometown and his home area, his home region, which was called Poznan. And so basically what the German government was doing at the time, they were settling farmers on land that was bought from Poles in order to transform the demographic character of Poznan and West Prussia from Polish to German. Okay, and so this actually was a source of inspiration for Rupin, and he explicitly talks about it in his memoir, and that he was basically he was inspired by German colonization efforts in Poland. In fact, he even hired a former official of the German Colonization Commission to advise on how to best transform the demographic character of Palestine from Palestinian Arab to Jewish. So this idea that Zionism is not a colonial movement is something that obviously most Zionists wish was true, because colonialism has a bad rap these days. But the fact is, Zionism was a quintessential colonial movement. And in fact, it was a quintessential settler colonial movement. And so, it's just, he's just spewing propaganda at this point. But we'll get to that point in the video very shortly.
Yeah.
It is much more than that. The connection of Christian and Muslim to Jerusalem is based on the Jewish connection. Jesus was Jewish, and the connection of Muslim to Jerusalem is also based on the Jews. Let me explain. I will go even further and say that Jerusalem was never the capital of a Muslim empire. It was always Cairo, Damascus, or Baghdad. Jerusalem was mostly important to the Muslims when they were fighting against the Jews or the Christians. Under Muslim rule, Jerusalem was often a very neglected city. This makes sense, as Jerusalem, which is mentioned some 600 times in the Jewish Bible, isn't even mentioned once in the Quran. Chapter 17 of the Quran talks about the night journey of Muhammad. He ascended from Al-Aqsa, which means the most far away mosque.
I would just say that all this history that he's narrating right now is completely irrelevant. Like, Whether or not Jerusalem is holy to Jews or to Christians or to Sikhs or to Buddhists has nothing to do with ethnically cleansing Palestinians in 48. It has nothing to do with dropping bombs and killing 1,500 innocent Palestinian civilians in Gaza in 2014. It has nothing to do with 40 years of occupation. And so it's just, he's kind of, it's just like, dude, why are you telling us all this? This is just not relevant to what's happening today.
He's trying to pad the stats because contemporary history proves him any defense of the Israeli nation state to be pretty morally repugnant, in my opinion. So that's precisely the reason why he's like going back to 3,000 years of history, which is not an argument you could ever use for any other for any movement whatsoever. There is not a single serious like land back movement advocate that would make this same argument. Like they would never do that. They would never use that as a justification. No serious advocate would ever push for this, to ethnically displace people that have been living on land for hundreds of years at this point. So it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's just cruel. I don't know. That's it.
To be associated with Jerusalem. In order to understand this, you need to go back to the Jews. The Jews had two temples on what is now known as Temple Mount. The temples were located on the holiest site for the Jews, which is the top of Mount Moriah. The first temple was destroyed by the Babylonians, and the second was destroyed by the Roman Empire. 60 years after the Romans destroyed the temple, the Jews rebelled again, and the Romans changed the name of their region from Judea to Palestina, and this is how the name came to be. It was intended to disconnect the Jews from the name
That's
Judea.
a lie, by the way. I don't think it's worth getting into. But there's this myth among Jews that Hadrian put down the this revolt that remember in 135 CE you have this revolt by Bar Kokhba, who's revered among Zionists and Jews for resisting Roman rule. And the story the mythology goes, he, in order to vengefully erase the name Judea from history, he replaced it with Palestine. I've written about this in my PhD dissertation. That's just a myth. There's no actual evidence to support that. It's basically just been propagated by Zionists and Jews for the purpose of claiming that basically even the name Palestine itself is somehow like some illegitimate name. So, but it's just total nonsense and propaganda. Even the history itself. I mean, if you actually look and dig into the sources of like, did Hadrian change the name from Judea to Palestine? The answer is we don't know. It's just mythology.
Well, I think it's also projection because that is precisely what the Zionist brigades ended up doing after the Nakba, as they gave Hebrew-sounding names to formerly Arab villages. And basically destroyed all of the Arabic structures in certain villages as they planted European trees on top of them to permanently destroy any semblance, any cult, there was a period of I guess de-Arabization. Is that a proper term for it? I don't know. Where they tried to completely remove the Arab culture in that area. And that wasn't 3,000 years ago. That was, around 1948. So, and in the aftermath of 1948, in the inception of the Jewish state. So remember that.
700 years after the destruction of the temple, the Muslim colonized the land of Israel and said that Muhammad ascended to heaven from the place where the Jewish temples stood. Now, at this point, you may well be saying, what? The Muslims believe that Muhammad ascended to heaven from the exact same spot that is the holiest site for the Jews, and this is not written in the Quran? Yes, and if you find it strange, that's because you don't know Jerusalem. Nothing makes a place more holy than competition with another religion. The Muslim took the place which was the holiest for the Jews 1,500 years prior to the existence of Islam and made it their third holiest place. Don't believe me? Here is a pamphlet of the Waqf, the Muslim authorities that say that this is the location of the Temple of King Solomon. Although what I'm saying here is very basic history, there is a good chance you don't know about it, and I don't blame you. You hear so much about the conflict, but the media tends to forget the basics. Jerusalem was always the center of Jewish life. Muslims turn their back on Jerusalem when they pray towards Mecca, and Jews pray towards Jerusalem. When Jews get married, part of the ceremony is to say that we will never forget Jerusalem. Jews have almost always lived in Jerusalem, even under the harshest conditions. Since the 13th century, the Muslims haven't allowed the Jews to pray at their holiest site, the Temple Mount, and the Jews have had to pay extra taxes and...
Wait, since the 13th century, they haven't allowed Jews to pray at the Temple Mount? Is that true? I thought that the Ottoman Empire, especially after the Ottoman control, it was like this area was where Jewish travel was perfectly permitted.
So this guy's he doesn't really understand Judaism very well, because to most religious authorities, the most halachic authorities, it is forbidden for a Jew to go up to the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound to enter into what used to be the Temple Mount. Why is that? The reason is because in ancient times, in biblical times, the Jews went and prayed at the temple during 3 times a year, and the holiest day of the year on Yom Kippur, the chief Kohen, in the ancient world, the ancient Israelites had Kohanim, were basically the priests, and once a year the head of the Kohanim would go into this room called the Holy of Holies, Kodesh HaKodashim. And this person, who's the holiest Jew, was only allowed to enter this one place once a year. And Jewish theology had it that if any Jew were to ever walk into that room and any other day other than that 1 year, they would be immediately killed, because that's the holiest site, that's the holiest spot in Judaism. And so only one person is allowed to enter that room once a year. And so if you actually ask most ultra-Orthodox Jews today, even many Orthodox Jews today, even many conservative Jews today, they will not enter the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound. They will not even go up there, okay? Out of their own desire not to accidentally cross over that Holy of Holies place, that Holy of Holies site. So he's just, like Jews themselves have basically decided on their own accord not to go up there. So I'm not even really sure why he would even bring that point up. It's just not really relevant again.
Yeah, patting the deck.
Suffer harassment. They have even had to pay the Muslims a fee to pray at the Western Wall, the closest to the Temple Mount.
There's another point here that I would make, which is that I think most historians agree that Jews fared much better in Muslim lands under Ottoman rule than they did in Christian Europe. This is a point I think that's pretty much accepted by all.
I hate that. Yeah, I hate when they fucking look. Not to be too Turkish here, okay? Because I shit on Turkey quite a bit, the Turkish government quite a bit, but that is pure ahistorical nonsense when you fucking act like the Ottoman Empire was not always a fucking safe haven for Jews historically oppressed by pogroms everywhere. They escaped Spain and came to Istanbul. Morocco was another place as well. Like these are the notion that Arabic populations have always been anti-Semitic is a really dangerous myth that is entirely removed from any kind of historical context whatsoever. Jewish people and Arabic people, including Arabic Jews in general, why is there Arabic Jews is a question you should be asking, have always coexisted in far better conditions than they did in Europe, and than they did under Tsarist Russia, for example. So it's very frustrating. Did they pay a tax? Yes, they did, just like Christians did, just like all non-Muslims did. But they fared far better and had far better conditions always. All right, I'm going to move on.
They were allowed to pray. The Islamization of Jewish sites hasn't only happened in Jerusalem. In Hebron, one of 4 cities that are holy to the Jews, there is the Cave of the Patriarchs, which according to tradition is the place where Abraham was buried. To humiliate the Jews, Muslims didn't allow them to enter the building, and Jews were only allowed to walk up to the 7th step. Only in 1967, when Israel liberated Hebron, were Jews allowed for the first time in 700 years to enter the second holiest place for Jews. Why do I say liberated Hebron and not conquered? I will get to that in a minute. And now we get to the interesting part, the 19th century and Zionism. Jews have always migrated, or as we say in Hebrew, gone up to the land of Israel. In the 17th and 18th
pause right there,
centuries.
that's a lie. So, he's fundamentally distorting Jewish history. He's trying to paint a picture that for hundreds, if not thousands of years, Jews have always been, as he said, Jews have always migrated to the land of Israel. I mean, this is just total nonsense. Again, if he knew anything about Jewish theology, he would know that he's just spewing myths and propaganda, because for the overwhelming majority of Jewish history, it was actually forbidden for Jews to migrate to Israel. And the reason was very simple, which is that in the end of days, Jews have eschatological beliefs, just like Muslims and Christians. And the eschatological belief among Jews is that Jews should not live, let alone move to the Holy Land until God decides so. It's God's decision. Belief that Jews believe that human action to hasten the arrival of the Messiah violated Torah law, and therefore you're not only are you not allowed to live there, you're definitely not allowed to move there. And so he's kind of really distorting Jewish history here. It's really a grotesque distortion, I would say.
Yeah, the Orthodox, you see it in like the Torah Judaism account all the time, chat. The Orthodox Jews that are still anti-Zionist, this is where they're coming from. This is what they are stating when they say that Jews are not supposed to have a land. They're not supposed to have a nation state until the Messiah comes. That's the reason why some Orthodox Jews, not all, of course, there's varying degrees of thought there, are some of the most serious anti-Zionists.
Jews came from all over the Jewish world, from Europe, from North Africa, from Yemen, in small numbers due to the harsh conditions, but there was always a steady movement of Jews coming to Israel. The first Zionist Congress was held in 1897, but 50 years beforehand, in the 1850s, there were more Jews than Muslims in Jerusalem. In the rest of the land, yes, there were more Muslims, but it is important to know that even before the start of the Zionist movement, there were dozens of Jewish settlements in the land of Israel. In the last decades of the Ottoman Empire, as in all empires, there were lots of different groups. Some groups got bigger with time, some smaller, some bought land, some sold land. Many European powers bought land for institutions, and some groups, mostly Germans and Americans, settled in the land of Israel to speed up the second coming of Jesus. Many different groups. None of the groups...
Damn, I'm glad that he's saying that. I mean, this is actually, unironically, a perspective that most Americans are unfamiliar with. One of my favorite, reasons as to why there are so many Western settlers, so many American evangelical Christian groups fund these Zionist projects, specifically settler expansion, because they want to speed up the rapture. It's cool that there you go. We found one truth. He said one thing. He brought up one genuine truth that in most circumstances people do not know about or share.
Use the word Palestinian to describe themselves. The first Zionist Congress took place in 1897. The Zionist movement was a national movement, not a colonialist or an imperialist movement, but a national one.
We already debunked that
one
myth.
of many.
Yeah, we already covered that part.
It was the age of the fall of empires, the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Ottoman Empire, and of the rise of national movements. And the Zionist movement was the national movement of the Jews. It is as simple as that. In the first half of the 20th century, millions of people moved from one place to another.
Yeah, I think I make this distinction quite frequently. I wonder what your perspective is as a historian. Like, I talk about post-colonial nationalist movements being very different than like an established nation state engaging in a nationalist movement. The difference would be like Germany versus like Pan-African national Pan-Africanist movements or Pan-African nationalist movements like that were launched against colonial occupation. Like, nationalism as a means of emancipation is very different than nationalism when you've already established a nation state. And for the Zionist movement to simply be considered a emancipatory nationalist movement, it would have had to existed under colonial occupation as a well-established group of individuals and not like 3% of the population total in historic Palestine that peacefully coexisted alongside the majority Muslim and Christian population, right?
Yeah, I mean, Zionists like to call Zionism a national movement. I think the more accurate historical framing is that it's a settler colonial movement. And what do we mean by settler colonial movements? You have many of them. They, to Australia, to the United States, to the Americas, to Canada. And I think what makes settler colonial movements is that the people who are leaving their home countries have made a decision to basically to sever their ties with that country. And that's why they're settler colonial movements rather than just colonial movements. Because you have lots of colonies. You had a lot of colonies all around the world. In most cases, those colonists wanted to preserve their connection to their home country. That was not the case with Zionism. In fact, and that's why some scholars have even called settler Zionism an ideal type of settler colonialism, because more so than almost any other settler colonial movement, the Zionists said, fuck Eastern Europe, we're moving to Palestine and we're not going back. Whereas many British colonizers and many French colonizers who came to the New World actually wanted to preserve their connection to their home countries. So strictly speaking, when you actually, if you ask scholars to say what is the most ideal type of a settler colonial movement, I think Zionism ranks very high on that list.
To create nation states. What's special about the Jews is that they never stole or used violence to take any land in the land of Israel. I'm always getting comments from Muslims and pro-Palestinians about Jews stealing the land from the local Arabs. Here is a challenge for you. Give me the name of one village that the Jews stole from the Arabs from the 7th century when the Arab Caliphate colonized the land of Israel until 1947 when the Arabs started a war to wipe out the Jews. From the year...
We can pause it if to talk about this, because first of all, I think this whole, strictly speaking, I don't have any disagreements, but he's losing, what's that expression? You lose sight of the forest for the trees. So the only reason Zionism came into existence was because of the use of force by the British Empire. Okay.
Yeah.
You have to realize that the overwhelming majority of the local Arab Palestinian population rejected Zionism and Zionist immigration and Zionist land purchases. In fact, you even had an American commission, the King Crane Commission, show up to Palestine in 1919 and ask the locals, do you support a Zionist program? And 85% of them said, no, we reject Zionism. But of course, the democratic will of the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine was irrelevant to the British.
Yes.
So and the British exerted a tremendous amount of force to suppress that will, and they suppressed protests with violence, and they completely ignored the petition submitted by the Palestinians. So it was, of course, through the use of force, of course, British force, but nevertheless, a tremendous amount of violence and force that brought Zionism into existence and enabled Zionists to migrate to Palestine. So again, he's kind of using facts to distort history.
Yeah. Yeah, no land was stolen is wild. I mean, that's a wild take. That's a wild take to look at settler expansions happening in the West Bank right now, today, when we're, as we're having this conversation. But it's certainly a wild take, especially when you look at it from the lens of the Israeli nation state and its development. But I guess it's myth making in a sense, right? Because that's why some historians will dispute the Nakba being organized effort by militant brigades that were trained by the British colonial occupying force at the time, and that they specifically had information detailing each Arab village and its occupants and points of entry and whatnot that they immediately seized on, or started seizing on even before, while the British occupation was still occurring in British Mandate Palestine. And the reason why this is something that could be even disputed, I guess, because one, the Israeli government refuses to declassify this information, despite the fact that 50 years have passed, and we're actually nearing 25 additional years on that 50-year passage of time, so that they could declassify this information. But also, this is the reason why they could say, oh well, they left on their own volition. The Arabs left on their own volition, as a matter of fact. There was some back and forth fighting, but the Arabs ultimately left on their own volition, which is ridiculous and ahistorical. There are still people who participated in said purges, violent purges, including the Deir Yassin massacre, one of the most famous ones, both at the time and also throughout history, where that one 95-year-old Israeli army IDF reservist who participated in that Deir Yassin massacre is still trotted around despite being a psychopathic terrorist who committed unspeakable crimes in Deir Yassin, who the Israeli government still sends over to the troops to, increase morale, as they say. Anyway, silly.
636 till 1947, not a single square foot was stolen by the Jews. Again, if you don't like what I'm saying, then prove me wrong. Give me the names of villages that Jews stole prior to the War of Independence. On the other hand, I can give you lots of names of...
Prior to the War of Independence. Sorry, my mom is here. Yeah. So what's happening? Did people just leave on their own volition? How did that work?
Yeah, I mean, I think when he gets to 48, it's really telling because he spends about 6 seconds on the most important moment in Israel Palestine history. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. I think one thing to remember here is history and narrating history is all about what you emphasize and what you omit. Right? That's the case, and that's the case with whenever anyone's writing the history of anything. And so, I think that kind of tells you everything you need to know, that he basically glosses over 48 as if nothing happened. But anyways, we'll get to that point.
All right.
Jewish villages that Arabs, or Palestinians, if you will, destroyed before 1948. Take Hebron, for example. Jews lived in Hebron for hundreds of years. In 1929, the Arabs, not 1 or 10, but whole gangs of Arabs, murdered 70 Jews, and the ancient Jewish settlement had to be abandoned until it was brought back into Jewish hands in 1967. You want more names of Jewish villages that were abandoned because of Arab violence? Here are some more. Many were rebuilt after a few years. The Arabs used violence against...
Every single one of these is like the 20s Arab revolt, right? Against the British occupation for the most part, as they recognized that they were slowly being displaced by a colonial occupying force that was purposefully ridding them of the land and trying to engage in ethnic displacement, which they were right about, by the way. Their means and their methods might not have been, but their suspicion that they were going to be inevitably displaced ethnically was absolutely correct. That's why Israel exists in the way that it does. And the arguments that I guess he's pointing to are those villages, right? He's saying, like, look at all these villages that displaced Jews that were living there.
Yeah, well, look, I would say that he's really distorting history here. I mean, if you I was reading pretty recently about the Jaffa riots of 1921, and according to at least a number of accounts, Zionist gangs basically, sort of entered these neighborhoods in Jaffa that were Palestinian. And, there are many accounts where they started harassing Palestinians and, threatening them and, basically like, exerting their, control over Palestinian neighborhoods, and there were clashes of violence, and violence broke out, and little do you know, like some Zionists got killed. But it's like the Zionists were actually the aggressors in those cases. But again, he's not interested in trying to understand what happened, right? He has no interest in understanding what happened in the Jaffa riots in 1921, or in the Nebi Musa, demonstrations in 1920. He's not trying to get at the history. He's just plucking out little factoids that sort of paint the story he wants to paint. And so it's just a classic case of a propagandist. I think if you were to teach a class on propaganda, you would use this video to illustrate what propaganda looks like, rather than some like actual serious narration of history by a historian.
Yeah. I do want to point out that I'm not saying it was justifiable in any meaningful capacity to forcibly engage in any kind of pogrom or any kind of ethnic displacement, whether it be Palestinians or Jews at the time, through violent revolts. But the party that was defended by and militarized by the colonial occupation at the time in British Mandate Palestine were absolutely way more militarized than the Arabs were at the end of the day, which is why the 1948 Nakba panned out in the way that it did. All right, let's continue.
Jewish civilians in the land of Israel many years before the occupation and many years before the land of Israel was established. And by the way, they didn't only use violence against the Jews. Christians suffered as well. Remember the German and American settlements I told you about? They suffered as well. The family of John Steinbeck, the American novelist, had a farm outside Jaffa, or at least they had it until Arabs broke in and murdered Steinbeck's great uncle and sexually assaulted his wife and his daughter. Here is an interesting anecdote.
That's okay. I'm sorry, but when you're talking about when you're getting to 1947 and talking about like Arabs sexually assaulting and murdering villages, like the numbers are on the board. Okay, it's 6,000 total in defensive or 6,000 Zionist forces killed in comparison to the conservative estimate of 15,000 Palestinians. Okay, some of which led to the entire villages leaving, thinking that they'll be able to return, never to be able to return as well. And the atrocities were absolutely unimaginable and numerous, even ones that we have knowledge of due to the fact that those veterans are still alive to this day and will openly reveal the things that happen. And the victims, in some instances, are alive to this day. So yeah, that's I don't know. I feel like that's very disingenuous to point this out and like invoke John Steinbeck. Do you have any take on this?
I was not familiar with this event. I didn't bother to look into it. Again, he's plucking out little factoids that paint a picture that the Palestinian Arabs were, just violent, rapist, sexist. It's just incredibly dehumanizing when you leave out all the other facts that, actually Zionists committed all these mass atrocities against the Palestinians. He's just painting a picture that dehumanized Palestinians.
Yeah, dude, this being portrayed as not only like by I feel like historians that talk about this sort of thing, talk about what happened in the lead up to the Nakba and after, will at the very least paint it as like a both sides affair, whereas this guy doesn't even do that. He just completely removes the atrocities committed by Zionist brigades. He completely removes that from the equation. Doesn't even talk about like the violence that British people were subjected to, which by the way, they fucking deserve it. Let's be real. I mean, but even like even the bombing of the hotel by, I think it was Irgun or was it Leahy, one of the terror cells at the time, like blowing up a hotel and numerous other positions as well, where there were British military officials when they tried to stop mass immigration of Jews from coming into the British Mandate Palestine. So it's odd not to mention any of those things and simply to say that like Arabs were going into settlements and killing people and raping them, when the reverse of that happened at a systemic level in the hands of a much more militarized, trained, experienced force that was at a certain point, I believe more than 100,000 strong. Some of the groups literally had experience fighting in combat in World War II against a bunch of Arabs that did not have any kind of real way of defending themselves, had a severe lack of weapons to be able to defend their villages, and in many instances, like Deir Yassin, did not even believe that their villages would be attacked because they had a truce pact with Jewish villages in their surrounding neighborhoods, and therefore did not think that they would even need to militarize their neighborhoods and have standing guards and any kind of militia presence whatsoever.
One thing I would add here to the point that he's using facts to distort history is that one of the reasons Zionist militias were so successful in 48 in expelling all of these Palestinians from their villages was that in the preceding decade, actually Zionists, were establishing military files and dossiers on every single Palestinian village.
Yes.
Ilan Pape writes about that in his book Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine in 48. And the reason those Zionist agents, spies, let's call them, were able to access those villages is because they were invited in and welcomed by the Palestinian Arabs.
Yeah.
In fact, to their own fault, actually, they were quite open and open-minded to the Zionists. And this goes all the way back to the 1880s and 1890s when many of the first Zionist agricultural colonies failed. And it was actually only through Palestinian Arab assistance that many of them were able to even survive in those early few decades when the Zionists were from Eastern Europe. They didn't know how to farm. They didn't know how to tend to their animals. And so actually so Palestinian Arabs assisted Zionists in those early decades, and then also we're generally speaking open and welcoming to Zionists, even Zionist spies and agents in the decade prior to 48. So again, he's using facts to distort history. The history of Palestinian Arabs is actually one which was quite, again, I think to the fault of the Palestinian Arabs, more welcoming to Zionists than it should have been.
Yeah. For the record, it's not just Ilan Pape, but also people are still alive from people that survived these atrocities or perpetrated these atrocities are still alive to this day. And this is, in spite of the Israeli government's best efforts, information that you can access directly by hearing it from the militia forces, the veterans that were formative in the establishment of the Israeli state, specifically as far as the intelligence officers that you mentioned that were gathering information on surrounding Palestinian villages. Some of them are entirely conflicted about their participation in the onslaught. 1948, Creation and Catastrophe is a great documentary that looks at and directly interviews veterans on the Israeli, the Zionist brigades at the time, and also the Palestinian veterans that took up defensive positions at that time as well. So these people are still alive, Yeah, Irgun and Haganah are the two formations that they still have veterans that are alive that they went and asked about. There's a guy by the name of, I forget, is a Mordecai something, but he is the one who gathered all of the intel on Deir Yassin, who he then saw the atrocities committed on his intel and was and openly talks about how devastating that was for him, not realizing what would happen. Now you might not believe him, but I mean that is Vanunu Mordecai. I think, is that his name? It might be. Hold on. Let me just make sure. I don't know if I don't think it's Vanunu Mordecai. Anyway, whatever. All right, let's continue. It's not Vanunu Mordecai.
Two other great American novelists, Mark Twain and Herman Melville, visited the land of Israel, and like hundreds of other pilgrims, they wrote about how neglected the land was, and many wrote about how violent the local Arabs were. From 1970 to 1948,
real quickly there, because no serious historian uses these memoirs of American racists to tell the story of the local Palestinian Arab population and what they thought and what they did and what they believed. In fact, historians today, they use local sources. So they use local Arab sources. They use memoirs of Arabs. They use diaries of Arabs. They use Islamic Sharia court records produced by Arabs. They use Ottoman records produced by the Ottoman officials. But it's just you're discrediting yourself when you're explicitly telling your story of the history of the Palestinian people through the lens of these American travelers who spent a couple of weeks in the Holy Land, didn't speak a word of Arabic, had the Orientalist images of Arabs in their head, and were incredibly racist by their own, according to their own writings. So it's just strange. He's just discrediting himself by citing these sources as like what you should as evidence of Palestinian beliefs of anything.
Yeah.
The British and the French were in control of the Middle East. The Jews blamed the British for being pro-Arab, and the Arabs blamed the British for being pro-Jewish. I will tell it as it was. The British were pro-British. They had two main interests in the region.
True.
To have oil.
Okay, never mind. He's right. Okay, there you go. That's the second fact that I agree with.
By the way, how he said the Jews blamed the the British for being pro-Arab. Until 1936, that's just a straight up lie. I mean, from 1920 to 1936, the British and the Zionists were like peanut butter and jelly. I mean, he's just wrong about that.
Yeah. And I would, yeah. I
Flowed
agree.
from Iraq
And then
to the port of
things
Haifa,
started to change in
and to ensure
1940.
this
But
West
even then, like, anyways, yeah, we
Yeah.
can keep
Canal
going.
remained
It's not that
open.
interesting a point.
And because both of these interests lay in the hands of the Arabs, they were pro-Arab. Today it is very fashionable to be against colonial powers. And of course, they did do a lot of damage. But I find it absurd that pro-Palestinians are anti-colonial, as it was the Roman Empire that gave the name Palestine to the area. And
This is ridiculous. Okay, dude. Yeah, no, for real. Everyone has the right to invade Africa because, we all came from Africa. Like, come on. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
He's really discrediting himself at this point. Like, bringing the Roman Empire into things.
It's like,
because
dude, it's like Mongolians deserve the world, okay? It's their planet, actually, all the way to wherever they pushed the Anglo-Saxons or
I mean,
it's like it all belongs. The Greater Mongolia.
Because first of all, we already said that the Roman Empire may or perhaps may not have named the place Palestine. That's a myth that he's now using as fact to say that because the Roman Empire called this place Palestine 2,000 years ago, therefore it's strange that Palestinian Arabs are against colonialism. I mean, just think about that sentence for a second. And that's what this guy's telling us, okay? So, I think that sort of like tells you as much as you need to know about how much credibility this guy has.
Let me tell you, I think his perspective is revealed when he goes, now colonialism is not fashionable. Like, I think that's what his real perspective is. When it's like, if colonialism was fashionable, he'd still be like, yeah, this was a colonialist movement and we liked it, and it was
the
good.
British Empire that gave it its borders. When the British and the French drew lines on maps, they invented two nations that never existed before, the Palestinians and the Jordanians. Another fact that is often overlooked is that
that's actually the subject of my dissertation research, and he's just full of shit. I mean, he's just straight up lying right there. So his argument, he's saying that when the British drew the colonial boundaries around mandatory Palestine, they invented the Palestinian people. So I published a paper a few years ago with Emmanuel Beshka, a colleague of mine, and we found the term Palestinian in Arabic sources something like 114 times from 1898 to 1914. So before there were any British colonizers in Palestine, Palestinians had already been calling themselves Palestinians for 2 decades. And actually, if you go into Western sources and English sources and German sources and Russian sources, you actually have, the term Palestinian is being used already from the 1870s onwards. So he's just regurgitating and repeating lies that have been debunked already for years.
Wasn't this partitioning process was also done by like the population centers, right? I thought that originally it was like wherever, and even then it was actually quite unfair when it was like a 50-50 split, despite the fact that Jews at that point had 20% of the population and 80% was Palestinian, and yet the population split was the land split was 50-50.
Yeah, we'll get to that, and we'll get to 47 in a few minutes. But yeah,
I misunderstood. I thought he was talking about
both
this.
the Palestinians and the Jordanians. Another fact that is often overlooked is that pro-Palestinians are always talking about Jewish immigrants coming from Europe. No one talks about the Arabs who came to the land of Israel. Hundreds of thousands of Arabs from Egypt, Syria, and other places entered the land of Israel in the 1930s.
Yeah, that's a lie. We should pause there because this was debunked already in the 1980s. So in I think it was 1984, a woman by the name of Joanne Peters published a book called From Time Immemorial, in which she made this argument that he's making right here. That's the source of the argument. Shortly after that book was published, Norman Finkelstein took that book and dissected it footnote by footnote, sentence by sentence, and determined that the entire thing was a fraud. She literally falsified documents. She invented facts. She was fast and loose with the numbers because she's talking about demographic data, right? And this book was determined to be a complete fraud already in the mid-1980s. And I would say actually one of the most serious historians of the British mandatory period his name is Yehoshua Porath. He published an op-ed, and this guy, by the way, is no friend of the Palestinians. I think he's pretty Zionist. But basically, he published similar to Norman Finkelstein. He basically determined that that entire book, literally from beginning to end, was fraudulent. She falsified records and invented documents and sources. And so this guy is, again, here's another instance where this guy is just repeating and regurgitating things that have been debunked for 40 years. Okay, and then we can address the second point he makes shortly after that.
Okay.
To work for the British and are now seen
These
as
are just
native
lies
Palestinians.
right now. He's repeating.
It is hard to estimate the number
But I think
of
actually
Arabs who entered the.
I will just add one more thing, which is why is it that Zionist propagandists like this guy repeat things they think are true, but why do they love telling you that it was actually Egyptians and Syrians that moved to Palestine rather than there were indigenous native Palestinians living there already? Why does he love this point, which we already know is a myth, but why does he wants to tell you that? Because in order to again, it's all about trying to erase the Palestinian people, pretend they weren't there, they didn't have a real identity, they didn't have a connection to Palestine, which is part of this broader initiative among Zionists to dehumanize the Palestinian people. That's why he's bringing it up, and I just think that's important to point out.
Isn't it also, doesn't it also kind of come with the recognition that, it's almost like Arabs have lived in that area for much longer periods of time at this point than Jews have. So he's trying to use Arab Jews as a way, falsely, but still as a way to be like, no, we are native. See, we have Arab Jews, and they wanted to move there because they had a calling to move there. I feel like it comes with the recognition almost that Arabs are more deserving of this land than Europeans. Jewish or not. I don't know. Maybe I'm extrapolating information that is not accurate.
He's about to say something that is, in my opinion, absurd, which is, let's just let him finish this point here, and then I have another comment to make.
Okay.
Land of Israel between 1917 to 1947 to work for the British as the borders were open, but the number is in the hundreds of thousands. Probably about half of the population of Gaza came to the land of Israel.
He's just lying. He's just spewing misinformation right here. These statements, there's no evidence to support what he's saying right now. He's just straight up lying.
Israel during the British Mandate time. Their last names usually hint towards the actual origin of the family. I find it absurd that people like my great-grandmother, who came to Israel from Eastern Europe in the 1920s after dreaming about a Jewish homeland for generations, are seen as white colonialists, while Egyptians who came to work for the British in 1945 are seen as native Palestinians. Now you might be saying,
okay, I would pause there. I would pause there because I think it's a very insidious point he's making. There's one key difference, by the way. And of course, there were migrants from Egypt and from Syria. He's not wrong that there were migrants. By the way, Palestinians also migrated to Egypt and Lebanon and Syria as well. There were people migrating everywhere in all directions. But there's something very insidious what he's saying here, which is he's trying to say, well, what's the difference between an Egyptian and a Zionist? Well, I will tell you what the difference is. The difference is that, the Egyptians and Syrian migrants, they integrated into local Palestinian society. They spoke Arabic. They went to Palestinian Arab schools. They, participated in the Palestinian organizations. They participated in the Palestinian scouting troops. They assimilated. Whereas the Zionists did not assimilate. They had no desire to integrate into the local population. Instead, they created an exclusionary society with separate schools and separate institutions with the purpose of eventually taking over the country.
Despite the fact that originally Arabs, I'm sorry, but weren't there Jews living there already who were not exclusionary inherently for years and years, like the 3% of Palestinian Jews living in historic Palestine?
100%. In fact, there were great relations generally speaking, there were great relations between Arab Jews, Arab Muslims, and Arab Christians on the eve of Zionist immigration. We have anecdotes from the literature. Amos Oz is a famous Israeli novelist. His father relayed to him an anecdote that he shared in his memoir, in which you have Jewish children and Muslim children playing in the same courtyards together. Okay, in Jerusalem, they shopped in the same street, in the same stores. They lived in the same buildings. They actually celebrated one another's holidays together. I know this is kind of crazy to think about, but Jews celebrated Ramadan with Muslims. Muslims joined Jews in places like Sheikh Jarrah to celebrate Jewish festivals together. Christians celebrated with Muslims, and basically Zionism wrecked all that. When you had one of the populations, the Jews, decide that no, this land is Jewish land, and we're going to control it with a Jewish government, with Jewish institutions, and build an exclusionary Jewish society on top of this Arab land. That kind of wrecked the harmonious intercommunal relations that dominated prior to Zionist immigration to Palestine. So yeah, you're 100% correct. There were, generally speaking, very good relations between Jews, Muslims, and Christians on the eve of Zionist immigration to Palestine.
One point to consider here, I don't think you use the term assimilation, but I don't think you mean like forcible assimilation, but more so, I guess, trying not to exclude others from the culture of the land. It's more integration than assimilation.
Correct. That's what I mean, integration. In other words, wherever you have a population migrating from one place to another, I think the local population appreciates when you learn the local language, when you go to local schools, when you work in local stores and local businesses, right? But the Zionists did none of those things, and the Arab, the Egyptians and the Syrians and the Lebanese did all of those things.
Where they came from, and if they have been here for generations, they have the right to self-determination. And again, I agree. In 1947, the UN proposed the division of the land into a Jewish state and an Arab state. The Jews said yes, and the Arabs said no, and then started a war in a bid to eliminate the Jews. The morning after the partition plan, Palestinians attacked a bus and murdered 5 Jews. This is how the war was started. They were offered a state, they said no, and start murdering Jewish civilians.
Yeah, this is pure garbo. I don't think you can find. Is there even like Is there even a dispute? I feel like this is. I feel like to say that this was Arabs immediately fighting against Jews at this point out of nowhere is a lie by omission, right? Like it's not like this started in 1948.
That's exactly correct. I think the basic problem with this story, again, is plucking out facts to distort history, which is to say that to pretend like that there wasn't already 20, 30 years of rejection, of resistance against Zionism, that Zionism, wasn't fundamentally a violent movement that sought to displace and depopulate the land, I think is sort of the history and the context that's being left out here. And I think more importantly, what he does after, he basically says, and in the next minute, he says, well, you know what, like the Arabs started the war, so, it's their fault that there are 750,000 Palestinians, is a class at 750,000 Palestinian refugees. It's just a classic instance of victim blaming, especially when you consider that in the years after the war, Zionist forces, the Israeli government and the Israeli military shot live ammunition at the Palestinians who were trying to return to their homes after the war. And so to pretend like, it's actually the Palestinians' fault that Israel, that the Zionist forces expelled 750,000 Palestinians from their homes and then shot at anyone who tried to return their homes is just so grotesque and disingenuous. It's just a classic case of victim blaming, and you're completely leaving out the whole story of 1948, which we'll see in a minute. He just breezes right by it, but he just completely ignores what actually happened in 48, which was 800 Palestinians were massacred.
It's not even 1948. The expulsions had started before 1948. Before the expulsions happened under British watch. The start of the expulsions happened under British watch. The idea that this is happening in 1948 is ridiculous. There are firsthand accounts from British police that were there documenting the back and forth fighting where, once again, a tale as old as time itself, the Jewish militants were, the Zionist militants were significantly more powerful than the Arab militias were, which were almost always in a defensive posture in general.
The other thing to point out about the partition plan, and I think you already mentioned this, but the partition plan gave, I believe, it gave most of the country was given to the Jews, even though they only constituted, I believe, 33% of the population of Palestine at the time. And the only reason they were there were 33% 33% Jewish was owing to British violence. So even but on top of that, they only own 6% of the land, right? So they own 6% of the land. They're 33% of the population. The only reason they're that many is because of British violence. Even though they get like 55-60% of the total surface area, of the total land of British Mandatory Palestine. So of course the Palestinians are going to reject that. It's completely insane. And then on top of all that, something like 40-45% of the population of the proposed Jewish state was going to be Palestinian Arab. The whole concept of partition was that, Jews, where there's majority of Jews, you have a Jewish state. When there's majority of Arabs, you have an Arab state. But actually, Arabs were like almost 40-45% of the Jewish state. So there were so many things that were just so incredibly unfair to the Palestinians.
No, it was absolutely gerrymandered. Yes, areas that were predominantly Jewish was mostly Jewish, whereas Arabs coexisted with Jewish people in areas that now Jewish forces or Jewish villages would be controlled by the Zionist militias. Yeah, absolutely understandable conflict that would not arise out of nothing.
Not a single Jew was spared in all of the places that fell into local Palestinian hands. Luckily for us, after 15 months of fighting the local Arabs and the 5 Arab armies that invaded Israel, we won. And yes, during the War of Independence, many Arab villages were destroyed and about 700,000 people were displaced. That's what happens when you try to wipe out your neighbors. You might.
So that's what happened. So
that's fucking insane.
Yeah, he's also lying when he says that's what happens when you try to wipe out your neighbors. In fact, there was a pact between King Abdullah of Jordan and Ben Gurion during the war that basically said, what's mine is mine and what's yours is yours. You don't invade the land that was proposed to the Jewish state, and we'll let you have the West Bank. That was actually an agreement. So he's totally wrong about that. In addition to that, the Zionist forces were actually much stronger than the combined forces of the Arabs, and so they got weapons from I believe Czechoslovakia during the war, and then France shortly thereafter. And so he's also just blaming Palestinians for being ethnically cleansed by Zionists. So I'm not quite sure how anyone can take you seriously when you say that.
Yeah, it is unimaginable to me for anyone who has ever read any kind of history of Nakba, even from Zionist writers on the matter, for you to leave that historical moment thinking like, oh well, sucks to suck. You tried to expel your neighbors, and that's what you get. You have to be fairly cruel to come to that conclusion, because these expulsions early on were horrifyingly cruel by design, because and also well documented, like you said. Ilan Papez talked about this and written about this as well, about the actual written cleansing inside of the Zionist brigades, like where they were very purposely, systematically wiping out entire villages, going in, doing horrifying things, and then letting the word be spread that if they come to your village, if you see a Zionist brigade come to your village, you better run, because they're going to do the same things to you. The one example that I've used quite a bit is really horrifying, but this is from first-hand accounts of those who actually survived the atrocities in Deir Yassin, where the Irgun brigade had entered the village while the Arab forces in general were, I think, mourning the loss of an Arab leader in a prior attack on a Jewish village in Jerusalem, and the village itself was, like you mentioned, under a pact of peace, a peace pact with the surrounding Jewish villages, and did not think that it would ever come under attack. A pact of this pact would ever be violated. And one thing that they did was, after lining up every single person in the village, shooting them, doing horrifying things, taking earlobes and throwing people in wells, they took a father and his son and stood them in front of an oven that was burning. And they told the father to throw his son in the oven. When he did not comply, they beat the father up, threw the son in the oven, and then threw the father in behind him anyway. This is firsthand accounts of some of the atrocities. They took the remaining survivors and brought them back, I believe, to Jerusalem and paraded them as the people, as the onlookers threw rocks and trash and spit on the remaining survivors from said village until they actually killed the remaining survivors and kept them around, kept their bodies around for an extended period of time. Again, eyewitness, first-hand accounts from not just Palestinians who survived, but also Zionist forces that participated in the atrocities, and the veterans themselves have mentioned this. This is like first-hand accounts from the direct veterans that were involved in it. So when atrocities like that are kind of hand waved away, when they played a really significant role in the mass expulsion, I think that you're doing yourself a disservice if you are trying to offer us facts about the history of the inception of the Israeli state. Right?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
Yeah. Also, a reminder that a lot of the militant forces were trained by the British police at the time, and also had weapons, and some literally had actual combat experience from World War II. So it's very, I feel like it's a very different circumstance than a bunch of dudes with like whatever stolen guns that they had trying to defend their villages.
And have to pay the price. At the same time, 800,000 Jews were brutally expelled from Muslim countries. For some reason, no one cares about them or want to tell their story. Millions of articles and papers have been written about the Palestinians who had to evacuate their homes because of a war they started, yet very little has been written about the Jews living in Muslim countries who were subjected to pogroms and had to flee, even though they were innocent. Please tell me why you care so deeply about the Palestinian refugees, and yet you couldn't care less about all the millions of other refugees.
I don't understand it. Like, they're in Israel. Like, what? They're not currently... Is he saying that, like, the Jews that went to Israel are refugees still? Like, they want to go back to, they want to go back to Arab nations, but they can't? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it sounds like. I don't think very many of them want to go back to their countries of origin. But again, this is sort of just like a classic case of whataboutism. Do you want to talk about Israel Palestine, or do you want to talk about what happened in Morocco or Iraq or Egypt? It's just like these are different issues. And this has been a long-standing Zionist desire to try and bundle in what happened to Jews in other countries with the Palestinians. Guess what? The Palestinians have nothing to do with that. They weren't responsible for that. They were, if anything, it was because of the Zion. I mean, this has been a long-standing problem with Zionist history, which is that Zionists commit all these atrocities, and then Jews around the world face retribution. By the way, there's nothing unique about Zionism or Jews. This happens everywhere in the world. Where if you have a Muslim commit some horrible act in India, other Muslims face retribution for that. The same is true, by Hindus. The same is true pretty much in the U.S., right? The same happened after 9/11 when, after the towers came down and there was this gruesome attack against American civilians, you had all this racism and hatred against Muslims in America. You had the same after COVID. You had all this anti-Asian hate because there was a perception that, it was a Chinese virus. So again, this is just like, it's just like, A, whataboutism, B, this has nothing to do with Israel Palestine. So he loves distracting us with things that are not relevant to the question at hand, which is like the history of Israel Palestine and what the Zionists did to the Palestinians and what the Palestinians did to the Zionists. That's what we should be focused on. And he's just kind of distracting us with all these other things.
Yeah, I don't understand the argument if I follow it to its logical conclusion, like, I guess he's trying to say that, like, well, Jews don't have a right to return to, like, their nations of origin. And I feel like if there was a united Arab front that got together and dealt with, like, not the Abraham Accords, but something that actually was conciliatory, and they said every single Jewish person can go back to their nation of origin as long as every single Palestinian can go back to Israel and Palestine, I feel like there is 0% chance that that would be popular in Israel proper right now, right? Like, no, I know that it's not popular because I hear the arguments all the time. I'm surprised he hasn't made it yet about the demographic change that would ruin the robust culture that Israel has developed, and numerous other like great replacement theories that Zionists present as though it's like perfectly valid to say that, in the same breath as like invoking the Holocaust and why there needs to be a nation state for Jews there where they have the majority. And for me, I understand. Like I understand the long and complicated and horrifying history of constant pogroms and the Holocaust as well, and why Jewish people spiritually would want a place to call home. It's just that the counter to that is not a possible hypothetical ethnic cleansing that might happen that is Islamist fundamentalist, and the only way to stop that is by doing your own ethnic cleansing campaign that is supremacist in the other direction. All right, let's continue.
Who had to flee at the same time. 14 million Germans, about the same number of Hindus and Muslims, Ukrainians, Armenians, Poles, people from the Balkans, and I could go on and on. The Palestinian refugees are the most privileged refugees in the world. Some say that the partition plan wasn't fair as the Jews made up 1/3 of the population but got 2/3 of the land. To that I will say this, the Arabs actually also got what is now known as Jordan. So in fact, the Jews got a much smaller part. And I should also add that
that's awesome.
This is such a ridiculous point. The Arabs got Transjordan. There were no Jews living in Transjordan. I mean, do you want Jews to be given a country where they don't even live in? I mean, it's just such a ridiculous point.
Well, I mean, they did get a lot of land where they didn't live, so why not Transjordan too? What do you mean? Which is the reason why like the original Irgun logo, it features Transjordan as well.
That's right, it does.
Yeah, they did want that, which turned into Likud, I guess.
The Arabs got all the good land, and the Jews got the swampland and the desert land. I mean, now I'm going to state a fact.
That point is also ridiculous, by the way, because the Jews migrated to lands that were swampy because that's where they were able to buy land, right? They were not able to buy land in the mountainous interior to the same extent as they were in the Galilee and the coastal plains. And so they were given the land. And so when the partition plan was devised, the whole concept was wherever there are Jews already living, that's where we're going to make a Jewish state. And wherever there's primarily Palestinians living, that's where we're going to make a Palestinian state. And so he's just sort of, he's like, well, but the Jews get given the swampy land, but that's because that's where the Jews were living. And that's where the Jews were able to buy land. And there are reasons for that, which are historical, which we get into if you're curious. But it's just like, it's just like such a ridiculous point he's making.
Isn't that the basis of for a people without land, a land without people? Like that's the positive, I guess, as far as I understand it. Like, yeah, obviously Palestine was populated by people, but there were certain parts of this land that did not feature, like, they did not have a lot of people in it, and that's what the original like kibbutzim formations were, right? I mean, like it wasn't always violent, is what I'm saying. It wasn't always done through violent means.
Yeah, I mean, Zionists bought land wherever they were able to, wherever there were Arabs willing to sell them land. And it turns out that they were able to buy land in these areas that were actually somewhat undesirable, right? They weren't the places where Palestinian Arabs had large population centers, right? If you look at where the largest Palestinian Arab population centers are in historic Palestine, you know, we're talking Hebron, Nablus, Jenin, Jaffa, Gaza, Jerusalem. You're either talking Haifa, Akka, you're talking about the coastal cities, and then you're talking about the mountainous interior. But those coastal plains in between, you know, where basically Jews were able to buy land, were essentially the most undesirable land, and that's what the Zionists were able to buy, because that's what Palestinian Arabs were willing to sell them. And so he's sort of just, you know, he's losing the forest for the trees here.
Fact that is definitely going to annoy all the haters of Israel. The Jews took the swampland and the desert land and made the impossible possible.
Oh.
We turned the land into gold. Israel is pioneer in...
Oh, the supremacy. Oh, the classic, like, Arabs like to bomb and live in sewage. Jews like to build shit. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it just stems from a belief in, honestly, Jewish supremacy. I mean, that's what this is. These statements about how, you know, Zionists drained the swamps and turned you know, desert into gold. It's just, again, it's just the belief that we are superior to other groups, and it kind of feeds into everything that's happening right now. It's just the dehumanization of Palestinians.
It also is like always enforced through the real life conditions that Palestinians are subjected to in Gaza. Like whenever you hear someone say, oh, well, they get billions of dollars over the course of like 20 years, and yet they haven't built a singular thing, or, oh, they busted down the greenhouses and blew up the water pipes to make, you know, weapons, and, oh, Palestinians can't get fucking cement into or concrete into Gaza because if they do, then they build tunnel systems and whatnot. And it's like, it always is a reinforcement of that same, like, Palestinian Arabs, like Arabs in general, do not have ingenuity. They have no way of like envisioning a better future. And it's not because of the conditions that they were subjected to historically, and instead simply because they are inferior. And that argument is probably very familiar to many of you here in this community because it's fucking identical to the colonial mindset that white people had when, you know, colonizing Africa and many other parts of the world, as a matter of fact. It's a
Absolutely
justification correct. That it serves the purpose of dehumanizing your colonial subjects and justify all of the atrocities and all of the humiliation that you subject them to because they're not as superior as you are. I mean, this guy can try and hide it, but it's jumping out here in this situation. Like, oh, we took the swamps and, you know, made it into gold. What did the Arabs do?
Yeah, I mean, it's also, if you think about where most of these Jews were coming from, they were coming from Europe. And Europe, over the course of the 18th and 19th century, plundered and colonized the entire world and extracted massive amounts of silver from the New World and plundered India and plundered China. And in the course of all that plundering and colonizing, they became rich. And the Jews of Europe benefited from that. And they benefited from the universities and the wealth that was created in Europe. And then they brought that to Palestine. So kind of in some sense, in some very twisted sense, that this is evidence actually of kind of, you know, a history and a legacy of European violence and colonialism.
Yeah.
Irrigation systems and desalination system. Israel invented vegetables and fruits that can grow in salt water and yet taste sweet. As for the Arabs, the large part of their land is now polluted and contaminated. After 1948, the Palestinians
I'm not really sure what he's even referencing there. That's just like straight up racism. Like, the large part of Palestinian Arab land is polluted? Like, where's he even getting? Like, I've never even heard that propaganda before, by the way. So he's like innovating in his propaganda. But like, I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about right there.
Dude, that is like, it's always so funny because it's like you can be as monstrously racist as you want to be as long as it's like against an imperial enemy. You know what I mean? Arabs, the historic enemy of the Western world, but certainly in the post 9/11 world, you know what I mean? Like, you could just kind of say whatever the fuck you want about Arabs and people will go, yeah, they're all terrorists, right? Like, it's whatever. Yeah, they live in sewage. They live in filth. They did it. They couldn't make anything. If you said this, and many racists do say this, about black people living in Africa, this would be understandably a white supremacist perspective. It is a white supremacist perspective, yet again, when you say victims of your own constant expansionist settler colonial project are actually left behind due to their own, I guess, cultural, maybe not genetic, but cultural inferiority. That's what he's trying to infer. That's what he's trying to say here without saying it. It's the classic trick that Ben Shapiro applies when talking about black people in America, where he'll say, oh, it's their culture. It's not their, it's not necessarily that, I'm not saying they're genetically inferior. I'm just saying they're culturally inferior.
What's so insidious about his point is that, you know, he's saying that, you know, Arabs polluted. I think he used the word pollute, okay? And what's so insidious about making that argument is that it was actually recently revealed. There were many rumors and there were many reports of this earlier, but I think the definitive proof is now in that the Zionists used chemical weapons. They poisoned Palestinians in 1948. They poisoned Palestinian wells in 1948. Okay, so, and then, by the way, they did this same thing in 1970 when there was a desire to take over some Palestinian land to build a settlement in 1970. Zionists, we're talking about the state of Israel, poisoned Palestinian wells in the area where the Palestinian village was so that they would leave and Zionists would take over. And
Wow.
so actually, it's actually the exact opposite of what he's saying is closer to the truth.
So different than what's happening now when you see videos of the Israeli government pouring cement into water wells, you know? Oh, wait, no, it's identical. And that's what I keep referring to whenever I talk about this issue is like, since 1948 and even earlier than that, the tactics of settler colonial expansion have been identical. Throughout time, the only thing that's changed is like the weapons have gotten better, the surveillance technology has gotten better, but the overarching fundamentals are still there. It's always the same. Oh, well, you know, we sent flyers in to tell you to evacuate northern Gaza before we bomb northern Gaza. So we push you into southern Gaza and then inevitably offer you a humanitarian corridor to leave and live in Egypt, never to return. That's something all too familiar to Palestinians. They've experienced it. They've heard it from their parents. They heard it from their they experienced it with their grandparents that they can never see ever again, because if they leave Gaza, they might not be able to return back, or if they leave the West Bank, they certainly will not be able to return back. This is an ongoing reality for them. So ultimately, it's just not much has changed. To understand the ongoing cruelty of the Israeli apartheid regime, you can look at any other moment in time, and you will see the exact same justifications of the most moral army and the only democracy in the Middle East.
To establish a free Palestinian state, as they were under Egyptian and Jordanian rule. Yet they didn't do that. In 1964, the Palestinians established the PLO, or the Palestinian Liberation Organization. Now, this is interesting. 1964 is 3 years before the Six-Day War. So before Israel occupied the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and before a single settlement was built, they were already calling for the destruction of Israel. When the Arabs say free Palestine, they don't mean we want an independent Palestinian state next to Israel. What they want is a Palestinian state that replaces Israel.
What do you got for that? Oh, we got the babies with Hamas.
First of all, when Arabs say, anyone who starts a sentence with the words, when Arabs say free Palestine, they mean, again, is, I think, overgeneralization would be an understatement. I mean, to paint all people, all Palestinians, all Arabs with a single brush is just like racist. It's just ridiculous. Like, even if a lot, it's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's sort of hard to engage with somebody who has no problem generalizing all people, painting all people with a single brush.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's all Palestinians just want to like wipe out Jewish people. That's what they want for sure. Except if you look at like any kind of polling, even exit polls from like the election that ended up putting Hamas in power, the exit polling showed even back then a secession of violence and a two-state solution. There was definitely points in time throughout the history where Palestinians were absolutely on board with having their own nation state and peacefully coexisting. It's just that, to my understanding at least, and maybe you can tell me I'm wrong, Israel has used that as an opportunity to consistently squash any kind of conciliatory effort from Palestinians that were made in good faith, and continued its endless expansion, both originally in Gaza and in the West Bank, certainly, and continue to expand in the West Bank still to this day.
Yeah, I think what's particularly odd about this footage he's showing here is that just a second ago he was talking about the PLO. The photos he's showing here are Hamas.
Yeah.
Okay, that green flag is Hamas. Why are you showing Hamas photos in a discussion of the PLO? Remember, the PLO recognized Israel's right to exist in 1989. All the while he's saying they're supporting the destruction of Israel. So I just it's sort of hard to, deal with these points in good faith when he's just, telling you one thing but showing you something else, and painting all Arabs with the same brush, and just kind of, again, like, not actually sharing any data or any facts or any evidence to support his points, just making these broad, sweeping generalizations.
Palestinians kept rejecting all offers made to them from 1947 till 2008.
This is my favorite. This is, okay, can we talk about this real quick? Palestinians rejected every offer made to them from 1947 till 2008. This is something that you hear from every propagandist hack, every charlatan. This is like, I assume this is like a militarized Hasbara talking point, because I hear it way too frequently. So what would you say to that?
Yeah, so I think the most generous offer, quote unquote generous offer made to the Palestinians was in Taba in 2000, between Yasser Arafat and Ehud Barak. The first point
I may or may not be seeing tomorrow after on a broadcast that I am going to be on.
Yeah, he's that's very interesting. Would be curious to hear more about that. But but basically, the first thing to say about this offer is that it was a verbal offer. It was not a written offer. And some analysts say that a verbal offer is not an offer. If you want to make an offer, it has to be in writing. So that's the first point I would make about that. That all these offers, actually, even throughout the entire Oslo peace process, even in Camp David in 2000, everything was oral. And so that's the first point I would make. The second point I would make is that, this quote-unquote generous peace offer included the following. Israel was not required. Israel made no concessions whatsoever on the Palestinian refugee issue. They didn't even acknowledge taking any responsibility in creating the refugees in the first place. Now let me ask you this. How is it that you expect to be able to come to a final status peace negotiations when you're incapable of even owing up to and acknowledging the crimes committed 75 years ago by your own state, the crimes that led to the establishment of your own state? Your inability to even acknowledge that you took a responsibility and played a role in creating the refugees was a huge, huge non-starter for the Palestinians. That's point one. Point two, all of these offers involved Israel maintaining security control of the Jordan Valley and the border with Jordan for a period of at least 20 years into the future. Now, let me ask you this question. How is it that you're supposed to have an independent state and have autonomy in your state and have self-rule in your state when you can't even control your own border? These weren't serious peace offers. There was never an attempt to explain how Palestinians would be able to maintain a connection between Gaza and the West Bank. That's the third point. The fourth point would be the offer that Palestinians would have control of Jerusalem was actually they would have control of Abu Dis, which sits actually outside of Jerusalem. Palestinians were never offered a capital in East Jerusalem, in the part of Jerusalem where you actually have Palestinians living, in the Haram al-Sharif compound, in the Muslim quarter and the Christian quarter and the Armenian quarter of the Old City. That was never offered as part of the capital of Jerusalem, and they were never. So when it comes, and then on top of all that, Israel insisted on maintaining 3 military outposts in the West Bank.
Yes,
do the Palestinians get 3 military outposts in Tel Aviv and Haifa and Jaffa? No, they don't. So the entire framework was, how is it that we can allow for some amount of Palestinian autonomy while Israel still maintaining control of all the land between the river and the sea? And when you understand that that was the fundamental principle upon which Israel engaged in these negotiations, you realize that it was never fair to the Palestinians. These offers were never serious offers. And so, I don't know, it's just, I mean, I have plenty of criticism for the Palestinians, by the way. They didn't make a counter, Arafat never made a counteroffer at that Taba. So I'm not here going to pretend like I have any lost love for Yasser Arafat. But I'm telling you that the Israelis,
with Camp David, wait, hold on. With Camp David, it much was written about how Arafat had actually in private conceded, according to American authorities that were there outside of Clinton, obviously, but that there was actual concessions made from Arafat's side. But of course, they later said, no, we never conceded to anything, even though they had quietly even offered up parts of West Bank as well. as far as I understand it. But then they personally said no in public far after the deal had fallen apart in an effort to save face, at least to my knowledge.
That's a great point. No, I think you're absolutely right about that. And in addition, I think the other thing to remember here is that the entire peace process was taking place under American auspices and through American diplomatic channels and using American negotiators facilitating the entire process. And anybody who knows anything about the United States role in the Israel-Palestine question knows that, the entire foreign policy team of Clinton's entire foreign policy team were like right-wing Zionists. I mean, Dennis Ross. I mean, the people leading the American negotiation team were applying an incredible amount of pressure on the Palestinians, while at the same time applying zero pressure on the Israelis. And Diana Buttu, a Palestinian Canadian, who played a role in the negotiation process, shared some very, very interesting anecdotes recently in a podcast she recorded with, I believe El Maidan is the name of the podcast. We can probably share a link if people are curious. But she explained how in many of the draft versions that she would be getting of like documents that were shared by the by the Americans, there would be comments left in the margins from the Israelis like, oh, you shouldn't say this or you shouldn't say that. There was no distance between American and Israeli positions. It was basically the United States and Israel on one side of the negotiating table and Palestinians on the other. And how is it that you're expected to conduct negotiations between the most power when your negotiating partner, when the person you're trying to negotiate with is the most powerful country in the world and allied with the person who is controlling and occupying you and besieging you for 50 years. I mean, that's the other point to remember here, which is that, another interesting point made by Dan Abutu is that during those negotiation processes from 2000 to 2006 and 7, the Palestinian negotiating team would have to travel from Ramallah to Tel Aviv, because the meetings were taking place in Tel Aviv. And she relays these anecdotes whereby, every time they would have to drive to Tel Aviv, they would have to cross through Israeli checkpoints. And they would be berated and harassed and forced to wait hours in the sun with no water, just to arrive at the negotiation table. It's like, how do you negotiate with someone who has their foot over your neck? But that was basically the nature of Israel-Palestine negotiations from 1993 to the present, which is you have someone who you're negotiating with who is all the while taking your land, demolishing your homes, arresting you, imposing checkpoints on you, humiliating you, killing you every day, seizing your land, destroying your property. And that's the person you're supposed to be negotiating with? There's some semblance that these were fair negotiations?
Yeah. I made a mistake when you were talking about Taba as a chatter is clarifying. Ehud Barak and Arafat weren't at Taba. They were at Camp David, in which Barak gave embarrassingly bad offers. And even then, there was concessions made as well. Taba was the best offer until that point, and was put to an end suddenly as an election was coming up, along with other factors. In parentheses, the teams in a press conference later said that they had been given a little more time. They would have probably reached an agreement. Annapolis was technically better, but cut short due to courts chasing Olmert.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's how is it that you're expected to negotiate with a person who has their foot over your neck? I mean, that's kind of, I think, how you need to interpret these negotiations, which is that Israel had all the power and Palestinians had no power. And when you're in a position of no power, trying to negotiate with someone who has all the power, and at the same time, the framework within which these negotiations were taking place, i.e., American diplomats, American sites, Camp David, right? American pressure that basically. There was no semblance that Palestinians were going to get a fair deal here, because most of the pressure was really being applied on Palestinians from Americans via the Israelis.
All the while, for those of you who don't understand the circumstances on the ground, the apartheid state is strengthening its grip around the Palestinians. The occupation is worsening, and the what B'Tselem calls the permanent regime is being enacted. And slowly but surely, freedom of travel is lost in this time frame for Palestinians who used to be able to freely travel from ostensibly from the Westbank to Gaza to Israel proper even, and work in these areas, and the situation worsens in dramatic ways that they can experience and see, and is even humiliating in many ways. So I think that this is an important factor to consider when discussing it, especially when you want to understand the framework in which certain factions of the Palestinian liberation fronts branched out into more violent means over the years. It didn't happen because there was some interest that, like, oh, they want to forcibly rid all of the Jews through violence through Israel, and more so, regardless of what charters even Hamas had, that its methods became more and more violent as a response to the horrifying violence that Palestinians were subjected to. And that kind of violence is often lost on Americans because it's a legal structure. It's done under the auspices of the state. So we are sometimes subject to it ourselves. You know, Black Americans understand it, I think, especially throughout history. But most living in the imperial core have no way to comprehend this kind of systematic destruction of all civil liberties. We're not talking specifically about like gay rights being taken away or abortion rights being destroyed, and the criminalization of abortion at the hands of the Supreme Court. It's like that times 1,000, and that in and of itself is also horrifying too. I'm not minimizing that at all, but in order to try and empathize with this plight, you have to comprehend that this is like every aspect of your life, and everything that you've known and your normal day-to-day existence is being destroyed systematically by an incredibly militant state that very openly is saying your existence on this land, on your ancestral home, is contentious.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, let's continue. Let's finish this off.
When Ehud Olmert, the Israeli prime minister, offered the Palestinians all the West Bank and East Jerusalem as their capital, they said no to every offer that was made to them, invested all the money they received from the world in terror, and then cried that they were their victims.
Look, at this point, he's just speaking in such extreme generalities. Like, all the money was used for terror. It's just like you don't need to respond to someone who's sort of speaking with grotesque overgeneralizations. So, I mean, he's just kind of showing his own hand right now. He's showing his true cards, which are, I am deeply anti-Palestinian. I am super racist against Arabs and Muslims more generally, and I have no desire to actually understand what Palestinians were using their money for and what they weren't.
Zach, can I say something here, though? Yeah. I think it would be, I can't believe I'm saying this, but given the audience, I think it's still important to not just say that this is racist, but also offer counterexamples, because many people receiving this information also have the same racist principles, like the implicit biases that were carefully cultivated over the course of the war on terror universe that they were born into. So it sounds like a stupid thing to say, to like counter his racism with facts, but I think it's important to do so. I don't know. If you have anything to say about specifically this aspect, maybe the relationship between Hamas and other secular factions and the ongoing conflict between them. And how it was not a monolith, in spite of the fact that this demon over here is fucking saying like all Palestinians are Hamas.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I would say that a lot of the money that was funneled from Western governments and the EU and the United States to the Palestinian Authority was spent on security services. Okay, and this was very much part of the entire concept, which was Israel wanted to outsource its occupation and the control, the policing of the occupation, right? The police who are standing on the streets making sure there aren't protests. Israel wanted to outsource all that to the Palestinian Authority, right? How did they do that? Much of the money was spent on guns and weapons and security and helmets and other things that were needed to patrol and police Palestinians. This was basically the kind of if you really want to understand what Gaza was all about, it was Israel saying, how can we offload this issue? How can we offload controlling Palestinians to the Palestinian Authority themselves? Because the whole concept was Israel was always going to maintain total security control of everything. That was essentially embedded in the Oslo framework, was the primacy of Israeli security needs. Everything else was secondary, right? That was kind of if you really had to say what was Oslo, it was how can the Israeli government offload the policing of Palestinian streets? Because it didn't want to do that, because it saw what happened during the first Intifada when Palestinians rose up against the occupation and started throwing stones at soldiers and tanks. And so Israel didn't want to be policing the streets anymore. And so it was like, how can we basically still maintain control of everything, maintain the occupation, maintain the control of the maritime coastline, and maintain control of the Jordan Valley, and then maintain control of the entire borders of all of Israel Palestine, while at the same time extracting ourselves from those day-to-day kind of violent encounters. Let the Palestinian security forces do that. And so I think, that's what a majority of the money was spent on that.
Yeah. This also, I think, is important to understand in analyzing contemporary Palestinian existence. And like, you saw an aspect of this yesterday when the West Bank was not protesting the Israeli occupation, but what they see as an extension of said occupation, which is a boss. I mean, there's the Palestinian Authority, as far as I understand it, is quite contentious at this point because it has basically become another imperial vestige, a part of the Israeli security apparatus, routinely working against the interests of Palestinians, as the Israeli government, through endless settlement expansions, have partitioned off the West Bank in its entirety and has made Palestinians' lives in the West Bank unimaginably awful. And now Palestinians see the PA as a group of individuals who like give up 14-year-old stone throwers to the IDF when asked for it, and that's certainly I think that certainly is the Israeli design for the situation, in an effort to slowly but surely push people further and further into the hands of more radical fundamentalist Islamist groups like Hamas, and portray all Palestinians as Hamas in an effort to, complete the ethnic displacement and find the justification from within that, oh, well, all Palestinians are Hamas. They all want, they all want the old Hamas charter, the 1988 charter. Look at their old charter where they said they want to expel all Jews by force. And in order to maintain the security state, we must do everything in our power to purge them violently. I don't know. Do you disagree with anything I said so far? There might be I might be reductive.
No, I think you're completely right that most Palestinians see the Palestinian Authority as part of Israel's occupation rather than representing some kind of rejection or resistance to it. I mean, this has been the case for a long time now. Just June, July, when Israel went into the Jenin refugee camp and leveled, an entire neighborhood, displacing something like 3,000 Palestinians from Jenin. In the aftermath of that heinous attack, Palestinians held funerals for the Palestinians who were killed during that attack, and there were a number of senior PA officials that showed up to the funeral. They were booed. They were forced out. They were kicked out of the funeral procession. Yeah. Because there was no desire, there was no interest in having these PA officials who themselves allowed the Israeli forces to enter Jenin in the first place. Remember, Jenin is ostensibly under the control of the Palestinian Authority. Most of the major Palestinian population centers in the West Bank, Ramallah, Beit Lahem, Nablus, Jenin, Hebron, Khalil, they're all under Palestinian authorities' ostensible control. And yet, Israeli military raids go into those areas on a near daily basis, all with the consent and approval of the Palestinian Authority. And so to pretend like the Palestinian Authority are somehow, defending the Palestinians is absolutely insane. And that's why, by the way, you just saw earlier, was it yesterday or today, masses of protests in the streets of Ramallah and elsewhere in the West Bank, protesting obviously not just Israel, but also protesting the Palestinian Authority.
Yes, exactly. And once again, I want to reinforce this. That was deliberate. That was by design. That is precisely why in a closed-door meeting in 2019 to Likud members, Benjamin Netanyahu purposely said, we control how high the flames go. Anyone that wants to thwart the nation-state development project of Palestinians must treat Hamas as the single force in the room. That the I think ritualistic humiliation of the Palestinian Authority is a part of that design. That you only negotiate with Hamas, you make Hamas to be the only force for Palestinians. This way, internally, you get to justify all of the atrocities in the interest of security, because you're the security candidate when you're Netanyahu. We have to consistently squeeze the Palestinians over and over again, and I think that is by design. Like I said, it's a two-front war. Neuter the Palestinian Authority, use them as your own, as a part of your security apparatus, and then only reinforce the power that Hamas has by dealing with them exclusively, sometimes through violent means and other times through even allowing funds to go to Hamas as the singular force in the Gaza Strip. So I feel like that is the reason why we're in the position that we're in now, and that was actually well reflected by not just like Gideon Levi, but many other Israeli thinkers, even the entirety of the editorial opinion board of Haaretz, right? I mean, this is precisely what they were saying when they said October 7th is entirely in the hands of a security candidate that claimed that he could keep Israelis safe and secure, and failed on that promise because they kept pushing and pushing and pushing and being more and more violent. This is why it was called the Al-Aqsa flood. This is not a justification for the atrocities in any capacity, but there's a reason why the operation was called the Al-Aqsa flood. It was supposed to be a response to the violence that Palestinians are subjected to right there, right?
Yeah. Look, you don't need to trust Haaretz or Gideon Levy. You can just look to the statements of Israel's right-wing leaders themselves. Bezalel Smotrich, who's currently the finance minister, said, I believe it was in 2015 already. So we're going back 8 years. He said, Hamas is an asset, while the Palestinian Authority is a liability. Why is that? Because because the Palestinian Authority is the people you have to deal with to create a Palestinian state. But if you empower Hamas, then you don't have to worry about ever having to give up any land, or ever having to give up a Palestinian state, because the entire world rejects Hamas, and so that's a non-issue. So basically, number one, Hamas is the asset because you have the right wing doesn't want to create a Palestinian state. Number two, Hamas is strengthened and is allowed to exist and persist and even strengthen itself, so that Palestinians remain divided. And this has long been a tactic of Israel, to drive a wedge between different Palestinian factions. That was the entire reason why they funded and supported Hamas in the early 1980s, was to drive a wedge and try and undermine the Palestinian Liberation Organization, the PLO, their main adversary at the time.
Yeah.
And so this has been a long-standing Israeli tactic, which is to divide and conquer. It's a colonial strategy, by the way, no surprise. But you're 100% correct.
Yeah, it's a colonial strategy, and also one that America readily applies everywhere, whether it be Latin America or wherever we have imperial interests. Yeah. So it's not shocking that Israel does the same thing. Okay, let's get back to this part. I'm glad that we parsed through this. I think because these are very common talking points. And I feel like it's important to address the lies baked into that, because this is like pretty basic, like the way that I think Israeli history is taught in America, and I suspect in Israel as well, is quite similar to what he's presenting this as, and I feel like it's very one-sided and also ahistorical, does not feature the real conditions in which Palestinians were living under the occupation, and conditions that were horrible and were reported on quite frequently. That is precisely the reason why I think it was Desmond Tutu, or it might have been Nelson Mandela. I mean, Nelson Mandela, who personally said that the apartheid was happening in Israel at the exact same time that it was happening in South Africa. And that condition has only worsened for the Palestinians in that time frame, whereas the apartheid has ended in South Africa.
Offered the Palestinian all the West Bank and East Jerusalem as their capital. They said no to every offer that was made to them, invested all the money they received from the world in terror, and then cried that they were their victims. The Palestinians do have a harder life than we Israelis, but they only have themselves to blame. So what is the solution?
There's always like little kids doing Halloween, but this time they're fucking
Israelis, but they only have them.
Like, this is such a funny, like, I mean, listen.
What is that supposed to be a photo of?
Yeah, he's just saying like this is what Palestinians have to blame. Like, this is why they're like this, because this. It's like, okay, like therein lies. Here's the thing. Therein lies the difference between having a developed nation state that is like funded by the Western world versus being like having a government that has been declared a terror cell and is designed as a terrorist, where you wear your colors, like ultimately you're a terrorist, you're a little terrorist. Look at these little terrorists that are like born and bred to hate Israel and be anti-Semitic and blah blah blah. Whereas like no such. This is what I mean when I say there's always a double standard, where like no such assertions would ever be made if you see like little kids in Israel proper saying like they want to become IDF one day so they can, so they can defend Israel. When from his point of existence, from his framework, like that's kind of what he's doing,
Exactly.
Yeah. This is, again, a very weird and gross way to portray the entirety of the Palestinians as like people who are also under the banner of terrorism, under the banner of Hamas. Like, look at this, little kids are also like that. It's like a cultural problem. Look at this cultural identity problem that they have.
To blame. So what is the solution? When will there be peace? Not in the near future, because this conflict is not about the land. I've already told you that even before the 60 war.
Yeah, I mean, if he puts more fucking photos of little kids, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. This is so insane. Like, what purpose does it serve other than to say like Palestinians are little fucking demons? Even as a child, look at them, like they're playing with RPG toys and shit, not understanding that like these are the conditions that you have subjected fucking children to, that all they know is an endless amount of fucking violence that they see or they've been taught is like the only emancipatory mechanism out of that is by fucking putting on a goddamn rocket propelled grenade over your shoulder.
It's like when you grow up in Gaza or the West Bank and you're subjected to daily harassment, daily checkpoints, daily home demolitions, daily land confiscations by Israelis carrying guns, driving in tanks, rolling through your towns and streets with their armored vehicles and their machine guns. It's like, what the hell did you think would happen?
Yeah, ridiculous. Oh, ridiculous. And the way to stop this is by going in the exact opposite direction, by the way. Like, there's no way to stop this. There's no way to stop the violence of the Israeli apartheid regime. There's no way to stop it until Israel decides to stop it, right? And the moment that Israel stops that violence is the moment where you starve out more radical components, more radical factions. The only reason why their influence has grown over the years is because Israel's provided no solutions out of this other than violent, other than a violent retaliation. What happens?
War, and even before 1948, the Palestinians were trying to wipe out the Jews. Here is another example. Take Gaza. In 2005, Israeli
by the
from the
way,
Gaza Strip,
just a quick point there. For decades before 1948, Zionists were debating how exactly they were going to establish a state in a land that was majority Arab Palestinian. How do you establish a Jewish state in a land that's mostly Arab Palestinian? In fact, you know what? And so they debated it. Some people were like, well, maybe we can convince the Palestinians to leave voluntarily. And then others were like, you know what? They're probably not going to leave voluntarily. We're probably going to have to expel them. And that was the debate that Zionists were having in the late 30s and 1940s. And so his point is literally, you could really just flip Jews and Palestinians in this sentence right here, that Palestinians were trying to wipe out the Jews. If you flipped it and said Jews were debating how to wipe out Palestinians, that would be much more accurate.
Yeah. It's, oh God, I think there's so much projection in every ounce of like in every single aspect of Zionist propaganda that like that's why I would say it's like you have to maintain a genocidal, slow ethnic cleansing apartheid structure in order to stop some hypothetical Islamist fundamentalist genocide from occurring down the line. And it's like that's no way to exist. That's no way to exist. Like this is that is at the heart of the problem, is that it requires a tremendous amount of violence for its maintenance, and I think it creates like delusional paranoid like a delusional paranoid collective psyche because everyone feels like, whether they recognize it or not, collectively responsible for the violence. It's really sad. Chomsky says calling it an apartheid is charitable to Israel. Yes, but apartheid is it. I'm old enough, even myself, at the age of 32, I'm old enough to remember a time when it was completely unacceptable to call Israel an apartheid state. That change has happened quite recently, a couple years back, actually, I think, when Amnesty International and the Human Rights Watch openly decided to call the apartheid regime an apartheid. So that's and that was combated every step of the way, tooth and nail. So, and even now, you see fucking Amy Schumer post about how Israel is not an apartheid state because it has 20% Palestinians living in Israel proper, and it's actually a democracy. But what about the fucking 5 million Palestinians that live under occupation? Oh well, they're not even mentioned in the process. Anyway,
that's sad.
Jews. Here is another example. Take Gaza. In 2005, Israel withdrew from the Gaza Strip. Gaza is an Israeli and Jew-free area. The Palestinians get more money than any other group on the planet.
This is one of the most insidious of all the lies.
Yeah.
Israel withdrew, and Israel no longer controls Gaza. I mean, okay, well, let's see. Israel controls 6 of the 7 land borders and colludes with Egypt to control the 7th. Israel controls the coastline. Israel controls the airspace, the groundwater, the telecommunication networks, and thus internet access via those telecommunication networks. It also controls all the electricity that goes into Gaza, and it controls the population registry. So to pretend like Israel doesn't control Gaza is just to, I don't know, like, it's like, what kind of fantasy world are you living in? If Israel doesn't control Gaza, then why don't they just leave? Why don't they just get on a boat and leave?
Yeah, why can't Gazans fish beyond like the 6-mile coastline that was designated for them? Or why can't Palestinians have an airport? There was an airport there in 2001, right? I mean, in 2000 there was an airport there. What happened to the Palestinian airport? Why can't they rebuild it? Now the answer, depending on what seasoning of ultra Zionists you're talking to, will range from, well, it's a security concern, to because they're inferior and therefore they don't like to build and they only use all the concrete for tunnels and throwing bombs into Israel. So, but the real answer is because Israel bombed it and then they refused to allow Palestinians to rebuild it. That's the real answer.
That is 100% correct.
Yeah. Because they did 9/11. That's why they don't have an airport, said Michael Vickscat. I mean, he's joking, by the way. He's not being serious. Yeah. Oh, my God. Thank God America wasn't like, I mean, they fucking invaded Iraq and Afghanistan. Might as well. Holy shit. They could have been like, Palestine is next.
Planet, from the US, from the European Union, from Arab countries, from the UN. And what do they do with this money? Infrastructure, education? No. They build tunnels and buy weapons to kill Jews.
I'm sorry. I love this argument. It's so it's so psychotic. And it also literally is like, it's a reinforcement of, I am reminded originally of the time when this person said he does not like Benjamin Netanyahu, and he posted a photo in the beginning, I don't know if you remember, where he's like, Itamar Ben-Gvir and Benjamin Netanyahu, I disagree with them. What does he disagree with them on? Because this is like straight hyper right-wing, ultra-nationalist, ultra-Zionist propaganda. What do you disagree with them on? You don't disagree with them on the practice of like saying all Palestinians are fucking Hamas, and that all Hamas is doing is like taking the money from the international community and like building AK-47s. You know what I mean? Like that's. So what is it? Well, where is the difference in agreement there? I don't get it. But yeah, the idea that like they're taking all of the aid and using it on weapons is really, really fucked up and really frustrating. I mean, we just raised $1 million for 4 Palestinian organizations that are working on the ground. This community, we're at $1,018,000 so far. And if you look at the internet, if you look at what people are saying online about it, it is fucking insane, especially on Reddit. Everyone's like, oh, that's not going to the Palestinian Red Crescent Society or the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. These are not organizations that are vetted and have to work with the Israeli government at all. These are actually Hamas funded cutouts. These are not going to like save children in Gaza that are currently being ruthlessly slaughtered under Israeli rocket fire. This is like giving Gazans more rockets. It's disgusting. It's dehumanizing. And unfortunately, it's a relatively successful propaganda that portrays all Arabs as like, non-human monsters that are simply just violently retaliating for no reason because they're barbaric. Yeah. Do you have a take on the they use all the money? I feel like I'm talking way too much. I need to shut the fuck up. You're my guest. You're way more knowledgeable on this stuff. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I think you should say some stuff here about at least like where funds have been utilized historically.
I mean, look, for a long time, tunnels were used to import and export to build an economy, right? Because Israel imposed a 16-year blockade and siege on Gaza that prevented things needed to live a basic human life, like cement, to rebuild all the buildings that were bombed. Hamas built tunnels connecting the Egyptian side of Rafah to the Palestinian side of Rafah in order to be able to import and export everything, right? This was part of, being able to build a normal economy. So, it's just sort of trying to put things in context here. It's like, in addition, I would say, you know how much Israel spends on its military, And by the way, the United States contributes to that. The United States gives Israel $4 billion in military aid every year. Why doesn't it? So it's like, well, you're going to criticize Hamas for, buying, getting weapons, but what about Israel? It's like, well, Palestinians kill Israelis and Israelis kill 100 times as many Palestinians. You're not criticizing the weapons Israel gets and only the weapons that Hamas gets. It's just a double standard.
Yeah, because you slap the terrorist designation on it and there's no like ministry. That's why you can very easily just say like, that's why you hear it all the time when people just go like, well, it's the Hamas health ministry that said this, or it's the Hamas this that is trying to engage in trade. And it's like, well, then all matter of trade that Palestinians are supposed to be doing in Gaza is just all terrorism. That is by design. That is the purpose of propping up Hamas and then saying like this is a violent terrorist organization that does brutal things, and there is some truth to that. Obviously, there is a lot of violence that occurred, but that even in that is always left out in the dark without any sort of historical framework and mentioned without offering any alternatives or a time when there were alternatives to that. So it's very frustrating. every state is operated by their military technically. That's why Republicans say, or conservatives in America say, like, taxation is theft, and it's like stolen. It's stolen from you at gunpoint because the state has a monopoly on violence. You know, you can make that argument for every fucking nation state.
Yeah, Mohammed Al-Kurd had a nice video where he illustrated how everything in Gaza is labeled like Hamas-run health minister, Hamas-run hospital, Hamas-run education, Hamas-run blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, it's like there's a very specific reason why media outlets are doing that, right? It's like trying to brand everyone and everything and everybody in Gaza as a terrorist.
Yeah.
And it's like incredibly dehumanizing. Like, like doctors are terrorists, school teachers are terrorists. It's disgusting.
Well, it served the purpose of like justifying their death and destruction in the hands of the Israeli state. They're all terrorists, so they're all human shields. They're all terrorists, and they're not real humans. So when these children die, 1,000 of them in the last siege so far, it's considered to be appropriate. That way, it is much easier to believe the propaganda that, like, well, these guys are human shields. These children were human shields, or that was a sacrifice that we could make, and it was justifiable violence.
Why do they do that? The Hamas constitution makes it very clear. The first sentence is, Israel will exist until Islam wipes it out. It doesn't say we want peace. It doesn't say we want a Palestinian state.
Yeah, no, as opposed to like the the origination of the Israeli nation state, which was always very peaceful, where the Israelis were like, here, we'll kiss you guys out of the villages that you will leave voluntarily. Because you're like, oh, stop tickling me. You're tickling me too much. But again, that is the 1988 Hamas charter. Hamas at the time was like a fucking marginal group that you also have mentioned was you explain it. Sorry, fuck. What am I doing? Go ahead, please address these takes. I'm done.
No,
You're only you from now on. Fuck.
Please, no, you're killing it. Please continue. Look, the only thing I would add is that, obviously Hamas started as an Islamic charity. Before the charter of August 1988, in the Intifada broke out in 87, right? And in late 87, in that first year after the Intifada, Israeli military forces killed 142 people in the Gaza Strip, all the while suffering a grand total of 0 casualties. And this inflamed the Islamic charity, al-Mujamma, and al-Mujamma al-Islamiyya is what was called before 88. And they were inflamed and enraged and radicalized as a result of the grotesque Israeli violence. So that's the first point I would make. Secondly, already before August 88, you have multiple proposals from leading Hamas officials, including Sheikh Ahmed Yassin himself, as well as another guy, another senior official, basically putting forward kind of peace feelers to Israel at the time that were obviously completely rejected outright. And because those peace officers involved Palestinian self-determination, a withdrawal from the occupied territories, and a return of the refugees, all of which are total non-starters for the state of Israel, which is hell-bent on preserving its Jewish majority at all costs. No matter how much violence Israelis will face, they would rather have many thousands of Israelis massacred than let back in Palestinian refugees or give up control of Palestinian land. That's the first point I would make. And then, by the 2000s, by 2006, you have another proposal by Esma al-Haniya, who publishes a piece, I believe, in The Guardian, basically saying, look, we're open to peace with Israel. Same thing happens in 2008 with Khaled Mash'al, publishes another op-ed, I believe, in The Guardian, basically saying, look, we're open to a 10-year truce. And then in 2012, you have the second command the second military commander in the Hamas military wing, Ahmed Ja'bari, I believe was his name, who just a few hours before being assassinated by Israel had received a peace deal, had received the draft of a peace deal that was the result of months-long negotiation process between backdoor channels between Hamas and the state of Israel that received the full support and approval of then Defense Minister Ehud Barak. A few hours after Ahmed Ja'bari received the peace proposal, he was assassinated along with 6 other Palestinians. because Israel had no interest in a peace deal with Hamas at that point. Israel wanted to strengthen its deterrence capacity and destroy as many Hamas leaders as it could. Israel chose war over peace. And so, and basically, I would say that's kind of been the status quo for almost a decade now, which is that Israel's more or less happy to have Hamas on its southwestern flank because it means that it doesn't have to negotiate with the Palestinians. Because look, they're divided. Look, they all they want to do is send rockets at us. They're all terrorists. And this gave Israel the plausible deniability it needed to claim that it was the Palestinians that rejected peace, not the Israelis. So again, there's a lot of kind of selectively choosing facts here in this narrative, and this is just a classic example of it.
Yeah.
State. It clearly says until Islam wipes it out, they want a Muslim caliphate. I respect Hamas for one thing only, for actually expressing and being clear about what they want.
Yeah, except he's like, I respect Hamas for saying this so I can use it to say that all Palestinians love Hamas, and also Hamas wants to ethnically cleanse all Jews from Israel. I respect them for saying that because it makes propagandizing against Palestinians much easier, which is literally identical to Benjamin Netanyahu's perspective and his design for how to thwart a Palestinian nation state being developed, which is, even funnier when he says, this is the Israeli perspective you've never heard. I've heard this perspective. I've only heard this perspective. I've never heard another perspective. This was not a unique one at all. Sorry.
Which is to eliminate Israel. Personally, I want the Palestinians to have a democratic state with human rights and freedoms. And I wish for all Arabs and Muslims to have the same. But what I want is not necessarily what they want. To solve the problem, you need to understand the problem. And the problem...
This guy's a good understander of the problem. I'm feeling like he totally has a good grasp on the situation after what he just said.
Is made up of two things. One which Westerners don't understand anymore, religion, and one which Westerners don't want to talk about, values. Religion plays no role at all in European politics.
I think honestly, like the last 6 minutes of this video is like him just spewing anti-Muslim and anti-Arab hate and just sort of demonizing all Muslims all around the world, and it's pretty wild, honestly. Like he should have just stopped the video here because the last 6 minutes are just like not helping his cause.
No, I love this. I'm excited to hear a guy who said Hamas is a certain way and then immediately speaks like the cartoonish depiction of how like all Palestinians are in his eyes, but with a role reversal. It's always so funny when people are like, yeah, these guys are like Islamist fundamentalists that want to wipe out everybody. And then they turn and think that like all Jewish people are demons or whatever. And then immediately turn around and start talking about all Arabs as like pests that must be expelled forcibly because they're ruining like the beautiful European culture or whatever the fuck, and it just simply cannot coexist in beautiful white Europe. With their rape gangs or whatever the fuck they say. It's just so frustrating.
In the US, politicians do say God bless America, and the debate surrounding abortion is partly religious. But when it comes to foreign policies, you don't hear American generals talk about spreading the word of Jesus.
That's literally objectively false. George W. Bush said God told him to invade Iraq. There were plenty of generals at the time who talked about how this was the Holy Crusade. Plenty of soldiers also love Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, and we're bearing the cross when they were in Iraq and Afghanistan. It is completely and objectively and utterly false. The only difference is that because it's Christian, it's the dominant ethnic, ethno-religious group that nobody actually sees that as like an aberration or weird or gross or religious. Having said that, none of these things are actually religious. None of these conflicts are actually born out of religion. It's just a material interest in grabbing as much land as possible or an extraction of natural resources. It's just religion is the seasoning that you add to it, and sometimes you see it and sometimes you don't. Oh my God, I'm doing the same thing again. Sorry, Zach, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Hasan, I have to actually confess something, which is that I didn't realize you were Turkish. Sen Türk olduğunu hiç bilmedim ya.
Oh, wow, you speak Turkish? That's crazy. Wait, what did you think I was?
Yeah.
My name is Hasan. What?
Yo, I honestly didn't know. I apologize. I didn't do my homework before this chat.
No, you were like, damn, this white boy's spitting. Why does he care about Palestinians so much? What the fuck? Is that what you thought?
I figured. No, I thought you were Arab, actually. I didn't realize you were Turkish.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I am. Don't worry. That's what the Turks Don't worry. That's what the fucking Turks in my chat have been saying these past couple of days as well. That I'm Arab and not Turkish anymore because I defend Palestinians.
I mean, we didn't even talk about Mavi Marmara. You know, I feel like we should brought that up at some point.
I did. Okay. I brought it up in a Turkish rant when I was yelling at the Turks, saying that like some of you think you are more supreme than Arabs and think you're Western backed and think that the West sees you as anything different. But you know, Israel could do 100 Mavi Marmaras and the Western world would not turn the Western world would turn a blind eye to it. They got really mad at me.
Yeah, anyway, sorry for distracting us from the video. I did not realize that, and so I wanted to share some Turkish love with you.
Yeah, hell yeah. All right, let's continue with this racist
In the
rant.
Muslim world, it is very different. When Arabs kill Jews at a music festival, or Christians in a school in Nigeria, or one another in Syria, Yemen, Libya, what is it they shout? Allah Akbar, God is great.
Oh
Jihad
my
is
God!
A religious war against the infidels. To many Europeans, the words infidels and
dude, he's so good. He's spitting. I've never heard this one before. That's crazy. The unified Islamic jihadists across the board. Wow, this is some post 9/11 shit right here. This is like, I feel like this is 2002. You know, good stuff.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of the anti-Muslim bigotry that was so pervasive in the aftermath of 9/11.
Yeah, this is like some of our more important thinkers, like Sam Harris, channeled this intellectual school of thought. It's great. Yeah, this is like incredibly reductive Reddit atheism analysis, but of course I don't expect that from the likes of Sam Harris, who fancies himself to be an intellectual. I do expect that from some fucking random guy who has a travelingisrael.com blog on YouTube. So it's a little bit different when you hear it from someone who is supposedly a part of the intelligentsia.
heresy probably remind them of dark days that played out hundreds of years ago when Catholics and Protestants were killing each other. Sadly, this is still the situation in some parts of the Muslim world. Just think about the organizations you hear about in the Muslim world: Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, the Taliban. These aren't national organizations. They are all religious organizations. Now let's talk about the bigger issue, values. Lots of people run from...
Wow. Yeah, let's move past that one. He's like, all Muslims are run under Islamist fundamentalist groups that the Western world has placed upon damn near the entirety of the fucking world under the auspices of defeating Cold War, defeating the socialist influence of the Cold War. Like, it's great. I love that. It's because everyone was volunteering that. They were like, I love being ruled by the Taliban. It's so stupid. I'm sorry. Do you have anything to say about this? I mean, this is like moving beyond Palestine at this point. It's just like straight up being fucking a psychotic freak. But I love that he said he likes facts, though. Facts.
Well, look, I think when thinking about religious violence, I would say that you really do need to take a bird's eye view here, because otherwise what you're actually doing is you're trying to understand political and social and economic history rather than religions and religious history. And when you kind of zoom out and take a bird's eye view, Christians have been some of the most violent and some of the most, have used Christianity in the name of violence as much as anyone else historically. And so, I don't understand why all of a sudden he's sort of like gonna pretend like ancient history doesn't matter anymore when thinking about like what religions are violent and what religions are peaceful. But he's not really interested in understanding violence and peace and what religions have to say about them. He's just looking to demonize Muslims and brand Hamas as an extremist religious organization that is indistinguishable from all these others, and it's just part of this bigger problem, which is Islam. And that's his real aim here.
Yeah, which is ironic because, like, obviously it is anti-Semitic to claim that Zionism is inherently in the interest of all Jews all around the world. And I will always make that distinction that, like, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism and Jews are not a monolith, and it's fucking ridiculous to claim such a thing. And yet like, I feel like he gave so much religious context originally, or at least utilized religion originally to talk about how important like Israel is and has to be developed. And in that same breath, of course, omits key details and like the endless amount of violence that was done to justify a Jewish nation state, to erect a Jewish nation state, not realizing that like from that same reductive lens, that is ironic that you're saying that like, oh no, we have a Jewish theocracy that we are interested in developing, interested in building, and that the building of said theocratic apartheid structure, of course, is like incredibly violent and forcibly expels everyone that is considered to not be a part of the in-group. And then and he ties it back to religion in the same way. In many ways, like that from a reductive lens, it's identical, but just with a role reversal. And one is an established nation state, so you understand that that's like appropriate, and the other is not. It's a militant group. And I'm doing it again.
Yeah. Look, I think most historians, if not pretty much all historians of Israel Palestine, agree that the issue is land. It's not religion. And I think the problem with this entire video is that he's obsessed with religion and wants to place religion at the center of the conflict. But guess what? Long before there was Hamas, long before there was Islamic Jihad, there was a fight over the land. And that fight over the land will continue long after Palestinians decide there are better ways of trying to reconquer that land than embracing kind of fundamentalist Islam. So again, like it really to me highlights his misunderstanding of the fundamental issue on the table here, which is that you have two people. One came from outside of Palestine and wanted to control Palestine. One was already living in Palestine and is defending Palestine from that conquest and from that invasion and from that occupation and from that siege. And that's the fundamental issue. And religion is exploited by both sides. It's used by both sides, but it's not the main issue. It's a tool. It's a weapon that is used. That's kind of how I would interpret things. And I think, by the way, the overwhelming majority of serious historians would agree with me.
Yeah.
From this as if they were running from fire, because the biggest concern is potentially being called a racist. I want to be 100% clear here, although I know that some will do their best to misunderstand me. If I say that men are more violent than women, does it mean I hate all men? No. Does it mean that I think all men are violent? No. Does it mean that there are no violent women?
Oh, God, I know where this is going. He's going to be Islamophobic, but in a woke way. Like, yeah, when I say men are more violent than women, I mean statistically. So when I say Muslims are more violent than Christians in Europe, I mean statistically. He's like, dude, that's so sick. I mean, the Israeli government has basically invented pinkwashing and greenwashing an apartheid structure. So like, it's cool that he is continuing on with this tradition by doing 1350 style racist agitprop, but in a woke way. Like, you know, just like how men dominate women in a patriarchal structure, Muslims are dominating Europeans in an Islamic caliphate that has been established in Europe.
Yeah.
No. But if in almost all countries, more than 90% of those in chairs are men, then you can say that men are more violent than women. I believe you can criticize anyone for anything. You can criticize me as a Jew, as an Israeli, as a man, as a tour guide. You can criticize me for things I can't change.
He's
like
a tour guide?
And for the things I chose, like
fuck?
my profession.
When I was looking at his YouTube channel, it's like he's going around and like, you know, taking you on a tour of Jerusalem or Tel Aviv or whatever else. I think that's his whole jam.
He's like, here's where the primitive Arab dogs used to live, who we forcibly expelled. Thank God. What the fuck? What is he talking about? What kind of tours is he giving? Oh God, I actually kind of want to know.
Music I like.
He's like, here's the extra racist tour of Israel.
The fact that I'm a father, my identity is comprised of thousands of different aspects, and you can criticize any one of them, and I can agree or disagree. I can say, true, Israelis aren't very polite and they don't know how to form a queue, but I'm different. And I can also accept that criticism. If you are not a narcissist, you know that you're not perfect. I don't subscribe to the narrative that you are only allowed to say good things about other groups and criticize your own. I actually want to be criticized. I want to be made to think, to be made to improve my ways. The Me Too movement.
I really do hope maybe he'll see this video that will inevitably come out of this, where we like parse through all the things that he said, and maybe he'll just come out as like a rugged anti-Zionist. He's like, I started reading Ilan Pape, I started reading Finkelstein. I had no idea what was going on.
So I'm just scrolling through his YouTube channel, and it's not just like very like apolitical travel guides to Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. It's also like political content. Like he has produced plenty of political content before, so this is nothing. He's not new to politics.
Yeah, I kind of want to see his tours.
Movement made me rethink the way I interact with women and made me more aware of the language I use. I criticize all groups: Americans, Germans, Britney Spears fans, ultra-Orthodox Jews, women, Gen Z, and Muslims. I even criticize the most dangerous group of all, Israeli mothers. If a teacher writes that she is sick, there is no need for 30 get well soon messages. You don't show that you care by writing a message. You're just spamming my WhatsApp. If there were peace in all of the Middle East and only the Arab Muslim Palestinians were resorting to violence, I would say, okay, maybe we are in the wrong. But if the Palestinians were using violence before 1967 and before 1948, and almost all of the Arab Muslim countries are dictatorships with high levels of violence and low levels of human rights,
then when I made that comment about how he's dehumanizing and he's being incredibly bigoted towards Muslims. I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about. Basically, if you just go back like 5-10 seconds, like he just makes his point that basically, look, there's nothing we can do because Muslims are just violent, and that's the problem.
Yeah, no, this is identical to the argument that like black people are inferior. This is what white supremacists say about black people, and then they point to like Africa without any consideration of like the violence of colonization and imperialism and the theft of natural resources, to just kind of say like, look at the structure. It's really fucked up. Must have something to do with how black people are, and that's just like an insanely racist thing to say. And that's what he's doing. But this is a little bit more permissible because it's against Arabs and Muslims, and that has been for a very long time the justification for post 9/11 expansion in the Middle East. And obviously the reaction to said expansion. So he's a teacher. Dude, he taught me a lot. He taught me new ways of being racist. Yeah. As Parenti says, Africa is not underdeveloped, it's overexploited. Yes. Yeah. All matter of Arab nations that he's pointing to and claiming are like Islamist fundamentalists are the way that they are due to external factors. They are under reactionary rule for the most part because of the circumstances of their development, because of Western influence in their development, in a way that is not dissimilar to Hamas growing in influence, both as a byproduct of the violent conditions that people were subjected to by a colonial power, but also by directly funding and facilitating its growth. The said Western powers directly funding and facilitating its growth in every single structure, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's really
I feel like I've kept you here for like 3 fucking hours, and all I've done is just like yap. I'm sorry. I'm so
no. You should not be apologizing for anything. Come on, don't be silly.
This is what I do every day for 10 hours. So they already hear me all the time. I have to pee. You can keep going on this.
I'm also getting comments from Muslims
let it roll,
colonialism and the Americans for all the problems in the Muslim world. And it is true that the creation of many countries and borders in Africa and Asia were determined by the interest of the European empires, and that the US think primarily about its own interest. But I'm always shocked to find that Muslims take no responsibility for their wrongdoing. The fact that most of the Muslim countries aren't democratic has nothing to do with the US. The fact that 17 of the 20 most dangerous countries for the LGBTQ community are Muslims has nothing to do with colonialism. The fact that almost all of the most dangerous places in the world to be Christians are Muslim has nothing to do with imperialism. The Muslim world is huge. It has a lot of oil, and its failure has very little to do with colonialism. Look at the Jews. 1/3 of them were murdered by the Nazis. Israel has no oil, and it is surrounded by enemies. and yet we are successful. And it's not because of American money. Most of that money has to be used to buy military equipment from American companies. And beside the Palestinians get way more money, we are successful because we are open-minded, think outside the box,
By the
invest
way,
in
that's
education,
Israel
and
gets
are
way
not
more
violent.
money than the Palestinians.
This is
That's
true
just a straight
outside
up
the
lie.
Middle East too. Look
Israel
at
gets
Arab
4
Muslim
billion
communities
a
in
year.
Europe.
The
If
Palestinians
there were
get
violent
much
riots
less.
in Paris or Sweden,
Less
Rotterdam
than
or
$1 billion,
London,
maybe 800 million, which is now in the process of being taken away from them. So that there was a lie that was repeated there, but what can you do?
Wait, what was it? I'm sorry, I missed it.
It was just one insidious lie that he says the Palestinians get way more money than than Israel, which is just a straight up lie, which is that the United States provides Israel in just the past fiscal year 3.8 billion. The Palestinians get way less than that.
Yeah.
I can't recall the exact amount. We can look it up, but it's way less than that.
Okay.
But he's almost done. I mean, at this point, he's just
yeah, he's just adding a couple. I really do appreciate it because like at the end of it, he just kind of really betrays the facts based analysis that he was supposedly offering, where he like omits key details and obviously tries to repeat like propaganda, make this position seem way more agreeable. And then the last 6 minutes of it, as you said, is just straight like, and you know, those Arab Muslims are fucking barbaric, brutal, racist, that want to kill everybody and throw gays off roofs, you know? Like,
yeah, it's just, yeah. Go ahead.
And also, yes, Arabs get more money than Israel, which is a lie. Okay.
In the Jewish neighborhoods or the Arab neighborhoods. Peace will only come when the Arab change their values, when Muslim countries become democratic, when all of the different groups in Syria stop.
Yeah, like Israel. Democratic like Israel. An apartheid state.
Killing one another, when Iranian women are free to cover or not cover their hair, when gay men are not thrown from rooftops in Gaza.
Oh, he said it. Oh my God. He said it. He did the ISIS line. He said gay men are thrown off of rooftops in Gaza. Oh God, he's so, what a fucking gross little pervert gremlin he is for that. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah. Let me just explain something to the people that always like hear this most likely. Oh, like the Queers for Palestine movement. First of all, Palestinians are diverse. They're, of course, queer Palestinians. That's number one. Openly queer Palestinians especially as well. And not only that, but also one thing that these Americans usually and this Israeli person is doing in this circumstance is that they forget that these people, Palestinians, just like I usually talk about my own personal experience, like Turks, are not allowed to get to have their own civil liberties movement when they're too busy fighting against colonial oppression. It's so fucking stupid that people always go, oh, well, you wouldn't be able to be gay in Palestine. And it's like, you don't know that. You have no idea. You have no idea what that would look like because there has not been a free Palestinian nation. It's ridiculous. There's never been a moment for people to breathe so that they can, fix their own houses, if you want to call it that. It's so stupid. There's also, this is often also another ahistorical perspective, which is like that the Ottoman Empire, for example, going back to that again, was notoriously more open-minded towards homosexuality than its Western counterparts were. Like sodomy was literally decriminalized. It wasn't illegal, but then it was purposely decriminalized in the Tanzimat era in the 18th century, at a time when it was absolutely illegal in the Western world. And so, anyway, it's just a very weird ahistorical approach that also is like very unnecessarily supremacist, that makes it seem like people are in these conditions because they have like wrong opinions.
Yeah, I agree with you. Dude, how do you do this for like 10 hours a day?
I love it, man. I never shut the fuck up. I'm yapping nonstop.
When the Christian population stopped shrinking in the Middle East, and when the Israeli Arabs stopped killing one another, then and only then will there be true peace? Please like and share this video with any friend who needs.
Yeah, he says Arabs need to like go against their values. Okay, got it. So that's what the problem is. I love that was his conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, he really goes off the rails there in the last 6-7 minutes, where he's stopped talking about Israel Palestine a long time ago, and now is just on a mission to brand all Palestinians as Islamic fundamentalists, and then pretend like the real problem here is Islam, which again is just like a real misreading of the situation on the ground in Israel Palestine. Kind of you're misunderstanding what people are fighting over.
Yeah,
but.
It's also
Anyways.
odd because like his own like Jewish theocratic state is currently going through internal struggles as like the Supreme Court that is supposed to be a secular institution is becoming neutered, and the far right down to people that are anti-miscegenation and anti-LGBT are seizing control of a right-wing government. And he claims he hates that. I don't know if he actually hates that or if he's just simply saying that to like push for his position and or maybe present his position as like somehow different than other people. But it certainly doesn't seem like he hates it all that much, at least on the land grab aspect of it. And
go ahead.
Yeah, but like I would never make the argument that Israelis are monolithic, is what I'm saying, or that all Jews are the same. I would never say that it's anti-Semitic as fuck.
He takes the argument that I've seen a lot of both Israelis and Jews take over the years, which is that within the community, when we're speaking amongst ourselves or when we're speaking in Hebrew, we're happy to criticize our own. But when it comes to putting out, when it comes to like talking about Israel and Palestine with the world, we're all exactly the same. We all support Israel. And by the way, I think that's why American Jews have been so reluctant and so hesitant over the past, call it 9 months, to speak out against what's happening within Israel, the quote-unquote judicial reform effort to basically completely neuter the judiciary and prevent them from having any oversight over government decisions, right? But I think, I actually take him at his word when he says I reject the Netanyahu government. I would just say that he's unwilling to talk about that with other people, even though, by the way, he himself have just said like I actually am open. His whole mantra is like I'm open-minded. I'm happy to criticize anybody for anything. But in fact, it's very clear. I don't think he spoke out. He had literally zero negative things to say about the state of Israel. He had zero criticism over any action ever taken by any Zionist or any Israeli, which is kind of undermines this whole argument about sort of like being open-minded and so on. So,
what's his disagreement with the Likud government? Like, what's his disagreement with the coalition government as it pertains to the treatment of Palestinians? It seems like he's on board 100%. And considering that is like the most important aspect politically of said government. Like not the social considerations, but I would say first and foremost the permanent security state and how Netanyahu is a security candidate and he's going to keep Israelis secure as opposed to like all these other pussies who have done war crimes but not as hard. You know what I mean? Yeah. So what I mean, they agree on all of it. He also thinks like all Palestinians are Hamas for the most part, and then they're just like interested in doing more crimes and terrorism and nothing else. I don't see a disagreement there.
I completely agree with you. I mean, when it really comes down to the key issues dividing Israelis and Palestinians, I think most Israelis, even on the left, kind of line up behind the right. I mean, look at what just happened with this new unity government. You brought out Yair Lapid, and you brought out Naftali Bennett. Or not Naftali Bennett, but Benny Gantz. You brought these guys out of the quote-unquote Israeli left.
But like Benny Gantz is a great example, right? Benny Gantz is a great example. It's like these guys are. I mean, even the labor governments have all personally been involved directly in mass expulsion and like atrocities, both when they were in positions of power and even before when they were in the IDF, when they were serving as like a defense minister or some shit. Sorry. I cut you off again.
100%. No. I'm in complete agreement with your point. I mean, look,
one
it was Benny
exception.
Gantz.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just I was just going to say Benny Gantz is the one who I think back in, was it 2014, bragged about sending Gaza back to the Stone Age.
Yeah.
That was how he campaigned. That was his political campaign. That was his platform. It was, look, you should elect me because I have committed war crimes against the Palestinians in Gaza. That's why I should be Israeli prime minister. And that's the Israeli left.
Yeah. Except for one exception, by the way, I must hype him up. Ofer Cassif, the Communist Party member who was just suspended from the Knesset for doing something that is literally incredibly brave. Okay, he just had 2 weeks of pay suspended. He's an Israeli lawmaker. He was the one who originally said that pogroms against the Palestinians are responsible for the terrible attacks, and he spoke out. He spoke out against the occupation. He spoke out against the apartheid, and he recently today was expelled from the Knesset and had his pay docked for 2 weeks. And as far as I understand, I think he's just suspended for the time being, but he could literally go to jail for saying these things. Right now, under the current coalition government, you could go to jail for speaking out against the apartheid, speaking out against the occupation, speaking out against IDF actions, under a law that declares that if you hurt the IDF morale, you can go to jail. It's currently being used against Palestinian citizens of Israel, but it will inevitably be used against Israeli citizens of Israel as well.
Yeah, I love this guy Ofer. I've been following him for a while. He speaks truth to power. He's about as left as it gets on the Israeli political spectrum. And yeah, what's happening right now is with these new kind of emergency laws being put in place by the government it's Orwellian. I mean, have you seen the videos with Israeli police walking into stores in East Jerusalem? You know, the one where he grabs a Palestinian guy's phone and says, "Open it up, show me what Instagram posts you've shared recently." I mean, this is literally what George Orwell predicted in 1984. Police going door to door, looking and seeing what you're liking on social media. It's insanity.
Yeah,
I mean, Israel may be a democracy if you're a Jew, but if you're a Palestinian, it's a police state.
Yeah, but the point is that in order to continuously justify the maintenance of a violent apartheid state, you inevitably have to take, you inevitably will take fascist measures such as this one, and that will end up harming the Israelis that feel comfortable in the in-group right now. If you might be an Israeli Jew thinking like, oh, well, I'm fine. You know, this is okay. This is all right. I'm genuinely scared. This is a security concern that I have. So I guess at the end of the day, we got to be a little violent. And if you don't take a deep breath and recognize that, no, that violence is justified by increasingly more restrictive government apparatus and a military state, that out-group will inevitably grow and that in-group will inevitably shrink, and you might find yourself outside of that in-group before you know it. I don't know what to tell you. This is the whole principle behind the famous poem of first they came for the communists. I said nothing because I wasn't a communist, right? That's what that was. It was the crippling slow burn of fascism, and how slowly but surely this suicidal pact ends up pushing you into the out group as well. Yeah.
Listen, Hasan, this has been a real pleasure. Thanks so much for having me on your stream.
Thank you so much for coming on.
It's been a lot of fun. It's been my pleasure, and I just wanted to say thank you for having me on, and I really love chatting with you, and I'm really happy we did this because literally, I kid you not, I had multiple friends send me this video asking for being like, dude, you have to talk about this video. You have to produce some content about this video. And then literally the next day you pinged me. So just wanted to say thanks again.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for coming on. You were wonderful. And, I hope to talk to you again. Is there anything you want to promote other than PalestineNexus.com?
Look, if you want to follow me on Twitter, my hashtag is _Zach Foster. And you can follow me on Instagram. I don't even fucking know what my handle is over there. And yeah, just subscribe to our newsletter. That would be awesome. Yeah, it's PalestineNexus.com, and the name of the newsletter is Palestine in Your Inbox.
All right. Eyvallah. Hadi bay bay.
Okay, hadi görüşürüz abi.
Hadi görüşürüz.
Yalla. Hadi bye bye.
All right, that was Zach Foster, like I said. That was a wonderful. What the fuck? Wait, what time is it? It's fucking 5. I had him on at 2. I had him on for 3 hours, dude. God damn. 3 hours. That's crazy. The things I make people put up with, it's unimaginable. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, how the fuck am I allowed to do such horrifying things to people? I don't know. Got me through my 4.5 hour wait at the DMV. I turned in for the whole 3 hours. Thanks for the educational opportunity. I hope that was instructive. Yeah, I don't know. 2 points. Palestinians were stripped of their weapons when the Arab armies came in 48, as to limit the chaos of local resistance in 48 was next to non-existent. Arafat did try getting Arab Jews to go back to their countries, even through offering money, tried to use their same weapon against them, got agreement of Morocco, and was talking to others. Needless to say, only few families agreed, like you guessed, who would want to go back. Yeah. Now you know how I felt making you do sodas. Well, sodas was incredible. I attended Norman Finkelstein presentation at my school yesterday. He gave a good comparison to how brave white abolitionists reacted to the religious fanatic Ted Turner, who believed he was doing God's will, with telling his allies to kill all the whites. In their response, they said, "We do not condemn it or condone it, but what else did you expect you would happen when you treat people worse than animals?" Oh. You mean Nat Turner, not Ted. I was like, what the fuck? Hope you make a YouTube video of that. So many great points. I think so. I think the greatest part was I didn't get fucking baited. Yeah, I didn't get baited by dummies in the chat, which was huge. I think that's always good. Yeah, I mean, I learned a lot. That was cool. I think, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Let's do the damn thing. This guy's awesome. Love this guy. We got Piers Morgan, who I will be going on a show tomorrow. And I don't know what the fuck he's gonna bring up. Wanted to share with the class my favorite fact. Palestinians were calling themselves that before the 1900s. You see the politicians tweeting how the Jews who stormed the Congress are pro-Hamas? Are you talking about Nadler, I think? Who said it? I think I saw it. Where is it? We are anti-Zionist Jews and we see genocide unfolding in Gaza. There's no other word to describe the pageantry of death embraced by Israel's politicians. We're demanding the U.S. stop military aid to Israel immediately. This was from The Guardian. This is written by Ellen Brodsky and Ariel Koren. Is that what it is? What is it about? Barnaby Rain calling out leftists for dehumanizing Palestinians. Barnaby Rain just schooled Michael Walker on what real Palestine solidarity looks like. Calls out Owen Jones, Paul Mason, and other self-proclaimed leftists who seem... Wait, what? What is this? What? Dehumanizing Palestinians and their rhetoric? Who's dehumanizing Palestinians? Owen Jones is dehumanizing Palestinians? How is he dehumanizing them? Fucking X is broken again. Biden says sources reliable, responsible.
Just a few moments ago, President Biden spoke to reporters on board Air Force One. Air Force One was refueling in Germany before returning back to Washington. Let's hear.
What is this fit? Every part of this is crazy to me. His accent, this fit. He's like too hot to be a fucking... Like too hot to be a host.
What he said to reporters who asked some questions about his trip to Israel amid the war.
Look at it. He's in his jammies, dog.
I spent an hour and a half about with 17 or 18 before. And
bro, this is so funny. Fucking Kirby and Blinken. Like just peeking. Look at Blinken. Like a little kid. What is happening? How did they do this? Why did they shoot it like this? He's just peeking out from the bathroom.
And I don't know how to say this.
They should stop asking grandpa questions, dude. Last time they did this, he was like, I saw beheaded babies, Jack. I saw that with my own 2 eyes, and then the baby stared at me. Why? Like, don't ask him about stuff. You don't, like, get to bed, grandpa. Like, he already, in his mind, he thinks he already facilitated peace in the Middle East. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. I'm waiting to see if he hands the reporters a Werther's original from his pocket. Yeah.
Virtually every mass shooting, every circumstance where a large number of people have been victimized and lost, I've spoken with them. I learned a long time ago, which you've all learned in your lives as well. When someone's going through something that is beyond their comprehension, that they ever thought they'd have to go through, if they see someone who they think understands or maybe been through something.
I like the mass shooting analogy. Families of the victims of a mass shooting should be allowed to blow up the school under a hostage situation. That's what Israel's doing. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's allowed. That's what should be the policy. Would make things a lot more fun in America, you know?
Not the same, but similar. It gives them some sense of hope.
Talking about Israeli victims who have literally pleaded for the genocidal regime to stop. Wait, that's what he's talking about? I can't even understand what he's fucking saying. Why did he stop? Large number of victims. I learned to talk a long time ago. Something is beyond comprehension they ever thought they would have to go through if they see someone who they think understands.
And I always get criticized sometimes by my staff because when I go to these events, I stay for 3 and 4 hours and answer all their questions. But it matters. It matters a lot. And look, I'm talking, some of you have gone through a hell of a lot more than I've gone through, and a lot more than other people have gone through. And you understand. So it's just people are looking for just something to grab, something that gives them some sense of hope. And that's, if I can do a little bit of that, then it's, it's worth doing. It was done for me. So.
Is he saying he can be there for the grieving families in Israel? Like he's the great mourner. It's like, I'm the mourner in chief, Jack. They deploy me out there. You got a family member that died? Let me at him. Let me at him. I'll mourn for you and I'll grieve for them too.
Do you think it was necessary for you to come here to get this deal done? Was the in-person diplomacy aspect really important here?
What do you think? I'll let you answer that.
You joked about the House. Do you have any view of Jim Jordan and his predicament?
Do I have any what?
Do you have a view of Jim Jordan's current predicament and unable to secure the speakership?
I ache for him. No. Zero. None.
Mr. President?
How about the hospital, sir? People all over the region are upset about the hospital and don't necessarily believe you or the Israelis that they didn't have anything to do with it. Do you have a message to the people in the streets right now?
Well, I can understand why in this circumstance they wouldn't believe. I can understand that.
Damn, you said I can understand why. That's crazy.
I would not, you notice I don't say things like that unless I have faith in the source from which I've gotten it. Our Defense Department says it's highly unlikely that it was Israelis would have a different footprint.
Bro, wait. I can't tell if Genocide Joe is like so brain broken that he's saying that. But did the State Department not just conclusively point to this being like not Israeli not Israeli missiles at all? Am I crazy? That's wild. There's no shot. I know that's what he said, but he might just be having a brain fart.
And highly unlikely that it got.
He said the State Department said is highly unlikely that Israel did this. That is not saying 100% Israel did not do this and Islamic Jihad did it. That's very different. I thought earlier today, every fucking blue check mark Andy was coming in and saying on Twitter, no, the Americans conducted an investigation and found that it was the Islamic Jihad that actually was responsible for the rockets. It's very odd. ACOD? Is the IDF bombed it? ECOD? Would... In light of their targeting the Baptist hospital in Gaza, the Israeli government has quickly disavowed its involvement by conducting comprehensive analysis of the events, scrutinizing live broadcast footage, surveillance camera recordings. What is this? Moments after the attack. I don't know what ECAD is. I'm sorry. I don't know. It looks legit. It's an Arab OSINT source. Oh, I thought it was like an organization, like a forensic analyst or something. Maybe this is dumb, but why do you think no one has claimed to be a responsible party? Wait, what? Why would they do that? Zionist Fetterman says, now is not the time to talk about a ceasefire. We must support Israel in efforts to eliminate the Hamas terrorists who slaughtered innocent men, women, and children. Thank you, John Fetterman. Yeah. Dude, 4,200 fucking Palestinians slaughtered. Okay? Absolutely unimaginable to just fucking... Oh, yeah, we watched this earlier. Who was behind the Gaza hospital blast? Yeah. The Pentagon spokeswoman that came out and said it's Hamas' fault, even if the IDF did strike the hospital.
From the
beginning, I saw this. Yeah,
said is that
I mean, this is fun because like that is jumping over the first step to be like, oh, we don't know who did it, but even if it was Israel, it's still Hamas.
From the beginning, what we have said is that governments like us, our democracies, is what separates ourselves from Hamas. We certainly expect Israel, as with any ally or partner, to uphold the law of war. It should be very clear that Hamas is the one putting Palestinians or those in Gaza at great risk. I mean, they are putting their command and control units inside hospitals, inside areas where there are innocent civilians. So the fact that they've set up command centers at these hospitals.
Yeah, I love this argument, man. It's great. Like, we just have to kill them. We have to kill them. Oh shit. Ofer is in. Ofer Cassif. Why do you refuse to listen to indigenous voices?
Talking about capital Z Zionism.
Zionists are the most delusional people out there because what do you mean Palestinians aren't indigenous? What? Well, I don't. What is happening here? I don't know. No, don't do that. Owen James criticism is around 24 minutes. I don't care.
Just shows the brutality that they're willing to engage on, that they're willing to use civilians as a way to mask their operations, but also to see them as casualties. That's not how we democracies are going to, or how the secretary in his conversations.
Israel's not a democracy. It's an apartheid state. It's just, that is just an objective fact. Okay. I feel like maybe I talk too much about how Israel's an apartheid state and I don't show it enough. But I guess I don't know how else to describe it. Like 2 different license plates. That's it. You know what I mean? Palestinians have no control over their own lives in the West Bank. Palestinians have no control over their own lives in Gaza. They control everything. They control all the borders except for one, even though they kind of control that border by way of Egypt as well. They control, there's passports. There's different kinds of identification, 4 different tiers of identification in Israel, from Israeli Jews to Palestinian citizens of Israel to Palestinian citizens inside of Gaza and Palestinian citizens in West Bank that are tiered in 3 different areas inside of the West Bank. Palestinians are forbidden from going into certain areas. Palestinians have no way of voting in the elections except for the 23% Palestinian citizens of Israel. But even then, they rarely ever get the proper representation necessary. A lot of Palestinians living in Israel, like the Bedouin, are in underfunded and underprivileged areas that are systematically left behind with no actual infrastructural support, no actual educational support, not even a fucking Iron Dome defense or even a bomb shelter. Yeah, so even Palestinian citizens inside of Israel, the 1948ers that were able to get citizenship, also do not have the same rights and representation inside of Israel proper. So Israel has never been a democracy, and it never will be a democracy until the apartheid state and the occupation goes away. That's it. So anytime someone says Israel is not an apartheid state, actually, you're being racist, they're actually being fucking stupid. They have been blinded. Maybe they are completely oblivious to the reality, but it absolutely is an apartheid state. And that's not my statement on it. That is the Amnesty International take on it. That is the Human Rights Watch take on it. That is the formative, Holocaust scholars and many different historians. That is the take that Israeli historians have on it. That is the same perspective that Nelson Mandela had way back when the conditions in Israel for Palestinians were nowhere near as bad as they are now, even though even back then it was still an apartheid state. It's the longest running apartheid state, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, there's not really... Like, the only people that say Israel's not an apartheid state are just PragerU, Ben Shapiro, charlatans, hacks, and propagandists for the most part. So yeah, undeniable. And I'm sad. I see a lot of beautiful, intelligent, smart people. I would say even my orbit, especially amongst like the Hollywood celebrities, all the way from fucking C tier to Z tier Hollywood celebrities that are posting, that video that Amy Schumer posted. And you should not do that. You shouldn't post that video. It's cringe. But not only is it cringe, it's also wrong, It's cringe and wrong. And you don't want to be both of those things. You can be cringe, you can be wrong. But you don't want to be cringe and wrong and post the same shit that Amy Schumer is posting. I mean, come on. Not good. Not good at all. Very bad. Very bad, as a matter of fact. Not good. So, yeah. Can someone link it to me? I mean, it's the red one. It's like the red TikTok video that says Israel is is not an apartheid state because 20% of Israelis are non-Jews. Does anyone have it? Does anyone have the video? Maybe we've seen it. Have you not seen it? I'm sure you've seen it. It's a TikTok. It's like a very popular TikTok. What is this? People are saying this is Nazi language. So I Googled it and found a scholarly article that linked to what the Nazis actually said. Not sure if anyone's already pointed this out. There's a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness, between humanity and law of the jungle. The SS Obergruppenführer Wolf recounts how the men of the SS were subtly conditioned to see themselves as the sons of light, that they were engaged in a struggle against the powers of darkness. I mean, yeah. I remember on far simpler times, I remember making fun of Ben Shapiro by taking his takes on transfer is not a dirty word, that famous article he wrote, and putting it through Google Translate and then doing a readout in German to make you understand what it sounded like in the original German. That was many, many years ago I did that. And, a lot of similarities. Amy Schumer is out here literally saying that calling Israel an apartheid state is propaganda because Jews are the majority. Girl, what? Yeah, this is it. This is my shit, dude. I love this. What does it mean? Here, this is it. Like, sometimes propaganda hits you in the face and it's so stupid where you're like, damn, like how'd that shit catch me off guard? Right? How'd that shit catch me off guard, son? This is so dumb. And it's like, it's an infographic so dumb. So entirely cooked up in the halls of madness that you're just like, fuck! You know? Fuck! I saw this yesterday. I briefly talked about it. I found it to be really stupid, and I think it's important that I address it piece by piece because it's like, I feel like if you don't do that, people just kind of take it for granted that Israel's an apartheid state without really considering what it means. Okay? What does it mean when people call Israel an apartheid state? Says this infographic. Apartheid was a policy in South Africa that allowed the white minority to rule over a black majority. Now, first and foremost, I have to say something. This is important. This is PragerU. This is Prager motherfucking Dennis. Spousal rape is not illegal. PragerU, okay? He wrote that as well, by the way. He said, when a woman isn't in the mood, part 1. And then he wrote a second part. He said, when a woman isn't in the mood, part 2. Dennis Prager, look it up. Wrote 2 articles on raping your wife and how it should be permissible. Anyway, that guy owns PragerU. And this is no different than a PragerU video. It's just like different fonts and different colors. You're doing Dennis the Menace propaganda. Straight up. Anyway, she says, South Africa was an apartheid state that allowed a white minority to rule over a black majority and dictate where the black population could live, work, and go to school, and where they had the right to vote. Now, what's interesting is that's exactly what Israel's doing to Palestinians. So what the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, exactly. Thank you. This is why Israel is an apartheid state, right? That's what the next line is going to be, I think, right? Oh, and it continued until 1994. Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's started around the same time that the Israeli occupation began. So, And it ended before the Israeli apartheid ended. In Israel right now, 80% of the population is Jewish, 20% of the population is Arab Muslim. Interesting. But there's 2 million in Gaza, 2.2 million in Gaza, and then another 2.5 in the West Bank. They're not even a part of the conversation. They get no rights whatsoever. They can't just call elections whenever they feel like it. Matter of fact, last time they did call an election, it was because America wanted them to call an election. And then on top of that, there's totaling 14 million Palestinians because around 5 million plus or 7 million of them, I think, live in diaspora. So you got 5 million. You got 5 million living under Israeli occupation. Then you got another 7. I'm not very good at math. And then 20% of the 9 million living in Israel proper is also Arab Muslim. So there's a lot of Palestinians, even if you don't consider the ones who are displaced. There's a lot of Palestinians that are not being reflected in this situation. You're not even pointing to them because to you they're not human. They're something else. They're maybe 20% of the Arab Muslim population in Israel. They're human. They're second-class citizens, sure. But to the rest, they're not even human, I guess. Which is, my main point. Look, it took Nelson Mandela 0 time to recognize that Israel was an apartheid state. It took the Human Rights Watch until 2021 to finally say that Israel is an apartheid state. 2021 is when they finally said it. Much to the chagrin of the IDF, the Israeli government, and their propaganda operations, Western-facing propaganda operations. They were very mad that they said that, how dare they say that Israel's an apartheid state? It's not. This is anti-Semitism. That's what they said. Of course, Amnesty International also, Israel's apartheid against Palestinians, look into the decades of oppression and domination. It's the truth. In May 2021, Palestinian families in Sheikh Jarrah, a neighborhood in occupied East Jerusalem, began protesting against Israel's plans to forcibly evict them from their homes to make way for Jewish settlers. Many of the families are refugees who settled in Sheikh Jarrah after being forcibly displaced around the time Israel's establishment as a state in 1948. Since Israel occupied East Jerusalem and the rest of the West Bank in 1967, Palestinians in Sheikh Jarrah have been continuously targeted by Israeli authorities who use discriminatory laws to systematically dispossess Palestinians of their lands and homes for the benefit of Jewish Israelis. And let me tell you, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, these guys are pussies, okay? They are going to give you the most sanitized approach. It took them until 2021 to recognize this fact. This fact that Nelson Mandela knew even back in 1994, even prior to 1994. Okay? It took them this long to even recognize it as an apartheid state. So the conditions that they lay out are actually much more sanitized than what it looks like on the ground.
Apartheid.
Well, here, let's watch a sexy video.
Associate the word with South Africa. Apartheid is a universal legal term that refers to severe discriminatory oppression. Apartheid is also a crime against humanity. Its definition in the 1973 Apartheid Convention and the 1998...
This is why I don't give these motherfuckers any money, okay? Because, they use it on this shit. This is why I'm giving it to the fucking Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, okay?
Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court is made up of 3 key elements. An intent to maintain the domination by one racial group over another. Systematic oppression by one racial group over another. And one or more inhumane acts as part of that oppression. Persecution is a crime against humanity under the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. It is made up of 2 primary elements: a discriminatory intent leading to severe deprivation of fundamental rights of a racial, ethnic, or other group.
Oh God, it's so fucking boring. All right, anyway. So here, let's continue on with this dumbass video. However, Muslims have equal rights and protections under the law. Wrong. No, they don't. and have positions in the government and military and the Supreme Court. Now, obviously, this does not, once again, change the reality of the Palestinians in fucking West Bank living under Israeli occupation. It does not change the reality of the Palestinians living in the Gaza Strip, which Israel completely controls every aspect of and surveils, and also bombs from time to time. It's an open-air prison. So there you go. It does not matter if there is a fucking like Arab Muslim guy who is an Israeli citizen in the Supreme Court. This does not change the reality that Israel is an apartheid state. You can say that all day, every day. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't change that reality. Just like America is still white supremacist, despite the fact that Barack Obama was the motherfucking president and Clarence Thomas is on the Supreme Court. America is still very much racist. Now, of course, let's be real, and I've said this before, this might be frustrating to some to hear, but the conditions that black people are subjected to in the United States of America in contemporary history would be far favorable if Israel was a single solitary state. Now, this does not mean that those conditions are good. It just shows you how bad the conditions are for the Palestinians living under an apartheid structure. For 75 years of brutal occupation where ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement has occurred, it would be a genuine path forward if Palestinians were at least in some respects in Israel proper treated like they were, they were a part of the conversation in a supremacist structure. So what does it mean when people call Israel an apartheid state? Let's see what they're going to say. Are you talking about slavery or Jim Crow? No. I'm talking about modern, contemporary American black existence in an openly white supremacist structure. We have a criminal justice system that's white supremacist. We have a police force that is an occupying force in black neighborhoods. These are all realities that I openly recognize and talk about quite frequently. And the conditions for the Palestinian in Israel is so bad. The conditions for Palestinians in Israel is so bad that it would be a step up. Because yes, you said Angola prison in Louisiana, enough said. Yes, that is one perfect example of obviously a continuation of slavery by a different name under the auspices of the legal American government and its beautiful constitution that supposedly abolished slavery in the same breath that it actually maintained the continuation of slavery, just under the carceral structure. But yeah, also the human rights video doesn't go far enough. This talks about only the de jure apartheid, where there are laws in the books to oppress minorities while ignoring de facto apartheid, where state machinery is only used against minority, even though the laws are not explicitly against the minority. Yes. So, as a black man, Palestinians are the only people who I wouldn't want to switch places with. Yeah. It's pretty bad. The dual struggle for those who see it. It means it's propaganda. Peace for Israel means security, and we must stand with all of our might to protect its right to exist and its territorial integrity, says Martin Luther King Jr. Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay, this jumped out at me. Dude, utilizing MLK's legacy is kind of fucking crazy. This is like the white supremacist playbook. MLK Jr. was staunchly pro-Zionist, unfortunately. I mean, maybe you said it. I don't know. I actually don't fucking know. I have never heard of MLK's perspective on Israel. That's quite shocking to me. Oh my God. Is this one of those like, remember he had a dream where white and black people can live side by side and you shouldn't make fun of white people? That's what his dream was? Is that like that? It's not even real? What MLK actually thought about Israel and Palestine? I mean, it would go against a lot of his like foundational tenets, foundational principles, so I'd be shocked. But some try to paint MLK Jr. as an unswerving supporter of Israel. They're wrong. In a landmark opinion piece in the New York Times, Michelle Alexander recently wrote that it's time to break the silence on Palestine. In particular, the debates over the position MLK Jr. would have had he lived to see Israel's 1967 war develop into further dispossession of Palestinians from their land. Yeah, I mean, he didn't get to see like exactly how fucked things were. Let's be real. Even Wikipedia calls it a hoax. Letter to an anti-Zionist friend is an open letter attributed to MLK Jr. that expressed support for Zionism and declared that anti-Zionist is inherently anti-Semitic and ever will be so. However, the letter is believed to be apocryphal. The hoax letter may have been based on a statement MLK made at a dinner event. According to Seymour Martin Lipset, who was present at the dinner, an African-American student made a statement sharply critical of Zionists at the dinner table that Lipset recalled as having taken place shortly before he was assassinated. King replied, "Don't talk like that. When people criticize Zionists, they mean Jews. You're talking anti-Semitism." According to Eric Sundquist, eventually through channels that are difficult to pin down, this quotation was transformed to a text perpetrated by King titled Letter to an Anti-Zionist Friend. Wait, so they made it up? In Germany, our teachers don't allow us to recognize Palestine as a country. Yeah, well, you know, how about Germany recognize its own fucking history? I don't know what else to say about it. Oh my God. Hasan, you're talking anti-Semitism. King canceled a pilgrimage to Israel in 1967 after Israel captured the West Bank. During a phone call about the visit with his advisor, he said, "I just think that if I go, the Arab world, and of course Africa and Asia for that matter, would interpret this as endorsing that everything that Israel has done, and I have questions of doubt." You know, at the time, anti-Zionism was anti-Semitism. I mean, maybe. I don't know enough about, like, I've never actually thought about it beyond like what American politicians were doing at the time. I don't really. I have never. It's really weird because I have never in a million years, like, I never thought about MLK and what he would have thought about Israel, which is so strange. Like, this just fucking. This hit me like this sucker punched me in the face. Not that it fucking matters. Obviously, Nelson Mandela's position, I think, is way more instructive considering that he fought and won against an apartheid. But why did you mention Ofer Cassif? Because I'm going to have him on the broadcast, actually. Oh, shit. I don't know if I have... I don't know how to do Zoom. No Discord. Oh, streaming. Let me see. Maybe I can do Zoom. Malcolm X was pro-Palestine. Bro, it's literally the most simple thing to do. I think maybe. Let me see. Let me see if I can figure it out. Get Zoom and I can host it. I think I have Zoom. I probably do. Let's see if this works. 1 second, guys. Verify your age? What the fuck? All right. Done. Let's go. Yalla, let's go. Okay. Why the fuck does anyone care about MLK? Why does this article exist? Because the propaganda from Amy Schumer caused me to get down in this rabbit hole and put myself in here. Oh shit. Idea of storm locations in Ramallah? Yeah, in the West Bank. Someone said it has started. I thought they were going in the other direction. Huh. Why are they going? Why are they going in the Ramallah? What's up with that? Hold on. Huey Newton helped train Palestinian fighters. Josh Paul, a U.S. State Department official in the Political Military Affairs Bureau, has issued his resignation on Wednesday evening, citing Biden administration's approach to the Israel-Palestine conflict. Huh. I wonder why. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there should literally be no Hamas and Westbank, right? Yeah, because but that doesn't change Israel's policy. No fucking shot. There's nothing funny about this terrible situation, but this quota is up there with at least 3 genders. Biden says Palestinians got to learn how to shoot straight after hospital blast that killed about 500 people. That's insane. He did not say that. Did he actually say that? Are we still concluding? Ugh, you Reddit perverts are so goddamn gross, dude. Holy moly. It's not literal, by the way. Must read. Okay, it's 6:05. I'm going to have Israeli Knesset member Ofer Cassif on the broadcast. He's a communist who was suspended from the Knesset for saying everything that we've been saying. A real hero. For those of you who want to hear an Israeli perspective that is unfortunately not shared by many, but still it's the correct perspective. And I have tremendous respect for him for saying it. You know, shouts out to Noah Kulwin for organizing this. Is it possible that they're orchestrated down voters on Reddit regards to Palestine? I'm losing my seeing the popular threads. I don't know. I don't really give a shit. I joined the Bureau of Political Military Affairs over 11 years ago. I found a fascinating job. When I came to this bureau, the U.S. government entity mostly responsible for the transfer and provision of arms and sales and partners, I knew it was not without its moral complexity and moral compromises. Yes, PM can still do an immense amount of good in the world. There is still greatly need for American security assistance. Let me be clear. Hamas's attack on Israel was not just a monstrosity. It was a monstrosity of monstrosities. I also believe the potential escalation by Iran-linked groups such as Hezbollah or by Iran itself would be a further cynical exploitation of the existing tragedy. But I believe to the core of my soul that the response Israel is taking, and with it the American support for both their response and for the status quo of the occupation, will only lead to more and deeper suffering for both the Israeli and Palestinian people. J. Fred King, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Easing the suffering of 25 people at the top of the hour that we'll be seeing an ad break. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Please stop sending me literal fucking white supremacist accounts and with the title funny Twitter post, because I suspect they're saying something that is like critical of Israel because they're fucking anti-Semites. Okay? Stop being duped by literal white supremacists. I will never click on those accounts. Okay? Please. Like, I don't give a shit about dumb, brain-dead, zero IQ Nazis being funny about Israel, okay? I don't care. It's okay. I know you didn't know. Green Mango, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I wonder what Chief Sitting Bull thought about Zionism. He was a leader of colonized people. Certainly that automatically makes his every musing on Palestine gospel. Yeah, Zionism didn't exist when he was alive, but since when has logic been a damper on this wildly insane and fun discourse? Jesus Christ. Well, with MLK, it's a little different because like the original workings of the occupation had begun. You know what I mean? Maybe he was just not paying a lot of attention. But I get the energy that you're bringing to the table. You're not wrong. And anyone who tries to use his legacy to justify an apartheid regime is disgusting and gross. And ironically, that's very white supremacist. Cornel West wrote, "There is no doubt King supported Zionism, yet he did not live long enough after 1967 to witness the vicious Israeli occupation that terrorizes, traumatizes, and stigmatizes precious Palestinians." Chief 3Z, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Man, we're having a fucking big stream day. Israeli member of the Knesset, Ofer Cassif, will be going on my stream in a few minutes. Ofer Cassif. Ofer Cass on Twitter. Ofer was suspended today from the Knesset for telling the truth about Israel's devastating violence. I feel a little silly talking to someone like this in many respects because I'm a silly Billy. I'm a silly goose, but I guess the situation has... Will you debate again with Ethan on his podcast? I don't know what we would be debating on, but also, unfortunately, tomorrow there will be no leftovers because I'm going to Vegas. Who bombed at the end of the day the hospital? I'm confused. There is no third-party verification that has come thus far. The IDF claims that they did not bomb the hospital. And offered a bunch of evidence as to why it was not them. The evidence itself, in my opinion, not in my opinion, the evidence itself was unironically conflicting, even with the evidence presented. Having said that, looking at the impact, as I said earlier today, looking at the impact in the aftermath of the bombing, it does not look consistent. It does not look like the regular Israeli bombing mission that would have left a much larger crater if it was done with the usual weapon dropped by F-16, the Mk-84 missiles. However, still waiting on more evidence. The U.S. is not a third party. No, Israel is a continuation of the United States and its military interests. So no, I do not consider the United States to be a third-party investigation. I'm talking about some like an actual forensic analyst. Ethan kept saying definitely not the IDF. Okay, I mean he can say that. Allowed. I love when people come in here and they're like, IDF bombed that same hospital on Saturday. I know, man. I know. I've talked about it quite extensively. I did watch Channel 4 Independent Assessment. It was pretty good. You need to pay for Zoom or call hang up after 40 minutes. Hopefully I'll be able to do it. That's my... Hold on. Let's see. Looking at the fire damage of the blast site, it is possible the fuel ignited and amplified the explosion, but we still have to wait for independent third-party investigation to conclude. Yes. After seeing, like I said, after seeing the impact, after seeing the area that was impacted, my position on this has changed. I am not as certain as I once was that it is definitely an Israeli airstrike, but I still do maintain that position that until there's a third-party verification that says it was not an Israeli airstrike, I will maintain the position that it is, considering that they were doing a bombing campaign at the time in that area and had bombed the hospital prior. Anyway, hold on. Join from your browser. Let's see if I can do it from here. Let's see. Deactivate. Allow. Audio. Allow. Same as the system. Same as the system. Okay. Joining the meeting. Host is joined. Let him know you're here. Okay. Let's see. I hope everything is working. Connecting. It may take a few minutes. Hello? Can you guys see me and hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Noah.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Ofer Cassif. How do I say your name? First of all, I don't want to say it wrong.
Ofer.
Ofer. Okay.
Yeah.
Noah, can I show this on stream? Like, can I show the link, or like, will that be? Is that a problem?
What, like in Discord? You could show the Zoom window for sure.
Yeah. I want to show the Zoom window.
Yeah, just bring the Zoom window on screen and you're fine.
Let's do a gallery view. Okay. 1 second. Here it is. I hope the link being seen doesn't ruin do you think people can come in if they can see the link?
No, they can't. I have to let them in, so we're good.
Okay, people are probably going to try to get in then as soon as
Don't care.
See the
Don't
link.
worry.
Okay. All right. Hello. Thank you, Noah, for putting this together in such a short period of time, and also thank you, Dr. Ofer, for your bravery and speaking truth to power in tumultuous times and difficult times, especially when saying the honest things can lead to you getting not only, I mean, you've already been suspended from the Knesset, but also maybe even jailed, as far as I understand it, under this new coalition government's changes.
Look, everything. First of all, good evening, everybody. Thanks for hosting me. I'm really delighted to speak to you. Look, at the moment, members of the Knesset in Israel, me included, enjoying immunity. But under this government, which is a full-fledged fascist government, who knows for how long that would be sustained, because there are many changes, laws, but not only laws, also the public discourse and everything under the smoke screen of the war. So it's much more easier on this government to pursue with some endeavors that it had before the massacre in the south of Israel. So who knows? At the moment, I'm not in Israel anyway, but the danger is still there, and when you ask me, and when I have the chance, I shall explain in length what's going on in Israel at the moment.
Yeah. No, that would be wonderful if we could get started on that for sure, about what's going on the ground in Israel, what the people are thinking at the moment.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to begin, and of course, there's no other way as far as I'm concerned, with a total 1,000% condemnation of the massacre that Hamas carried out in the south of Israel. I mean, there's no justification, to say the least. That's an understatement for such a carnage, for such a slaughter of innocent civilians, mostly kids, children, babies, women, youngsters, elderly, etc. This is something that no human being can tolerate, let alone accept. I personally lost a very good friend of mine who wrote to me a WhatsApp message just literally short time before she was killed with her husband by the Hamas terrorists in her kibbutz. I know some other people who were kidnapped and killed, acquaintances, because first, 40 years ago, I lived in a kibbutz in the area. One of the kibbutzim that was seriously assaulted by Hamas. So obviously I know some people from there who were kidnapped and killed. Secondly, I used to teach as a professor in a college nearby, which was also some of its workers and professors live in the area, and they too, some of them, unfortunately, were slaughtered and kidnapped. And eventually, around the area, especially in kibbutzim, but not only, there are a lot of activists against Israeli occupation and the siege on Gaza. And of course, I know them for many years from the activism against those. And unfortunately, some of them also killed and kidnapped. So on top of the moral and political disgust at the carnage that Hamas carried out, there's also a personal layer which fills me with pain and sorrow and rage. But unfortunately, as opposed to the majority, I do not allow my rage to take control over me. I would like, if I may, to refer to a good friend of mine. And by the way, I have some friends in Gaza too, and I talked to some of them, and obviously they are viciously attacked as well. And I shall refer to it in a second. But perhaps our viewers and you remember Dr. Azzadin El-Ayash from Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza, who his house was bombarded by Israel in 2009, in which 3 of his daughters and a niece were killed. He lost in one bomb 3 daughters and niece, and another daughter was wounded, and some other family members. He continued ever since to be a peace man, a man of peace. He wrote a book that was published in 2011, which is not accidentally entitled, I Shall Not Hate, and he refused to hate. I talked to him 3 days ago. He now lives in Canada since the disaster that happened to him. He lost 25 family members in the last bombarding of Israel in the last few days. 25 family members, in addition to 3 daughters and niece who were killed 14 years ago. He still says, I shall not hate. So I try to follow his example, because that's a humane example, to say the least. So with all the rage and pain, I refuse to hate the Palestinians, because it's not their guilt. The vast majority of the Palestinians are innocent civilians who just want to live freely, something that they cannot enjoy because of the ongoing occupation, almost 60 years. Now, having said all that, and being very clear, blunt, and sharp in my opposition to the carnage, to the slaughter, to the criminal massacre carried out by Hamas, that's not to justify the massacre that Israel carries out now. And there's no other way but to describe it as a massacre. Any other intention to describe it in other, sugar-coated terms won't work. More than 3,000 people were killed in Gaza. Most of them, the vast majority, innocent civilians, not Hamas terrorists. Kids, babies, women. You must be a vicious person to justify it or to turn your back on them. You must be a terribly cynical politician or a totally immoral person. I refuse to be like that. So I care about every human being, Israelis and Palestinians, Arabs and Jews, and of course, everywhere in the world. And that's the reason that I'm insisting in being against the assault carried out by Israel. And I refuse to accept the sugar-coated excuses. And I refuse to hate the Palestinians just because they're Palestinians. I'm not talking about, of course, the Hamas terrorists and murderers. I'm talking about the Palestinian people as a whole. They deserve to have a good life. They deserve to have a good life. Shall I pursue, or you wanted to ask something, Noah?
Yeah, I wanted to ask specifically a bit about the conditions that you and I had spoken just a bit ago about in Israel that you were concerned about and warning about. A degree of political, almost disintegration that you warned of talking with me that is really not adequately appreciated and points to even greater levels of violence coming than that which we've already seen.
Yes, so that's exactly what I wanted to say after that very long, perhaps too long introduction that I gave. I'm sorry. I must say that although my main experience is as a professor at the university, in the last 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks, I'm very emotional, given what I said before, given the loss of good friends and acquaintances and the bloodshed in general that I simply cannot stand. I have nightmares, that's not to make me a victim. I'm not a victim. I'm very lucky where I am. But I still have nightmares because I cannot stop thinking or dreaming about my friends and about all the victims. And by the way, when I say victims, I'm talking about all victims. I'm talking about the people in Israel. I'm talking about the people in Gaza. I also am talking about the people in the West Bank that are quite neglected in the international, as far as the international attention is concerned. But what's going on there, it's also a wide range killing. Perhaps we'll refer to it later. But going back to your question, I was suspended for 45 days, beginning today, I think, from the Knesset sessions and committees because of what I said. And what I said is very simple. I said 3 basic things which I do not regret, and I shall never retreat from them because I think those are truth. First, that Israel does carry out a massacre. As I said before, there's no other way to describe it. And that doesn't say anything about underestimating the massacre that Hamas carried out. Obviously, no one should and must and not underestimate the carnage, the slaughter that Hamas carried out. Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that we should ignore, let alone justify, even if implicitly, the massacre that the government of Israel carries out. That's one thing that I said, and the ethics committee found it, unreasonable, unaccepted, or whatever you like to call it. Secondly, I said that the government of Israel was interested in violence. I want to explain this in a bit further details. I have never said, and I do not say, that the government of Israel, although it is a fascist government, consists of racists, I mean people who seriously believe in Jewish supremacy and in racial theory. You find the example to compare to in history. I won't say anything about it, but anyway, so I do not say that anyone in this fascist government wanted the carnage that Hamas carried out against Israelis. I do not say that, and I didn't say that. What I did say, and still cling to my analysis, this is a political and, if you like, historical perception. What I did say, and I would like to say again, is that the government of Israel wanted one or another sort of violence, not to the extent that happened in the south of Israel. That's not what I'm saying, and that's not what I'm implying, and that's not what I'm thinking. But I do insist in saying that the government of Israel wanted some kind of violence to use, to abuse, if you like. Just a second, sorry. Sorry, forgive me. To use, to manipulate in order to pursue its vicious fascist policy. Now, what do I mean by that? And here, if you allow me, just give me, I hope I can do it briefly. I cannot assure you. So just bear with me, please. Everybody knows that the government of Israel has been trying for a few months to pursue and to execute a coup Sometimes in the international media, it was referred to as a judicial reform. That was not a judicial reform. That was not even a judicial coup. It was a coup d'etat, to the extent that the government wanted to destroy the democratic components, and I emphasize democratic components because I have no intention to say that Israel is a democratic state. In my view, it is not, for many reasons that, if you like, we can refer to later. But it does have some democratic components or democratic elements. One of them, until now, more or less, is the separation of the judicial authority from the executive and the legislator. And I emphasize the judicial from the other two because there's no really, in Israel, in the parliamentary system, there's no real separation between the executive and the legislator or the legislative. But there is, in the Israeli system, a separation between the judicial and the other two. The government in Israel, given the parliamentary system, already controls the Knesset, the parliament. So it can achieve whatever it likes, it can block whatever it likes. The government controls the Knesset, and that was the case ever since the state was established. It's not under this specific government specifically. So one of the main checks and balances to limit the power of the government has been the judicial system, and to a lesser extent some other informal authorities like the press, like the civil society, etc. The government of Israel wanted to pursue, to execute, to realize a coup d'etat to the extent that they wanted to eliminate totally the independence of the judicial system, as well as of the media, and to seriously undermine the rights, individual rights of and group rights, etc., and to demolish to a great extent the civil society. Those were in order to turn the government into an omnipotent authority, something that is not limited at all, that can do whatever it likes. Now, why is it so important to understand that? Because everything that I just mentioned was not the goal, was not the end. That was the means. The means to what? To what, one may ask. The means to realize the fascist plan of Smotrich's called the subjugation plan. Smotrich published, you can Google and find it, this plan in 2017 when he was a member of the Knesset. Now he's a minister in the Ministry of Defense as well as the Minister of Finance. A very influential minister, of course. And the subjugation plan boils down to three. First, Israel shall annex the all Palestinian occupied territories. That means primarily the West Bank, without granting rights to the Palestinians, primarily not political rights, to vote and be elected. That means, in other words, an apartheid regime. Second, those Palestinians who are not going to accept their lot as subjects rather than citizens are going to be expelled from their homeland. Thirdly, those Palestinians who are going to resist are going, in Smotrich's terms, going to be taken care by the army. That means they are going to be killed. Those are the main three components of the subjugation plan. This government of Israel wanted to realize that and understood that as long as there is a relatively independent judicial system and press, and civil society consists of many human rights organizations and individual rights like freedom of speech, freedom of movement, freedom of association, etc., the chances to realize this plan are very slim. So in order to realize this plan, which is the end, they used the coup d'etat as a means. They failed. especially thanks to the massive demonstrations and protests in the street of Israel, to a lesser extent because of some international, I wouldn't like to say pressure, so perhaps, how should I call it, hints about the future or something like that. And I also have to say that some, divisions within the Israeli military and that they frightened Netanyahu, the economic crisis that was very, that it was clear that it's just around the corner. We began to see its seeds. So for these and some other reasons, they failed. They looked for an alternative. History, unfortunately, shows that in Israel, the best means to achieve something that the government wants and doesn't succeed to achieve is as a security tension, and its peak is violence or war. In that sense, and in that sense only, I argue that the government of Israel wanted to encounter a security problem, a violent one, perhaps even war, and under the smoke of that, to pursue and realize the plan, the subjugation plan of Smotrich's. And I emphasize again for the third or fourth time because it's immensely important for me. I do not imply, let alone argue, that Israel, the government of Israel, wanted the massacre that Hamas did. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that Israel was interested in a sort of violence to a much lesser extent that unfortunately happened. And by the way, the government of Israel did as much as it could to ignite fire. And I give you two examples. One example is the ongoing attacks on Syria. And secondly, which is even more common, is the ongoing pogroms carried out by settlers in the West Bank against Palestinians, innocent Palestinians, mainly pastors, very poor communities of pastors, especially in the Jordan Valley, but not only. I've been there, I visited them. And there were, in the last few months, pogroms of those fanatic bigots against Palestinians. That means that they torched their fields, they cut their trees, they set fire in their houses, they killed Palestinians. No one, by the way, was arrested or charged. They got green line from the government to assault and even kill Palestinians. That was before the massacre of the Hamas. And I personally warned at the plenum of the Knesset, in official letters that I can introduce, and I posted, in the Facebook, at least 10 letters in the last 8 or 9 months I sent to the Minister of Defense of Israel warning that those pogroms should be ended and stopped, and the people who commit them should be arrested and charged. First and foremost, because those are crimes, but secondly, because everything is going to erupt. People cannot live under such conditions for long. Up till now, I haven't got even one reply from the minister. Not even a laconic one of got it. Nothing. Total overlook. And to add to that, of course, Gaza has been under siege for 16 years. That's a volcano. That's a volcano. And again, that doesn't justify whatsoever the slaughter that Hamas carried out. But we have to understand the context, not to justify what Hamas said, perish the thought, but to understand how to prevent it and how should we go forward to stop this bloodshed. That's the goal of my words. So Israel now using the terrible massacre that Hamas did, not only to attack Gaza, but to realize the subjugation plan by using 3 different strategies. And I try to be very brief because I know I'm talking too much. I hope you forgive me and that it's okay with you.
No, it's okay.
First is the strategy vis-a-vis Gaza, which is a massacre. This is, to assault Gaza and destroy Gaza and drive out the Palestinians, if not from the Gaza Strip as a whole, at least from some parts of it, from the north to the south, for instance, because that was not an evacuation, what Israel said. It was a forced expulsion. So this is one strategy, which is part of the subjugation plan. The second strategy is in the West Bank and to some extent in East Jerusalem. And here is the ongoing pogroms I mentioned before, but now there's a systematic killing by settlers. Just a few days ago, settlers got into the Palestinian village of Kusra, murdered 4 Palestinians, and went away. Nobody stopped them. Nobody prevented them from doing so. Nobody arrested them afterwards, let alone charged or prosecute them. They did what they want. And at the funeral of those 4, the day after, the settlers came again and shot at the mourning people in the funeral and killed the father and the son. And of course, the army is also attacking Palestinians. So there are dozens of Palestinian dead in the West Bank as well. This is the other strategy of ethnic cleansing. And by the way, the area I visited before the war and the massacre began, about 3 weeks ago, I think it was, or 2 weeks ago, I visited the Jordan Valley, as I said before, and I realized that 6 pastors, communities, were already ethnically cleansed. We're talking about the size double of Tel Aviv. Some may think that the pastor is just, 1.5 kilometers. No. An area in the size of double of Tel Aviv was ethnically cleansed before the massacre. The third strategy, and here I answers more, or to the point, if you like to say, to Noach's question, is within Israel. Within Israel, at the moment, there are provocations carried out specifically by the Ben Gvir, the minister of so-called internal security. And today, first of all, there's a distribution, a continuous distribution of arms, of guns and rifles, etc. They are distributed widely. There's a decree issued by the Ben Gvir. Ben Gvir, you should understand, is one of the disciples of Kahana, who was described by Likud members of Knesset 40 years ago as a Nazi. It's not me who said that, but Likud members of Knesset. So he is one of his disciples. He is an admirer of Baruch Goldstein, a mass murderer who killed 29 Muslims while they were praying in El Khalil, in Hebron. That's the minister that now issued a decree that allows people to get arms very easily. Surprise, surprise, a great amount of those people who got the arms are people of Ben Gvir's. And so they have the instruments, they have the ability now to attack. Secondly, they have the motivation, given the provocation, given the smokescreen of the war, etc. And thirdly, they have I forgot the word. I shall remember in a second. They know exactly. They've got the targets on the social network. There are groups, for instance, WhatsApp groups,
Telegram,
that indicate with names and addresses what are the targets that they should target. And because of that, all the circumstances and all the infrastructure for a mass murder of Arabs, citizens of Israel, and democratic or progressive or leftist Jews, the conditions are already there. It's just a matter of time before they get the D-Day, before they reach the D-Day, or before they get the okay or go forward. That's something that should be understood because it's just around the corner. And in addition, and that would be my last argument in this, as far as the last question is concerned, now it is in Israel forbidden to demonstrate, for instance. Today, the police brutally didn't allow a demonstration, a peaceful demonstration against the war, not supporting Hamas, absolutely not, of course not. No one can support the Hamas and this mass murder organization, absolutely not. The people wanted, Jews and Arabs together, wanted to demonstrate in Haifa and other places against the war, to express sympathy to the people of Gaza, as well as to the people of Israel who were slaughtered and their families were kidnapped. The police brutally didn't allow it. And the chief of the police announced today that protests and demonstration are forbidden. The only democracy in the Middle East, you understand? But it's not only that, it is also forbidden to express sympathy to the dead children, to the killed children of Gaza. It's forbidden. It's forbidden to oppose the war on the social networks. People are arrested and interrogated by police for posting anti-war posts or for tweeting sympathy or empathy for the people who are killed in Gaza. They're arrested and interrogated for that. People have been fired from their workplace, or at least suspended because of the same thing. Students have been suspended by academic institutions, universities and colleges for the same thing. This is a running amok fascism. And of course, the peak was, not the peak because it's more important, but because of the circumstances, that I've been suspended from the Knesset and cannot enjoy my own freedom of speech. Because what is my freedom of speech as of any other member of the Knesset or parliament? I was elected to represent and express the views of specific people who support my political views. I was not elected to express views which I do not endorse, and they don't allow me to do so. They actually shut my mouth, although they try to use other excuses. But basically, in the bottom line, in the end of the day, they are preventing me from raising my voice against the war, against violence of all sides, against to express sympathy for the people of the innocent people of Gaza, and to struggle for a peaceful solution to this terrible bloodshed. That's for the sake of Israelis and Palestinians alike. They incite against me, and they present me as if I was anti-Semite, self-hatred Jew, anti-Israeli. I am not. That's not, I'm not apologetic. I just express my real views. My views are for peace and security and prosperity for everyone. That's what Israel needs too. So am I anti-Israeli because I'm against war that harms Israelis as well, let alone Palestinians? No. I'm struggling for everybody, for Palestinians and Israelis alike, and nobody ever will prevent me from doing so. That's it. I finish with my speech. Sorry.
Doctor, I have some questions for you about what the overarching political opinions are in Israel, as far as what we've seen so far is an 85% disapproval of the Netanyahu coalition government leading up to the war cabinet. Not the war cabinet in itself, but the prior formation of the government. It seems like Netanyahu ran as a security candidate time and time again. Obviously, Likud is far right, and yet his security promise has been an abject failure, partially because of the things that you so perfectly laid out, crushing the Palestinian Authority and not treating the Palestinian Authority as an equal partner, but simply a collaborator with or simply just a vestige of an Israeli security apparatus in the West Bank that is crushing Palestinians, and also simultaneously propping up Hamas as the singular force to negotiate with, oftentimes through violent means. It seemingly has been a disastrous failure, as you also pointed out. Is there any appetite for change on the ground, or does it seem like people want more of the exact same type of violent retribution, especially as similar violent conditions time and time again with numerous sieges on Gaza have yielded only a demonstrably worse security outcome for Israelis in general?
First of all, thanks for mentioning something that I forgot, which is indeed very important, that throughout the years, and let's not forget Netanyahu, apart from a very short time last year, has been the prime minister for consecutive 13 years or 14 years. So Netanyahu not only supported the Hamas by, transferring money, real money, cash, millions to Hamas, and as you say, and simultaneously crushing the Palestinian Authority. He actually, in 2019, in a meeting of the Likud party, he actually explicitly said that everybody who doesn't want or opposes a Palestinian independent state must prefer or prioritize the Hamas over the Palestinian Authority. So he's the one who actually did everything to strengthen Hamas. By the way, many years ago, what was his name there? He was afterwards the ambassador, the American ambassador to Israel, Dan Kretzmel, I don't remember his family name.
What, Kurtzer?
But he warned Israel. Better, that's it, sorry.
Kurtzer, yeah, sorry.
So he actually warned the government of Israel more than 20 years ago, or perhaps even almost 30 years ago. Yeah, I think it was in the beginning of the 90s, when Rabin still was prime minister. He warned the government of Israel not to prefer the Hamas over the PLO, and that Israel is going to pay a very high price for that. And they didn't want to listen to him. He was right. We can see it now. So very important you mentioned it before. But going back to your question, I think that we should refer to three different aspects. First, there is a hardcore of Bibists, that is supporters of Netanyahu, and not Likud people. When I call them Bibists, that's everybody knows that the nickname of Netanyahu is Bibi. So Bibists is a name of a group that worship Netanyahu, not the Likud. They simply worship him. There's a personal worship in that sense. There's nothing to speak with them. They will support whatever Netanyahu does whatsoever. But within the Likud party, those who are not, Bibists, there's a lot of disdain now. I don't believe that Netanyahu is going to survive politically this event. I don't know exactly when and how that's going to happen, but I don't believe that he's going to politically survive it. I believe that's the end of Netanyahu politically. Because within the Likud and the parties, the right wing surrounding the Likud, including many voters in the South, they explicitly said since the massacre in the South, said that they feel that Netanyahu's government and Netanyahu himself neglected them for years. So I believe that in that sense, Netanyahu is a dead horse, as it were. That's one thing. Secondly, there are some people who've been against Netanyahu and his government for a few months, those who participated in the massive demonstrations against him and the government. And but now some of them joined the government into so-called emergency government. So they actually legitimize the government and Netanyahu, even if they at the same time they talk and speak against him. So that's another thing that we should pay attention to. I think that at the moment, the main incentive of the government and of the vast majority of the population in Israel, and I said that in pain, I'm sorry about that, is revenge. People are outraged, people are hurt. Those are human, natural feelings. But as I said in my words at the beginning, I think that those should not control us, so take control over our reason. But the government, the vast majority, unfortunately, do follow the guts. And now revenge is the main thing that drives them. So at the moment, I'm not very optimistic. I'm very afraid of more blood that is going to be spilled, as I just indicated before, primarily in Gaza, especially if troops are going to enter. It's going to be a terrible carnage of Palestinians, but of Israeli soldiers as well. And they obviously, as I said before, I don't want anyone to be hurt, neither Palestinians nor Israelis. So if they enter Gaza, the troops, that's going to be terrible. At the same time, I imagine that the missiles on Israel are going to go stronger, perhaps, I hope not, perhaps. And it seems that it begins already. Hezbollah from the north is going to join. Perhaps, again, I hope not. Iran is going to join. That may very end, as I said before, the fascist militias that are organized within Israel under the auspices of Israeli police and the minister, Ben Gvir, are going to get a greener light to attack democratic Jews and Palestinian citizens. That's going to be a terrible bloodshed. That's going to lead to rivers of blood. And I'm afraid that we are on the brink of that. If the international community, and especially the United States, not because I like it or not, because they have the power, if they are not going to stop it now, and unfortunately, following what President Biden said today, it seems he's not interested in doing that. I'm afraid that everybody is going to drown in rivers of blood. And of course, I'm saying that not in order to pose, a threat, of course not, but not even, kind of desperate. No, I'm saying that because I want it to be prevented. I want to save lives. I'm saying that because I care about the lives of my compatriots in Israel and of Palestinians. That's the reason I'm saying that. Not security drives the Israeli government now, neither the Israeli public as it most, but revenge. Everybody knows that security is not going to be delivered by war and violence. Exactly the opposite. Mahatma Gandhi said that eye for an eye turns everybody blind. And the metaphor is clear. I don't have to, explain it further. And the only way to stop the bloodshed and to stop it for good is a political, peaceful solution, not a military and not a violent one. And the only solution, real and viable solution, is the ending the occupation and establishing of Palestinian independent state in the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem alongside Israel. That's the only way to stop the bloodshed. And I hope that that will be reached very soon. Otherwise, the death toll is going to be immense. And by the way, it's not only a call for justice, it's also a reference to the interests of the world. Because if the war is going to spread to other parts in the region, and apparently that's what's going to happen if it continues. Again, I hope not, but I'm afraid of that. Eventually, it's going to spread to the whole world. We are on the brink of a third world war, and it's in the hands of the international community to prevent it. and they should.
So one question that I still have though is that is there a real appetite beyond when people become more reasonable, not maybe in the immediate aftermath of a massacre, but down the line, it doesn't seem like there is interest in what you mentioned, a two-state solution from the Palestinian side, at least now, which I think is understandable, and it doesn't seem like there is one in the Israeli side as well. But my question more so was almost a spiritual one, as far as like, do people not see that? And I guess I'm using Smotrich's own terminology when he was describing his own vision of a one-state solution, but not in the way that most people refer to it. When he said, in the words of Albert Einstein, trying the same things over and over again and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. Don't people recognize that violence begets violence, and ultimately the maintenance of the regime that is so brutal and has subjugated Palestinians for so long is the reason why this violence is occurring? Is there a part in that 85% disapproval that recognizes that? Is there a viable coalition for that? Is there any kind of political momentum that is demanding change? Because, as you also pointed out, there were a lot of peace activists in the kibbutzim that openly came out while they were already in the Dead Sea hotels they were at, recovering from the horrifying atrocities that they had just experienced while their friends and family members were being buried. They had the bravery to go out and speak to the media and say, this is happening as a consequence of the violence that Palestinians were subjected to, and we have to put an end to it. There were family members that went on both Israeli television and went on American television to say, I despise the fact that the Israeli government is using my friend's death and not giving me an offer, not giving me a moment of solace, not giving me a moment of grievance to sit there in peace, and using their likeness and using their death as a way to further their agenda, when they would be horrified at that, when they fought their entire lives against that. Are there people that are willing to see this?
It's true, and to some of those very brave people that you mentioned that really survived the inferno, I talked to some of them, encouraging them, expressing my solidarity, my support, and everything. So there is a peace movement in Israel. It's not very strong, unfortunately, for quite a long time, for different reasons that we cannot address at the moment. But it still does exist. I mentioned before that only today there was an attempt to organize a demonstration that was brutally, disallowed by the police. The police forbids demonstrations and protests because. Why they forbid it? Because there are people who are actually want to protest. There was no need to protest if there were no people that wanted to protest. So, of course, the peace movement is alive and kicking, although it's wounded and hurt. And it shall forever exist and overcome. As well among the survivors of the carnage in the south. But at the moment, as I said before, they are brutally and forcibly shot by the government and the police. But of course, they exist. They will continue, because I'm part of it, of course, to raise our voice and to try to convince the people that revenge is not the answer. As I said before, rage and pain are very basic human feelings, senses. Obviously, someone who saw such a carnage in front of his eyes, or saw the pictures, or whatever, of course, that rage and pain are very natural. But as I said before, there's a difference between feeling something and translating the feelings into an action. That's one of the things that distinguish between human beings and beasts, that we are not acting upon instincts solely or primarily, that we, part of our humanity, modern philosophers would have said that probably that's the main characteristics of human beings, is that we can use our reason. And we have to struggle, that everybody will understand that, will adopt that, will understand that revenge and violence are not only morally wrong, but also are fruitless, to say the least. They are destructive. And that if we all want, and I assume that everybody wants, that one's children live in peace and security and prosperity, the only way to do so is to reach a reasonable peace solution, so both peoples will be able to live in peace and security. If one people suffers, the other will suffer. There is a symbiosis between the Palestinians and the Israelis. And as I said before, it doesn't matter what price I have to pay. I am loyal to those values. I'm committed to my compatriots and to the Palestinians in the occupied territories. And as part of this commitment, I continue with my struggle for both peoples and for justice. Even if they try to shut my mouth time and time again, I will never surrender.
Thank you for your bravery and your unwavering moral clarity in this situation. One other question I have is, I guess, in situations like this, I often look to labor movements, labor unions in particular. I know that Israel does have a relatively, in comparison to the American labor movement at least, a relatively robust one. And I'm wondering, I know the Labor Party in and of itself is Zionist and has, of course, similar designs, maybe not as aggressive or as violent as the maintenance of the conditions in Westbank as like Likud. But I'm wondering, is there any coalition to create? Is there any interest in Israeli labor, maybe not necessarily the Labor Party in general, but like labor unions to demand a change, not necessarily just for liberal reforms to ensure the maintenance to ensure that there is still a secular judiciary, but one that goes beyond that truly examines the problem at the core?
Look, let's begin with the Labor Party. The Labour Party it's not accidental that the Labour Party is smaller than us in the parliament at the moment. The Labour Party has only 4 seats out of 120 in the Knesset. Why? Because the Labour Party long ago, just, I would say, left, or not left, but it's a kind of a bankruptcy, a value bankruptcy of the Labour Party. And I mean by that they too many times try to imitate the Likud in its competition to power. Instead of instead of introducing an alternative to the Likud, the Labour Party moved to the right more and more in order to imitate and to prove, as it were, to the people of Israel that they are not less patriotic than the Likud. Apart from being, again, morally wrong and politically, useless, it's also, stupid. I put it simply as that. And I think that's the reason why they are so weak, because they try to imitate the right, and at the moment it is the same. They didn't raise any voice against the assault. They didn't raise any voice against the war. They just joined forces with the others, including in voting for the emergency government in the parliament. So obviously, there are some individual members of the Knesset, for instance, there which I really respect and like personally, There's one of them is an anti-occupation, parliamentarian. He's not an activist on the ground, but he's indeed an anti-occupation parliamentarian, one of the very few that there are. But now, again, he joined forces with the others because of the situation and because of the history of labor that I just, pointed at. There's another member of the Labor Party at the Knesset who is very activist and a great parliamentarian as far as labor and workers' rights are concerned. But as a whole, there's no hope from the Labor Party in that matter. In other things, perhaps yes. The Histadrut, which is the biggest trade union in Israel, and again, we don't have the time to go to history and to analyze what the Histadrut has done, because there are at least two fallacies within the Histadrut since it was established exactly 100 years ago in 1920. And but I won't do that because obviously we don't have the time. But unfortunately, we as a Communist Party have ran into elections in the Histadrut. We are part of the coalition at the moment. But the chairperson of the Histadrut is a right-wing person. Not only that he will never raise any kind of voice against the war, he also refused to do anything against the coup d'etat at the time. So there are no expectations for as far as the Histadrut is concerned. There are some other smaller trade unions, but very small. I haven't heard anything from them in regard to the war. So although I am a socialist and I consider myself even to be a revolutionary socialist, at the current situation in Israel, the labor structure and the class structure and the labor movement are not the ones from which ending the war will come from, unfortunately, but that's the truth.
Yeah.
One thing that I was curious about that you had said earlier and that I've seen headlines about and relates to some of your discussion about the potential for further violence was the distribution of weapons. And Israel, I think it's, if you go to, if anybody has ever spent time within Israel or the Israeli territories, there are soldiers with guns everywhere. Seeing guns in public on uniform, held by people in uniform, is very common. Much less common unless you are in the settlements that are over the Green Line in internationally recognized Palestinian territory. You'll see some people have personal weapons, but Israel does not have a culture of personal gun ownership. And so when I saw the videos and photos of weapons getting handed out, in the settlements, but also more broadly through the country, it struck me as also that there, that is just one of some of what are probably the other kind of material shifts that are happening within the country that may enable, further violence to the point of genocide.
Absolutely, as I said before, and thank you for giving me the chance to, to strengthen this argument. And I hope that as many people as possible are, listening to us at the moment in general, at this moment specifically. I'm very afraid of a real civil war within Israel because of that. There are organized, trained militias, fascist militias, people who are close to the Kahanist ideas that are now not only trained, but also armed to the teeth and also equipped with specific targets. That's a prescription to an eruption of violence within Israel. So in addition to the war in Gaza, to the bloodshed and ethnic cleansing in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, to the risk of another front in the north and beyond. Again, I hope not. There is a serious risk, and to some extent, perhaps this is the greatest danger, that within Israel proper, especially in the so-called mixed cities, that is to say, those cities that before the Nakba, before 48, the majority of them were Palestinians, and after the Nakba, the majority is Jewish, but there's a relatively big Palestinian minority. In those specific cities, there are trained, armed, and fascist, racist militias waiting for the right time to attack. And if, alas, something like that happens, and the green light from the government, specifically from the Minister so-called of Internal Security, which is very ironic, to call him under after what I just said. So they also they already have the green light. The danger is there. The danger is seriously there. And everybody knows that if something like that happens, and that's the end of Israel. And again, everybody accuses me of being anti-Israeli and etc. No, everything I'm saying is for the good of the Israelis as well. Of course, for the Palestinians as well. But I do care about the Israeli society. And I'm afraid that this government, those bigots, are going to lead the Israeli society into destruction. And if I don't open my mouth, because everybody wants me to shut up, so I will be irresponsible, and then I'll be anti-Israeli. If I shut up, I'll be anti-Israeli. Because I am not, because I care for Israel and its society, I open my mouth and taking the risks.
This is a bit of a personal question, I guess, but let's say hypothetically one were to be going on Piers Morgan's show tomorrow and appearing on Piers Morgan's show right after Ehud Barak, and we'll be addressing things that Ehud Barak said on said show. What would you say to Ehud Barak? I don't know what he's going to say. I know that he's critical of Netanyahu, obviously. Many are for different reasons, some political. But what would you say his contribution was to the ongoing conflict in his time in office as the former prime minister?
I would have said that Ehud Barak is one of the main responsibles for the current situation for mainly two reasons. Well, first, once he declared that there's no partner, you all remember that he declared that there was no partner on the Palestinian side. Once he declared that, he paved the way to the most vicious, fanatic right wing that we see now in power. He actually bears a lot of responsibility for that, in saying this irresponsible and, of course, untrue statement that as if there was no partner. That's one thing. The other thing is the massacre of Palestinian citizens in October 2000. He was the prime minister. It is his own responsibility. And so I think, although more than 20 years have passed ever since, we cannot ignore the contribution, the negative contribution he made to the current situation. And it's a shame. It's a shame. What can I say? I think that he must, refer to it. He needs to say that he was wrong and to take another direction. The direction that I took, at least, I do not expect him to do so. But if you ask me, hypothetically, what would I have said? So that's what I would have said.
What were the conditions in '99 that were so different, in your opinion, that allowed the break to happen in Netanyahu's reign?
Which break? I think I missed something.
I'm saying, what do you think the conditions were for how Ehud Barak rose to power? Like, what do you think was different at the time politically, if anything at all?
First, when Barak was elected, it was about 4 years after the assassination of Rabin, and the Israeli society was still, although 4 years it's quite a lot, I think that to some extent at least, the Israeli society was still hurt or even shocked because of this assassination. And I think that it was more ready to give a possibility both for peace and for those who were supposed to bring that peace. And at the time, many Israelis also blamed, and justly so, Netanyahu for the assassination. Blamed, of course, not that Netanyahu pulled the trigger, but that he actually allowed it in incitement, and either by being silent vis-a-vis others' incitement or by inciting himself. So I think those were the conditions that allowed Barak to be more to get more support vis-a-vis Netanyahu, vis-a-vis Sharon. Doesn't matter, although there were of course differences. So I think that was different. And what happened today is that first of all there's a new generation that doesn't even know about Rabin. There were some doctors on Israeli telly and some articles published a few years ago, and they realized that many youngsters in Israel don't know who Rabin was, and some even thought that Rabin was a prime minister that was assassinated by leftists. So I'm not saying that this is the common way of thinking, but some did. So, and I wish it was funny. I mean, I understand you, but it's for me it's very painful. Anyway, so those 30 years since the assassination, 20 years since the no partner statement of Barak, and the second Intifada, which was a very vicious one with many deaths, and the death toll of Israelis was terrible. And of course, thereafter the invasion and incursion to Jenin by Israel, so many things that happened ever since. And I must say, and I said that before, that the international community bears a lot of responsibility for the ongoing confrontation and occupation, because had the international community forced Israel to end the occupation, Israel would have had no chance, no other choice. Just look at how many times, for instance, the Security Council of the UN wanted to accept some decisions, against Israeli atrocities and mal behavior, and the United States vetoed. And so in that sense, the United States has a lot of responsibility for the ongoing situation. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem that Biden and his administration are going to change anything. Sending battleships to the Middle East is not the way to reach peace. I said before, what is the way to reach peace? And by the way, I must say another thing, with your permission. Many people say, how can you still believe in peace after the massacre that Hamas did? How you can still look at those beasts, and believe that they are peaceful people? So, of course, without getting into the well-known discussion regarding colonialist racism and and the attitude towards the indigenous as if they were barbaric. We all know that colonialism is based on such perceptions. There are so many books and texts on that, and experiences, first and foremost. So without referring to that, because such a saying, of course, is indeed a well-known colonialist, perception in its reference to the barbaric, quote unquote, of course, indigenous. But there's another thing. The Palestinian people and the Hamas are not one and the same. The Hamas are Palestinians, but the Palestinians are not Hamas. And so I think, and I said it in a few occasions, that the real way to get rid of Hamas, and indeed I want to get rid of Hamas, especially by the way for the benefit of the Palestinians, because they suffer from Hamas. In Gaza, Hamas rule is a dictatorial, murderous system vis-a-vis the Palestinians in Gaza, before we talk about the massacre they did in Israel. I don't want Hamas to be there, but the way to get rid of them is political. What do I mean by that?
Yeah,
we have to distinguish between the ideological hardcore and the masses, the grassroots. The ideological hardcore will probably stay and won't change its mind. But the support for the Hamas is going to be stronger or weaker according to the circumstances that to a great extent Israel creates. If the Palestinian people would have had hope, if they knew that the occupation is going to be over soon, that there is a move towards it, that they are going to enjoy their own sovereign independent state, then we would have not supported Hamas. By the way, it's not a theoretical issue. Look what happened after the Oslo Accords, without getting to the discussion whether they were good or bad. But when people still believed, even if they were wrong, that's not the issue now. When Palestinians believe in 1993 that the Oslo Accords are going to materialize into independence and ending the occupation, that was the point where Hamas was at its weakest situation. People left Hamas because they had hope. When Hamas became stronger, when the hope went out of the door, sorry. So that's what we have to do. That's what Israel, with the support of the international community, must do. Bring hope for both Israelis and Palestinians. When you bring hope, the bigots of both sides are going to get weaker and weaker and eventually disappear.
You brought up a great point about the international communities and responsibility in the violence that's ongoing that both Israelis are facing and, of course, Palestinians are facing every day. And one parallel that I want to ask you as someone in Israel is, do you see a parallel between this and the anti-apartheid resistance that was happening globally in the Western world specifically? Against South African apartheid and the international community pressure finally causing that dam to break beyond the personal means, like beyond the individual acts that the ANC took. I mean, specifically Western involvement on the ground. Do you feel as though there is a parallel there? Do you feel like a robust BDS movement could potentially force pressure in the Western world to make Western leadership take actions that are more critical? Go ahead.
Of course, there are many similarities, and there are obviously some differences because it's not the same. It's not the same geopolitical situation, and it's not the same era. So there are many differences. The struggle against apartheid, let's not forget, was during the Cold War. It was very influential and very relevant. So now we are not there. And so there are many differences. But there are many similarities. There's one thing that I would like, with your permission, to really say to the supporters of BDS and others. First of all, I do support international pressure on the Israeli government to end the occupation and reach a peaceful solution that is, again, for the benefit of all, Israelis and Palestinians alike. There's one thing that should be indicated very clearly. Anti-Semitism is unacceptable. Anti-Semitism is a crime like any other racism. There is a slogan which I endorse. Anti-Semitism is a crime, anti-Zionism is a duty. I accept that. And unfortunately, there are two groups who are infected with anti-Semitism within the BDS movement, and that should be treated. One group is a group that simply doesn't really know or is not aware enough of the differences between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism or anti-occupation. This is up to us to elaborate the differences. There's another group that is anti-Semitism as a kind of an illness that does not have a remedy. Those people should not be part of the BDS. They should be expelled of the BDS. We must not cooperate with anti-Semites, even if they are against occupation, because anti-Semitism is a disgusting illness and crime, just like any other racism. And I think that the BDS should be very aware of that. First of all, because it's morally compelling, and secondly, because it's also counterproductive. And obviously, for me, the moral compelling issue is much more important. But I do not want to overlook as well the political context, and I want it to be productive and cooperating with anti-Semites. Again, first of foremost, it's wrong morally, and secondly, it's counterproductive.
Yeah. Do you feel, however, is there any viability to a of course not anti-Semitic movement that could start on the ground? Obviously, there are some organizations out here. I don't know if you're familiar with them, like Jewish Voice for Peace, and also
Sure.
If Not Now. These are two Jewish organizations
Not
that
in my
are
name.
at the forefront. Yeah, they're two Jewish organizations currently at the forefront of the Palestinian emancipation protests that are ongoing, demanding a ceasefire immediately, and demanding demanding an end to the occupation as well. I do not know how to continue growing these sorts of movements here in the United States, and I don't know what level of organizing we have to engage with in an effort to possibly put some pressure on our governments here in the Western world, so that they can go and do their duty,
Look,
their moral
I
duty.
must tell you. First of all, I must tell you something that I'm a bit, to say the least, disappointed by, but that doesn't mean that I totally lost hope. I appealed to Senator Bernie Sanders a few months ago in regard to what we talked before about the pogroms. And I asked his assistance by addressing the president and saying that those pogroms are getting from bad to worse. That's going to bring an explosion in the area. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. And again, I'm not saying that there's any kind of alibi as a matter of speaking, to what Hamas did. No, nothing can justify it. Not the pogrom, the occupation. I said that, but I will say that time and time again to be very, very clear. But unfortunately, I haven't got any reply from Senator Sanders, although I did appeal to his assistance, and that's quite disappointing. Now, if you or anyone else has the channels to address congressmen, senators, governors, celebs that are ready to get involved in mass protest and campaign, just like was in regard to the apartheid in South Africa, then we can begin something. And I think that the possibilities are there. We just have to find a way to use them and to get them. As far as I'm concerned, I'm ready to go wherever is needed to pursue it. Because as I said before, I am totally committed to the well-being of the Palestinians and the Israelis alike. I'm part of the Israeli society. I'm not alienated to it. I find it difficult to be there. I'm hurt. I'm not happy in being probably the most hated person in Israel at the moment. It's not something that I'm happy about it, to say the least. But I see myself as struggling for my society as well. Because fighting for justice is not a theoretical or an abstract issue for me. Although I'm coming from the academia, so some people may say that it is, but it's not. My struggle for justice is for the well-being of people. And my compatriots in Israel are people. And I care about them, even if they hate me. And so I won't give up, and I do whatever what is needed everywhere. Send me everywhere. I go to the moon for that.
Okay. No, do you have any other questions?
No, I feel like we've taken, this has been a tremendous conversation.
Yeah, time, you just, flow.
Well, thank you so much for coming on, Dr. Cassif. This was a wonderful
Thank you
conversation.
so much for the chance to raise my voice, and I hope, I don't know how many people are following. I hope as many as possible, and that everybody will absorb the things we said.
All right. Well, thank you for coming on, and Noah, thank you for putting this together in such short notice.
My pleasure. Take it easy. Good night, everybody.
My pleasure.
Right.
And thank you indeed, Noah. And my pleasure.
Bye,
have a good night.
Bye. Okay. Let me activate the camera again. All right. That was a very interesting conversation. I hope that was enlightening for many of you. Once again, I want to hear different perspectives. And now followed up with Amy Schumer. Yeah, I didn't want to ask him about Amy Schumer. But yeah, that was really good. That was a member of the Knesset. Yes. That was it's a voice that often doesn't get a lot of coverage, and he has been, Dr. Cassif has been at the forefront of criticisms against the apartheid, against the occupation. He has demonstrated, like I said, courage and moral clarity from the jump, even before. And that's the type of perspective that you have when you are close in proximity to the violence. And of course, it's one that I think Americans forget about, because we're so far removed. We're so far removed from it. So for us, it's just something we see on television. Yes, I've been talking to Mohammed Al-Safin to have him on the broadcast as well. But yeah. What a day. We got a lot of stuff happening today. It's crazy that like you can literally be an Israeli member of the Knesset and you can't even explain your position without having to make a ton of qualifications. Like everybody knows that this violence is abhorrent, but it is so permanently baked into the conversation that like the moment that you shift the attention, even for a second. Oh, holy shit. That was crazy. Whoa, that was a big ass fly, dude. The moment that you shift the attention away from violent retribution to hold on, it seems like it seems like there is a problem with the way that we have continued to manage the situation, constantly increasing the violence, and maybe there is a better way for our own security. You have to still say so much. You have to qualify it so many times. Like when it goes without question. So interesting to consider. The same as the Iraq War, media and reps were not allowed to question the violence. Yeah, speaking of which, a couple things that I saw while I was live here. This is interesting. Jewish Current scoop. Staff at the top CBS News streaming intervened to pull an interview with Palestinian American Lauren Noura Erakat from replays of a show last week, while two other Palestinian American commentators had their appearances canceled by CNN. Erakat is only one of several Palestinian commentators who spoke to Jewish Currents about being marginalized by a major news network in the past week. On Friday, October the 13th, the day after Erakat's CBS interview, a producer for the weekend edition of CNN show This Morning reached out to Youssef Munayyer, a Palestinian-American writer and political analyst, inviting him to appear on TV the following morning. After Munayyer agreed, he received a time slot and a link to join the program. But he soon received a phone call from the show's producer who asked him about his planned talking points. Munayyer told Jewish Currents that the producer kept him on the phone for about an hour and seemed to have little knowledge about Israel Palestine. He recalled that she asked, for example, this Hamas group, they're new, right? Munayyer said he told her that he hoped to raise awareness about the mass atrocities that Israel was continuing to commit in its attacks on the Gaza Strip, but that she repeatedly returned the question of his position on the October 7th Hamas attacks. I told her that the attacks were horrifying and that we need to do all we can to prevent further killing right now. And it didn't seem to be what she wanted to hear, Munayyer said. How fucking insane. Major news networks is sidelining Palestinian analysis. Mainstream media is partially doing this as a, for a deliberate purpose, right? The deliberate reason as to why they're doing this is, of course, to have a clear and coherent control over what kind of message gets out. This is coming on the heels of MSNBC sidelining their Muslim anchors. I've had genocidal family members call me up out of the blue in a rage, calling me delusional for just for liking Jewish Voice for Peace's protest today on Capitol Hill. Yeah, it's doesn't seem like you invite a Palestinian someday. Can you invite a Palestinian politician someday? No, dude. I'm purposefully avoiding asking Palestinians to come on. and I haven't made efforts to try to have him on. Of course, man. What are you talking about? My one thing, I think for the most part, first of all, Palestinians that are not watching already, and there are many of them here, okay? The Palestinians that are not watching the broadcast are oftentimes too busy trying to go on shows where they actually are going to speak to an audience that isn't sympathetic, that hasn't heard their perspective. I would suspect that it's a waste of their time to come on here, because whose horizons are they going to broaden? You know what I mean? This is not going to be a contentious. This is not going to be an area. Yeah, and it's also slightly more than 40K people. Exactly. Like, this is a marginal audience that already is in support of the Palestinian plight. You know what I mean? Yeah, here, this is I was reading this in earlier before we conducted this interview. Like, when you talk about racism, you're not talking to us, you're talking to people who's not your audience. Exactly. My conservative family thinks I support Hamas and I'm anti-Semitic, but they're the ones who don't acknowledge that if Jesus were born today, he'd be born in the occupied West Bank and be seen as a human animal. I mean, yeah. Well, he'd also be a commie, so. I'm working on getting Gabor Mate on as well. His job was to arm people around the world for U.S. state interests. Even he said, enough, a member of the State Department of America. Palestinians have been so patient and suffered so much for us to reach such unprecedented days. His statement is really a trip because it's all about the necessity of protecting American interests through weapons sales. He says he knew his job would require moral compromise and that he's compromised a lot over the years. Whatever we're seeing, the reality is much worse. To have activated even his conscience, I'm still thinking about this. He was clocking into the atrocity factory for 11 years. They lost someone who was arming Saudi Arabia against Yemen. It is unimaginable that someone whose job was directly in the State Department, Bureau of Political Military Affairs, his job was to literally give U.S. military aid and arms transfers around the world. Like his job is the legalized version is the legal and above board version of Oliver North. You know what I mean? Like, my man is the real Lord of War. The Lord of War isn't Nicolas Cage. He's not Victor Boot, okay? It's this guy. And he's like, dude, shit is fucked up. He's just resigned in disagreement of the ongoing lethal assistance to Israel. His statement is here. Yes, he is a legal arms dealer of not just any arms, the largest arms, okay? It is insane. For 11 years, he has armed people globally. It's like when that Dick Cheney, it's like Dick Cheney's Middle Eastern czar resigned over how badly they fucked up the 2006 Gaza election. Exactly. Yes, PM can still do an immense amount of good in the world. There is still, sadly, a great need for American security assistance, a need for American arms and defense cooperation to defend against multiple military perils that democracies, and humanity itself face on the earth. But we cannot be both against the occupation and for it. We cannot be both for freedom and against it. And we cannot be for a better world while contributing to one that is materially worse. Let me be clear. Hamas's attack on Israel was not just a monstrosity. It was a monstrosity of monstrosities. Okay? He's condemning Hamas, everybody. Calm down. He's not pro-Hamas. Okay? I know a lot of people will immediately, well, not in this community, but a lot of people immediately want to be like, well, he's not in favor of what's going on in Israel. Well, he must fucking love Hamas, probably. You know, I don't even have enough evidence for that, but I'm still going to go with it. Okay? Wokeness ruined the State Department arms dealers. This is like the Shimbek conversation. I also believe that the potential escalations by Iran-linked groups such as Hezbollah or by Iran itself would be a further cynical exploitation of the existing tragedy. But I believe to the core of my soul that the response Israel is taking, and with it the American support for both the response and for the status quo of the occupation, will only lead to more and deeper suffering for both the Israeli and Palestinian people and is not in the long-term American interest. This administration's response, and much of Congress's as well, is an impulsive reaction built on confirmation bias, political convenience, intellectual bankruptcy, and bureaucratic inertia. That is to say, it is immensely disappointing and entirely unsurprising. Decades of the same approach have shown that security for peace leads to neither security nor to peace. The fact is, blind support for one side is destructive in the long term to the interests of the people on both sides. I fear we are repeating the same mistake we have made these past decades, and I decline to be a part of it for longer. Dude, it's insane. He just wants to sell to both sides. No, he's saying the security commitment, the security candidacy, the security aspect is a demonstrable, whopping failure. Okay? He's right. And he is the arms dealer. It's like, I don't understand. Like, this is one of those moments where I feel like I have taken the crazy pills. Okay? Where it's like, it's so obvious that the direction, and by the way, that's why I wanted to, that's one aspect of the conversation that was really interesting. Neoliberalism and its devastating consequences universally in all supposedly liberal democratic societies, whether it's the Israeli apartheid state or whether it's the United States of America or motherfucking UK. It is really interesting that neoliberalization has eviscerated labor and labor adjacent parties across the board. Okay? Across the board, everywhere. Everywhere you go, every single labor supporter, labor supporting party, or ostensibly leftist party, if you want to call it that, like the Democratic Party, every single time has shifted so aggressively to the right and have created this like massive ratchet effect. A disastrous consequence. A disastrous consequence globally. Okay? There is no counter to the psychotic, fascist, creeping death march that we are all on right now. There is no alternative, and I'm afraid the dissolution of the USSR was the final blow. When there's no counterbalance, when there's no multipolarity, we live in that universe where there is no multipolarity. That universe, well, I mean, who knows what China will do, but that universe is clearly not a good one, okay? When there is no socialist alternative, even if they are fucking up all the goddamn time, okay? Because the USSR was far from perfect. But the threat of some level of like going in the opposite direction was enough for people to galvanize others to their cause, to basically advocate for a different way. There was something out there. There was at least some kind of counter. It has basically been just a ridiculous, vulturous, monstrously exploitative system that is accelerated in the evisceration of material conditions for all people living even in the imperial core. There's just nothing out there. It's so Jover. It's so Jover that you got motherfucking... It's so goddamn Jover. that you got actual, oh God, you got actual death dealers that are like, this is not the way. This is not the way. Like, what are we doing? I'm the death dealer. I'm the one who knocks. I'm the one who's giving the guns. I'm the motherfucking merchant of death, dog. The fuck? What are we doing? After 11 years of ridding myself of any semblance of morality, even I have decided, holy fuck, dude, this is like actually bad. This is actually bad for American security. You know what I mean? It just like doesn't make sense. I am not ignorant when it comes to the situation in the Middle East. I was raised surrounded by debates about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. My master's thesis was about Israeli counterterrorism and civil rights. In researching it, I met two men who have since been my lifelong heroes, Uri Avneri, an Israeli-Palestinian advocate I shall not name, and an Israeli-Palestinian advocate I shall not name here. I served as the U.S. security coordinator living in Ramallah while advancing security sectoral governance with the Palestinian Authority and liaising with the IDF. And I have deep personal ties to both sides of the conflict. Those who know me best know that I have opinions and they are strong ones. But this is what is at the core of them, that there is beauty to be found everywhere in this world, and it deserves both protection and the right to flourish. And that is what I desire most for Palestinians and Israelis. The murder of civilians is an enemy to that desire, whether by terrorists as they dance at a rave or by terrorists as they harvest their olive grove. The kidnapping of children is an enemy to that desire, whether taken at gunpoint from the kibbutz or taken at gunpoint from their village. And collective punishment is an enemy to that desire, whether it involves demolishing one home or 1,000. As to is ethnic cleansing. As to is occupation. As to is apartheid. Bro, I don't know what to say. This guy is so woke. Someone, I feel like a coalition of hedge fund managers are going to find him and be like, you can never have a job ever again. Okay? What is happening that the CIA has gone woke? What is going on? This is like, this gun runner has more empathy for Palestinians than John Fetterman. Oh, stop. I know. Don't even bring up John Fetterman, okay? Don't do it. Yeah, we got them, them CIA members here. Can you comment on what this other actress Zoe Dush posted? I know her personally, and it saddens me. I know she posted the exact same thing that Amy Schumer posted. She's such a wonderful person. She's such a kind person. She's such a smart person. And yes, it deeply saddens me. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, no. I know. Anyway, it happens. Anyway. Oh, it wasn't Fetterman. It was his body double. Oh, dude, you're right about that. Look at the flags. What is this? Mood board. Cops for Bernie. What the fuck? Is that a Blue Lives Matter? Brother, this is the flag. This is the second flag of the IDF. I don't know if they know this or not. Both colors and also just attitude. I think, and I mean it, I suspect this guy went to Gaza, okay? But we're going to find out, and I haven't even finished reading this yet, but this dude stepped foot in Gaza, okay? Which I think is like a reverse birthright where every single person that is committed to security assurances to Israel should do a birthright to Gaza. And no, I don't mean fucking Israel, okay? I mean Gaza. See how the other side lives, because you are not going, and I've never been, okay? I can't really go. But let me tell you something. Every single thing I have read from Americans, just anyone internationally that has visited Gaza has remained consistently dedicated to the Palestinian emancipation. You go there, okay? You go to Gaza and you see what the other side of that wall looks like, you're going to change. You are never going to be the same person. There is no shot. You look at the conditions that people are subjected to there, and you come out of that other side thinking, yeah, no, this should continue, actually. It's pretty fucking fire. My mind immediately goes to not only Anthony Bourdain, rest his soul, God rest his soul, what a wonderful fucking kind individual who pushed CNN to show what life on the other side of that wall looked like, but also Daniel Day-Lewis. I don't know if you guys knew this, but Daniel Day-Lewis went to Gaza in 2005, and he wrote about his experiences there. And my Lord, what a radicalizing experience that was for old Daniel Day motherfucking Lewis, okay?
Want to end.
Let's finish this. It is my firm belief that in such conflicts, for those of us who are third parties, the side must pick one that not of the combatants, but that of the one caught in the middle, and that of the generations yet to come. It is our responsibility to help the warring parties build a better world, to center human rights, not to hope to sideline or sidestep them through programs of economic growth or diplomatic maneuvering. And when they may happen, to be able to name gross violations of human rights, no matter who carries them out, and to be able to hold the perpetrators accountable. I mean, this guy's... Did I write this? What the fuck? Woke as fuck, dude. Wait, what? More info on the guy with the Blue Lives Matter flag? A Chicago police supporter has joined the protest and stating he visited Gaza or the West Bank after a trip to Turkey and thought it was a lovely place. There you go. He saw it. He saw it with his own two eyes and was like, dude, I love the police, but I hate the fucking police state in Israel. Yeah, I saw this. I saw the Ben Dreyfuss tweet earlier. All right, let's finish this. When they're adversaries, which is easy, but most particularly when they're partners. I acknowledge I am heartened to see the efforts this administration has made to temper Israel's response. Yeah, okay. Including advocating for the provision of relief supplies, electricity, and water to Gaza, and for safe passage. In my role in PM, however, my responsibilities lie solidly in the arms transfer space. And that is why I have resigned from the U.S. government and from PM, because while I can and have worked hard to shape better policymaking in the security assistance field, I cannot work in support of a set of major policy decisions, including rushing more arms to one side of the conflict that I believe to be short-sighted, destructive, unjust, and contradictory to the very values that we publicly espouse. This is identical to Dick Cheney's Middle Eastern policy guy resigning in disgrace in 2007 after the Bush administration absolutely slaughtered the fucking any hopes of anyone other than Hamas controlling the future of Palestinians. A collaborative effort by the Israeli government, of course, consistently, but the Bush administration, in a very weird moment, I do believe, at least according to everything that I've read on the matter, literally thought that they were doing the right thing. They were unironically confident that they were doing the right thing and thought that they could push for the Palestinian Authority to seize more power over the Palestinian future. Okay? And it was a gigantic mistake and a coup that they facilitated ended up solidifying Hamas's power, and then the fucking Dick Cheney Middle Eastern czar who oversaw some of the grossest war crimes was like, this is too much. What the fuck are you doing? You guys are real fucking idiots. What is this? His mumbling, depressed man with his heaving tits seems like a sweet character. I should check his timeline and see if he's calling for a genocide. I don't want to look at what John Fetterman has said. It's so embarrassing. Listen, it is so gross. He literally said no ceasefire. like you can't even put conditions on that, dude. Really? Like you can't be like, listen, everybody has a right to respond, but like, come on, let's have, cooler, calmer hearts and cooler heads prevail here. What the fuck? Also, while we're having this conversation,
Ramallah, we're at the checkpoint.
In Ramallah, there's a stupendous amount of frustration and anger. People are emotionally torn and rage is at top notch. Most casualties are gunshot wounds. Anadolu Agency is reporting on the growing unrest in Ramallah over the deadly Gaza hospital bombing, where Doctors Without Borders paramedics says Israeli forces have been shooting live bullets at protesters. Fucking awesome. Jesus Christ. It literally feels like the Israeli government is just striking like a fucking hit dog or something, and they're like a pit bull. They're just not stopping. It doesn't seem like they're gonna stop. They're gonna kill as many civilians as they can until they save their appetite for blood. So glad Joe Biden went there and facilitated a peace deal, by the way. That was sick. Love that we're funding it too. It's so sick. So sick. Anyway, let me fucking finish this goddamn thing. Where is it? I wholeheartedly endorse a world built around a rule-based order. Like, this guy is a liberal, okay? Look at this. A rule-based order. A world that advances both equality and equity, and a world whose arc of history bends towards the promise of liberty and justice for all. And I would note with concern and parting as regards competitions well beyond this current conflict, that if we want a world shaped by what we perceive to be our values, it is only by conditioning strategic imperatives with moral ones, by holding our partners, and above all, holding ourselves to those values, that we will see it. Turbo Lib. I want to close by noting that while bureaucracy is not without its automations, and that as I have learned, physical courage comes easier than moral courage. I have had the privilege of working with a large number of truly... I don't care about that. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, this is courageous for him to fucking quit. Especially after so many years of doing, like, unimaginably awful things. That's kind of wild.
On the outskirts of the city, Palestinians protesting the latest killings of Gazan civilians and Palestinians in the hospital in Gaza, which occurred last night, depicting their rage and unsatisfaction with what is going on in Gaza and across the Israeli and Palestinian territories.
People are emotionally torn. There's a
stupendous amount of frustration and anger towards especially the most recent bombing of the hospital that happened in Gaza yesterday. And I feel like from yesterday until today, there is a difference in the rage. It's been taken to the top notch. So we have seen more casualties and fatalities in other areas as people are protesting and coming to certain areas where they are throwing rocks, and that is the only way to express themselves, I guess you could say, or fight back.
Medical teams which operate here at the Ramallah checkpoint.
Bombing a hospital too far? Brother, it's not just bombing a hospital. The dam is going to break. The dam is going to break. What do you mean? Just like it broke on October 7th, the dam is going to break in other areas too. Like, there is no way to continue managing this. You either do full-blown ethnic cleansing, which is seemingly the position of the Israeli government, or you have to move towards a real peace negotiation and an end to the permanent occupation. It's just not, there's no way out of this. I don't know how people don't see it. Every single intelligent, thoughtful, moral person has looked at this and gone, this is unimaginable. This is not going to happen. There's no way. There's just like, there's no way we can continue doing this. There's no way out of it. It's terrifying because Benjamin Netanyahu knows the writing on the wall. He's done. He's out. And he's a very narcissistic, egomaniacal piece of shit. So I think his final chapter in the history books is one of bloodshed. Like, I think he's made up his mind. He's just going to go in and wipe out a piece of the Gaza Strip and like probably extend the wall into the northern area and just occupy it permanently. Like full-blown ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement, having the already tiny Gaza Strip, allowing a humanitarian corridor for a couple 100,000 Palestinians to be able to escape into Egypt. Channel 4 News nailed this guy in the last minute.
Now, the UN is accusing Israel of showing a flagrant disregard for the lives of civilians.
What do you mean?
Have confirmed deaths and multiple injuries since the targeting of the hospital by Israeli forces, according to the Palestinian authorities in Gaza.
Most of the casualties and injuries that we are seeing are gunshot wounds.
Yo, what's up with these fucking weird ass shots though? Like, what is that? Am I like I get it. Like, y'all are out there probably bored of all the fucking violence, but like, what's happening here? You have some fucking film student ass motherfuckers behind the goddamn camera. Ne yapıyorsunuz lan? Ne yapıyorsunuz abi? Anadolu Ajansı'na bak. Çok dramatik. Ama gerçekten durum kötü, bir şey demek istemiyorum. Turks, man. They're fucking killing them out there.
Most of the casualties and injuries that we are seeing are gunshot wounds, mainly to the lower extremities, femur, thigh. We have had a couple of fatalities today, gunshot wounds to the chest. Men or children that are coming to this area, they're throwing rocks and are receiving live bullets. We've had a couple of patients that were transferred to Ramallah Hospital, where they're receiving treatment now.
What's the likelihood that Lebanon or Iran gets involved? Bro, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Iran has been tweeting up a storm being like, we're coming. You better fucking chill out. As far as I understand, someone said there's a 3-day mourning process and then they will retaliate. But I don't know. I mean, they just got Twitter fingers. I mean, I hope it doesn't escalate. That is not good. That's not good for anybody. Did you see this tweet? I'm a professor at Brooklyn College, which has received due to recent dire events overseas, there's a possibility the Department of Defense might activate varied service members by our November 1st, 2023 to make arrangements for these students. What? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how real that is. That seems like we already have a fucking massive military, man. What are you talking about? We don't have enough active duty service members? Like, fuck are we doing? If Iran and Hezbollah open a war against Israel, does it not mean that England and the USA gets forced into another war in the Middle East? Yeah, I'm out. That shit happens, I'm fucking so out. I'm done. I mean, it's Jover. It's over. It's Jover. It's so, like, I don't know how you stop this. I don't know. So much misinformation. What are some sources you would recommend? Do you believe all Twitter misinformation? Can Hamas be a part of the... Do you think Hamas is doing misinformation too, not just the IDF? Bro, what kind of fucking sources does Hamas have? Really, are we crazy right now? I mean, I'm sure they're trying, but... Like, bro, I think they're busy right now. I'm going to be honest. I feel like they're probably busy. Like, I haven't seen the Hamas social media account go, hey... Gigi Hadid, your silence is violence, by the way. Aren't you fucking Palestinian? Speak up, bitch. Like, that's not what they're saying. You know who's saying that, though? Israel. Israel's saying that, actually. Israel is too busy targeting Palestinian celebrities to be like, well, I haven't heard from you, actually. What's going on there, huh? You're acting real Palestinian real quick. Don't make me fucking seize your land, okay? Come for you, too. Bro, dude said, what about Hamas possibly doing misinformation? I'm sure they're trying. But like, you know, they don't have electricity right now. I don't know if you're aware of this. Like, there are accounts that do misinformation on behalf of Palestinians. Like, there's plenty of fucking people posting like old footage from Syria to be like, wow, look at this. Israel just bombed this. Israel bombed that. There's people like that, if that's what you're saying. But I think I try and do a good job of avoiding those accounts. Like the top of the hour ad break can be avoided by subscribing for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. What are you stalling for? Is there another interview? No, I'm just... I mean, I think I'm done. I'm done for the night. And also, I will be live tomorrow on Nick Pollum's channel where we're going to be going to a racetrack in Vegas and we're going to be driving supercars. And then after I'm done with that, I'm planning on going live at my hotel. Okay. I'm planning on going live at my hotel. And we'll see what happens. Ignore the hate you will inevitably get from this. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. And also tomorrow I have... Is there any reason why you don't often raid people at the end of the stream? Are you fucking on crack cocaine? I often don't raid people at the end of the stream. Are you on crack? Are you actually on fucking crack cocaine? I think like 2 or 3 times I haven't raided people at the end of the stream. And that is a very unique situation. And oftentimes The reason why I don't do it is because there's a fuck ton of psychopathic monsters in here. Are you fucking stupid? Actually answer yourself real quick. Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you fucking saying? Often don't raid motherfuckers at the end of the stream. I literally raid people at the end of every fucking stream. Like, literally at the end of every stream. Been a 9-month subscriber. Fuck you mean? Anyway. Piers Morgan interview will not be about race cars.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day.
Anyway, love you guys. Be kind to one another. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sat in Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broke.